312. Zhou Fei twirled his fingers, and the woman's soul condensed into a snow-white bead at his fingertips. He gently put it into his sleeve and looked up at the old monk of Jingang Temple. Without his previous casual tone, he said straightforwardly, "Back to the matter of that dress. I know it has something to do with you. Zhong Qiu even came to the temple to look for you because of it." But the old monk was still unwilling to talk about serious matters. His eyes were filled with nostalgia as he looked at the lush green forest outside the house. "I have a junior brother. When we were young, we practiced Buddhism together." He said that he couldn't bear to see sad stories in the world. When he saw it, he couldn't help but think that there was a Buddha in the world, but the world was still like this. Even if he became a Buddha, what could he do? Later on, I left the small temple in my hometown. I wonder if that junior brother, has he become a Buddha? Zhou Fei suppressed the anger in his heart and shook his head gently. He sneered, "How can he become a Buddha in such a small place? Old monk, you think too much." The old monk shook his head and said, "I just want to know if my junior brother is still alive. After so many years, I miss the porridge that my junior brother made." Zhou Fei was about to stand up. "I won't go around in circles with you. I'll send you on your way. Go and ask your junior brother if he still knows how to make porridge in the underworld." The old monk's face was indifferent. He smiled and said, "If I help you get the golden body of Luohan in the palace, can you promise me one thing?" Zhou Fei sat down again and found it interesting. "Me?" The old monk stretched out his hand and touched his bald head. He sighed and said, "I don't want to be a monk anymore. I was abandoned at the entrance of the temple when I was young and was kindly taken in by my master. Back then, my junior brother and I were always thinking about this and that. In fact, we always wanted a comb." Zhou Fei held his stomach and laughed. The old monk took off his outer cassock and folded it neatly. He put it aside and said softly, "Please help her find a way to escape. Don't be trapped in this small place anymore." A green dress with big sleeves fluttering in the wind appeared in a corner of the house. The beauties outside the house had served Zhou Fei for many years and were knowledgeable, but when they saw the dress fluttering in the air, they were still stunned. The dress floated to the old monk's side, and the hem of the dress slowly fell to the ground. Finally, it was in a kneeling position. After the old monk took off his kasaya, he was no longer so particular about his words. "For so many years, I have been the shooting monk and the preaching monk of the scriptures of Jingang Temple. Day after day, year after year, I have recited thousands of lines of scriptures and dharma for them to listen to. All kinds of people, 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 they just listen to me, P." One of the sleeves of her dress was lifted up to cover her neckline, and she put on a smile that was covering her mouth. The old monk stared at Zhou Fei. "Can you do it?" Zhou Fei was not in a hurry to give an answer. The old monk of the Vajra temple was a Buddhist saint of this world. He was skilled in writing, and his words were like a Vajra pestle, majestic and imposing. The old monk turned to look at the green dress and said helplessly, "She's different." Although Zhou Fei was a banished immortal who had been enlightened for a long time, he did not dare to claim to know all the rules. After all, before he descended, he had to endure some true immortal secret techniques that could imprison his soul. Mirror Heart Chamber, Jingang Temple, Reverence Tower. The masters of these three places had gone through many catastrophes and accumulated experience. They might not know less than him. The old monk smiled. "Almsgiver Zhou, I'm completely relieved to hear you ask." Zhou Fei muttered to himself, "As far as I'm concerned, the best situation would be to take Zhou Shi with me. But what if there was an accident, such as the current situation where Zhou Shi was heavily injured and had almost no chance of sneaking into the top 10. I needed to make sure that after I left, Zhou Shi would have a higher chance of making it into the top 10 after 60 years. Zhou Shi, Fan Wan. No matter who they are, if they go to a bigger world, as long as someone is willing to take care of them, they will definitely shine. At this point, Zhou Fei could not hide his anger. Lu Fang is an idiot. He clearly saw through it, but never really saw through it. Where am I going to find him a master's wife or a junior sister? Back then, he had the nerve to stab me with a sword. The old monk looked up. Zhou Fei suddenly raised his hand, and a letter appeared between his fingers. Looking down at the content, Zhou Fei laughed out loud. Heaven is helping me. He turned to look at the stunning beauties with their own merits. Zhou Fei sighed in his heart and was full of regret. Not to mention Tong Qingqing, who he did not need to hope for, just compared to Nanyuan Kingdom's Empress Zhou Shuzhen, Mirror Heart Chamber's Fan Waner, and the evil sects their martial talent was still too far behind. Nanyuan Kingdom's Crown Prince Wei Yan, who was dressed in casual clothes, led two people through the corridors of the Crown Prince's residence. One of them was Wei Yan's master. The old man was short and thin like a monkey, but he was a true martial arts master in the world today. The other person was Fan Wan, who was worshipped as a goddess by the Jianghu disciples of Nanyuan Kingdom. She was a fairy who came out of Mirror Heart Chamber. Wei Yan's expression was strange. He was a little embarrassed, but more than that, he was glad. But because his master was beside him, he could not show it. The old man who taught Wei Yan advanced martial arts said angrily, "Good guy, hiding under my nose for so many years I didn't find him. Now that we meet, I want to ask for advice from the real skills of the 10 people in the world. The Imperial Tutor is a rare hero in the world, and I have always been convinced, but I don't believe that a cook who cooks can be so powerful." The old man cursed. It turned out that Jingyang Lu had just released a new list of the 10 people in the world. Their names, where they were, and the level of their martial arts were all concise. Ding Ying and Yu Zhen Yi were all familiar faces, but one of them seemed to have appeared out of nowhere, and was hiding in the Crown Prince's residence in the capital of Nanyuan Kingdom. His identity was actually a cook. There was a tall old man who was full of smoke and fire and smelled of oil and salt. He was squatting outside the orderly and spotless kitchen, holding a handful of golden fried soybeans and throwing them into his mouth one by one. Inside, the disciples and grand disciples he had brought up were busy preparing today's lunch. When the old cook saw the figure of Crown Prince Wei Yan, he sighed with a frown on his old face. He was very quiet. Wei Yan ordered the cooks, handymen, and maidservants to disperse. The old cook did not say anything to stop him. He squatted in place and sighed, as if he had accepted his fate. The short old man, who had been so aggressive earlier, suddenly lost his arrogance when he met this grandmaster on the list. He became silent and stared at this old man, who was hiding in the imperial court. The old cook kept glancing at Fan Wan. He took a quick glance and immediately retracted his gaze, as if he could not help but take another look. Even Fan Wan felt a little strange. Wei Yan was a little apprehensive. Could it be that this old man was not serious? Among the 10 people in the world, except for Spring Tide Palace's Zhou Fei and the female Tong Qingqing, no one cared about the beauty of the mortal world. The old cook's first sentence was very intimidating. Do you know how many types of banished immortals there are? Wei Yan and the skinny old man looked at each other. Because Fan Wan came from the Mirror Heart Chamber, she knew some inside information. The old cook picked up a fried soybean and put it into his mouth. There is only good food left in the world, and it has not failed. If even this is taken away, then I can only go and be a drunkard. The old cook no longer looked at Fan Wan. He threw half of the fried soybeans into his mouth, clapped his hands, and stood up, Banished immortals have descended to the mortal world to experience the mortal world. One type is like Zhou Fei and Feng Qingbai, who knew early on and came to the mortal world to seek something. Therefore, their way of doing things is shocking in our eyes, but in their eyes it is right and proper. However, the things these banished immortals seek will not be too deep. Also, your Mirror Heart Chamber's Grandmaster, Tong Qingqing, seems to be hiding from something. The second type is like Lu Fongfang, who awakens later, but will definitely wake up at a certain juncture. There's another possibility, which is just my guess. They've spent their entire lives trying to fulfill their wishes, so they've never been able to wake up. They live one life after another in a daze. Over time, their hometown becomes their hometown, and the foreign land becomes their hometown. This type of person is more special. Often, their appearance is outstanding, and their martial arts talent is very high. However, in the eyes of outsiders, their achievements are always a little bit lower than the highest. The old cook stared at Fan Wan'er again. But sometimes this type of person will inevitably have a violation of the rules smell on them. The so-called possessed by demons and possessed by ghosts in the streets have something to do with this. Little girl, do you feel that there's something strange about yourself recently? Fan Wan'er hesitated for a moment and nodded. Twice. The old cook nodded and said with a smile, "Old Demon Ding is amazing. There is no one in the mortal world who cannot be killed. There is no one in the mortal world who cannot be forgiven. He is not inferior to that lunatic from back then, and is even smarter. I think he will most likely get what he wants this time. Eugenie wants to protect this world, and in my opinion, he is also amazing. However, in the eyes of some people, his scope is still too small. On the contrary, Imperial Tutor Zhongqiu, who has always been suppressed by Eugenie, traveled the mountains and rivers of the 4 nations and the 8 winds by himself a few years ago. I think he will have a bigger chance." Ooh, the old cook sighed. "As for me, the more I say, the more I do, the more mistakes I make. If I don't ask, I will die. In the past, I wanted to make a fuss, but the more I see, the less I have the heart. In this chaotic situation, Demon Ding and Eugenie are sworn enemies. With the 2 of them watching, no one on the list can escape. As for me, I am no longer curious about what the banished immortal is. I am satisfied if I can live for another 20 or 30 years, so..." Old Chef suddenly made a move. His 2 fingers formed a sword seal and pierced several of his vital acupoints. Instantly, blood dripped from his body. In the eyes of Eugenie and banished immortal Chen Pingon, his aura that was close to that of a Dao-fusing cultivator was instantly shattered. Old Chef fell from being one of the top grandmasters in the world to an expert even weaker than the skinny monkey. He chose to voluntarily withdraw from this turbulent situation. The old cook's face was pale, but his smile was relieved. He asked Crown Prince Wei Yan, "With such a big Crown Prince mansion, it shouldn't be a problem to raise an old man for another 20 or 30 years, right? Of course, if you really need my help, Your Highness, you can ask." Wei Yan nodded. "Mister, just rest in the mansion. I will not disturb your cultivation." At the peak of Yunia Mountain, Zhou Shuzhen, who had just walked to the foot of the mountain, came back with a secret letter. She smiled bitterly and handed it to Eugenie. Eugenie took the letter and read its contents. He frowned and asked, "What's going on?" Zhou Shuzhen said helplessly, "It must be from the venerated tower, but it's definitely not the work of our venerated tower." Eugenie looked up at the sky. When one stood at a high enough place and looked at the mountains and rivers, the human world would be a spectacular sight. However, it was difficult to stare at a person closely. Eugenie had a deep understanding of this. For example, in his eyes, he could see old Demon Ding, Chen Pingon, and Lu Fong in Zhuiyuan Alley. Their light spots were especially dazzling. Further away, there were 2 light spots in the Jingang Temple and 4 in the Crown Prince Mansion. Among them, the brightest spot suddenly dimmed. This kind of distant observation did not consume the spiritual energy that Eugenie had accumulated over the years. However, if Eugenie wanted to look at someone closely, he would have to pay a high price. In the house near Zhuiyuan Alley, old Demon Ding, who was wearing a silver lotus crown, suddenly received a secret letter from the venerated tower. At the end of the letter, the old man's eyes lit up. There was such a good thing. Even Ding Ing was a little tempted. He glanced at Chao Qingling and clicked his tongue. "Little girl, you're so lucky." As for that outsider, he must have been ruthlessly tricked by someone. Otherwise, he would not have been suppressed so severely. In the history that Ding Ing knew, there had almost never been such an open intervention during the 60-year cycle. No banished immortal had been beaten like this. 3:13. Regardless of their original intentions, the three groups of people who had besieged Qinpingan, the 7 famous Jianghu experts, including the Pinkvatrama Xian, the People Woman, and the demonic Kultze, had all died on this street. Feng Qingbai, who had traveled the world as a ranger, was a madman. He would do anything to achieve his goal, including breaking walls and sneaking attacks. He failed to assassinate Qinpingan with one strike, and instead he lost half of Ye-Er's life. The clog-wearing beauty, who was expected to inherit the demonic cult sect master as a woman, had yet to turn around. One side of her face was pressed against the cold street, and the beautiful nails of one slender hand gently slid across the bluestone. She looked at Zhou Shi, her eyes full of pain and pleading. Although she had been joking before, asking Zhou Shi to promise not to let her die here, he had still agreed. Why was he still unwilling to act? Zhou Shi did not feel guilty at all. He even looked at her and smiled as a greeting. Lu Feng still did not act. The elusive smiley face had already fought with Qinpingan and did not gain the slightest advantage. Zhou Shi held the scarlet prayer beads in his hand and twirled them gently. Zhou Shi, am the one who is holding you back. But I promise I will do my best to deal with this person. Mr. Lu, smiley face, Feng Qingbai, can we put aside our prejudices today and face the enemy together? Smiley face nodded with a frightening smile. No matter who kills this person in the end, I only want one of his abilities. If I can't get the immortal technique of shrinking into an inch, the reward will be calculated separately. Feng Qingbai gazed at Qinpingan with a burning gaze. The final strike to kill him must be delivered by me. As for all his possessions, I won't take a single one of them. I can also hand over the magic treasure he obtained after killing exiled immortal. You can decide how to split the spoils. Zhou Shi looked at the dying Ye-Er and smiled. I only want her. Lu Feng made the final decision. Then it settled. Feng Qingbai held his sword horizontally in front of him as he bent his fingers and gently tapped the sword's blade. He said with a teasing smile, Sword Immortal Lu, don't just stand by and watch. Be careful not to end up worse off. In the end, all of us will become his martial Dao whetstones. You are the most capable expert on our side. If you continue to hide and use our lives to test the waters, I won't be willing to serve you. At most, I won't meddle in this matter. You guys can do whatever you want. Lu Feng smiled and said, Don't worry. After saying this, the bird's eye peaked sword immortal, whose palm was pressed against the sword hilt, clenched his fist and pulled out the Dachuan sword and scabbard from the ground. Immortals once recorded in books that in ancient times there was a tree named Dachuan. It lived for 8,000 years in spring and 8,000 years in autumn. After it had ripened, mortals who ate it would be able to ascend to the heavens. Qinpingan had been silently accumulating strength. Furthermore, he had to adapt to his state without the restraints of the Taoist robe. Among the fist techniques taught by Old Man Chui, the steaming cloud swamp style and the iron cavalry chisel formation style were fine. They were just different in terms of the weight of the punch. However, for a fist technique like the deity drumming style, The slightest difference could lead to a huge difference. Furthermore, he had to constantly be on guard against Lu Fang. Chun Pingan had to grasp the propriety of every punch. This was the peak of Chun Pingan's fist technique ever since he started practicing martial arts. His physique, soul, essence, and spirit were all the same. "It's coming. Be careful." Lu Fang reminded everyone with a smile. "Seriously, you didn't even give a warning before making a move. You don't have the bearing of a grandmaster." At the same time, with a twist of his wrist, Lu Fang held the hilt of his sword seriously for the first time. After holding the famous sword Dachuan, because Lu Fang's sword qi was too abundant. Even if he deliberately suppressed it, it still continued to pour out, causing his clothes to flutter even though there was no wind. Especially the sleeve of the hand holding the sword. The sword qi was abundant and surging endlessly. The cuff of the sleeve was wide open, and there were actually wisps of hissing sounds coming from inside. In an instant, Smiley Face heartstrings tightened. Without saying a word, he used the incomplete immortal secret technique that he had obtained by chance. With the mysterious Chiman Duanjia, he instantly moved from the Zhun position to the Ken position. However, before Smiley Face could see Chin Pingan's figure, the fist aura had already arrived in front of him and hit him in the face. A wisp of sword light suddenly crossed between Smiley Face's head and the fist aura. The incomparably sharp blade was placed horizontally. In Smiley Face's eyes, it was as if a snow-white thread was placed in front of him. The fist was blocked by the blade, giving Smiley Face a little room to maneuver. His figure disappeared several times, and he retreated again and again. It was not easy for him to get rid of the suffocating pressure. Smiley Face had roamed Jianghu for 30 years since his debut. Originally, his favorite enemy was a grandmaster of external martial arts. He advanced and retreated freely, teasing those so-called grandmasters who were slightly slow in their movements, like walking a dog. This was also the origin of Smiley Face's nickname, Troublesome Ghost. Several old guys who were famous for their Hungnian kung fu were forcefully exhausted to death by Smiley Face, who appeared like a ghost. This was the first time Smiley Face had met a boxing master who could run faster than him. Smiley Face knew that Feng Qingbai could save him once, twice, but there might not be a third time. Thus, he no longer held back. As he retreated and dodged, his hands were hidden in his sleeves. Between his fingers, there were small and exquisite handleless flying knives with cold blade light. The blades were smeared with dark green poison, which was the best way to break a martial artist's gang chi. 50 or 60 feet away from Chun Pingan, Smiley Face saw that after Feng Qingbai's sword had saved him, he had also paid the price. He was closely watched by that person. After 2 or 3 rounds, Feng Qingbai was at a disadvantage. A leg swept across his shoulder, and Feng Qingbai flew out with a bang. Feng Qingbai, whose white robe followed like a shadow, and one of his arms drooped down, was obviously in a bad situation. Return the favor. Smiley Face flying knives flew out again and again from his sleeves. That person was truly a monster. When he punched this time, every step he took seemed very light. When he stepped on the street, Smiley Face almost thought that the person's boots did not touch the ground at all, as if they were always floating in the air, let alone the pink Ma Xuanqing's momentum of breaking bricks and stones with his feet. Smiley Face did not have the extravagant hope that his 6-hook kisses would be able to stab that person. He only wanted to buy Feng Qingbai a chance to catch his breath. Feng Qingbai grinned and spread his fingers. He actually let go of the long sword. A swordsman abandoning his sword? Seeing this, Smiley Face felt a wave of guilt. Could it be that the wanderer Feng Qingbai, who had traveled from the north to the south for 10 years, who had almost single-handedly killed through half of the martial arts world, was only this capable? Feng Qingbai's long sword did not fall to the ground. Without a master to control it, the body of the sword trembled slightly and rippled. Then it suddenly tightened. The long sword hovered in the air. The tip of the sword tilted up, pointing directly at that white robe. It flashed and disappeared. Feng Qingbai shook his left shoulder. He had been swept by the whip leg. There was a piercing pain, but it was not a big deal. Feng Qingbai put 2 fingers of his right hand together to form a sword seal. In this narrow and oppressive little world, sword cultivators could not use their supernatural powers. However, Feng Qingbai could already use the inferior swordsmanship and swordsmanship to the point of perfection. Feng Qingbai had come down this time to temper his sword. He used all methods to temper his sword intent and heart as much as possible. Attack and defense switched. On the street, there was a ball of white snow and a streak of white light. Hairpin boy Zhou Shi first carefully helped Yabur up and let her sit at the foot of a wall to prevent her from inexplicably dying under the sword chi and fist aura of the 2 sides fighting. Feng Qingbai's sword that pierced through her back was truly fierce and ruthless. It had actually directly destroyed Yabur's dantian. Not only that, there was still a strand of sword chi lingering in her body, preventing her from circulating her chi to heal. If there was no expert to help her and strip away that strand of sword chi, she could only wait for death. Even the sacred healing medicine of the Titanium Temple would not be of any help. Of course, Zhou Shi did not flirt with her in the midst of the battle. He crouched in the shadow of the wall and slightly increased the force of his thumb. One of the string of prayer beads wrapped around his fist was pushed out. The scarlet bead did not roll down casually. It bounced twice on the blue flagstones on the street before vanishing into thin air. Zhou Shi kept scattering the prayer beads. This was a protective talisman that his father, Zhou Fei, had given him. If used properly, it could protect his life against 10 people in the world. If he faced 10 people below him, it could kill them. Of course, the master of the Spring Tide Temple had also warned Zhou Shi that if he encountered Ding Ying and Yu Shini, he should run if he could. If he could not, he should kneel and beg for mercy. It was not shameful. Feng Qingbai strolled leisurely as he moved slowly, and he chased after the white-robed man to his heart's content with the sword control technique. Chun Pingan tried to shake him off a few times, yet he was still entangled by the swift, flying sword. The flying sword was so fast that one could only see the sword light flowing. Smiley Face did not dare to do anything unnecessary. He silently adjusted his breathing in the distance. Seeing this scene, Smiley Face was relieved, but also a little frightened. If he encountered Feng Qingbai, how would he deal with him? The white-robed man suddenly stopped and reached out to grab the hilt of the flying sword. Feng Qingbai was not afraid. How can it be so simple? You definitely won't be able to catch me. Before Feng Qingbai could finish his words, Chun Pingan held the hilt with his right hand and chopped at the sword with his left hand. The sword did not break, but the tip of the sword was raised high, forming a huge arc. Feng Qingbai's fingers paused. Chun Pingan also put 2 fingers together and quickly wiped the blade of the sword, just enough to flatten the long sword. He held the sword horizontally in front of him and then loosened his fingers. While Feng Qingbai was in a daze, he was grabbed by the back of the collar and thrown back more than 10 feet. The tip of the sword almost pierced through Feng Qingbai's heart. Chun Pingan moved his fingers slightly, and the flying sword flew back. It lingered around his body like a little bird. I know how to control the sword too. 3:14. Not only had Feng Qingbai's weapon been snatched away, his heart had almost been pierced through by the guy's sword-riding technique. Not only did he not feel humiliated or infuriated, his eyes were even glittering, and he felt that things were finally a little interesting. The rules of Jianghu still had to be followed. Feng Qingbai was saved by Lu Fang. He stood behind the famous half-sword immortal and thanked him. Looking at the handsome back with his sleeves full of sword chi, Feng Qingbai was a little envious. He had only achieved what he had today by relying on his family and sect. Although his talent was not bad, He did not deserve the reputation of being unworldly or once in a century. Lu Fang was different. A person like Lu Fang would be the most outstanding swordsman in any world. Lu Fang, who had his back to Feng Qingbai, smiled. "You're welcome. If you want, I can continue to help you, provided that you have the guts to take back that sword." Feng Qingbai reached out and rubbed his left shoulder. He shook his head helplessly and said, "It's not difficult up there. Unfortunately, I'm destined to not be able to take back that sword here." Lu Fang nodded. "Then you can watch the battle from a close distance." Feng Qingbai smiled knowingly. "The mountains are high and the rivers are long. There will be rewards in the future." Feng Qingbai's trick this time cost him a great favor from his master, who helped him cross the 10,000 mountains with a light boat. He became a banished immortal who had been enlightened for more than 10 years. He gave up his identity as a sword practitioner and stole a body with a decent foundation. Then, he started all over again as a Jianghu swordsman who was purely a martial artist. He challenged masters from all walks of life. There were benefits, but it was far from enough for Feng Qingbai to reach his master's so-called from afar to near. Before coming down, Feng Qingbai and his master had a long talk. In addition to a sword practitioner also had a natal flying sword. Even if they were hundreds or thousands of feet away, they could kill people without leaving a trace. A Jianghu swordsman emphasized that he was invincible within 3 feet. Therefore, Feng Qingbai wanted to comprehend swordsmanship from a close distance. Fortunately, watching the white-robed swordsman and Lu Fang fight was also a cultivation. Feng Qingbai still had the vision and temperament. As for today's victory, Feng Qingbai didn't care. In fact, most of the exiled immortals didn't come to this world for invincibility or complete victory. It was more related to their mental state. Ye-er slumped against the wall, sweating profusely. She was barely able to stop the blood from gushing out. She didn't even dare to look down at the wound. The people woman who had been smashed into the wall had blood all over her face. After struggling for a while, she finally fell to the ground. With her back against the wall, she slowly stood up. She looked at her beloved Pipa. After traveling the Jianghu together for so many years, it had already become a piece of junk. She really didn't have the strength to pick it up. She didn't even look at the situation on the street. With one hand pressed against the wall, she staggered forward. The pitiful woman's face was frighteningly pale, as if she was going to a place that she had to go to. Ma Xian had yet to wake up, and it was possible that he would never have the chance to do so in this lifetime. Zhou Shi's forehead was covered in a fine layer of sweat. Just from the corner of his eyes, he caught a glimpse of the white-robed swordsman riding his sword. Zhou Shi's heart was weighed down by a huge rock, and he almost couldn't breathe. It was not easy to urge those pearls to take root. First, he had to cut off and scoop out a wisp of qi from his body, and then carefully inject it into the pearls. Then, according to the immortal formation map that his father, Zhou Fei, had taught him in private, he used the method named dragon slaying to arrange the pearls as if they were chess pieces. Only then could he be considered to have succeeded. During this period, he couldn't make a single mistake. Each pearl contained the immortal qi that Zhou Fei had plundered and collected from everywhere. Zhou Fei had once asked him to hold a divine weapon and attack at will, but Zhou Shi couldn't hurt the pearls at all. This time, he had followed his father to the capital of Nanyuan Kingdom. He always thought that victory was in his grasp, and he had the mentality of joining in the fun. He only needed to hide in the shadows behind his father and old Demon Ding, sit on the mountain and watch the tigers fight, and watch others live and die. However, Ding Ying didn't act according to common sense, forcing him to accompany Ye-er into danger. His father was dead, and there was still a chance. But he, Zhou Shi, was dead. If he wanted to return to the human world as Zhou Shi, it was as difficult as ascending to heaven. Moreover, with his father's temper, as long as he, Zhou Shi, died halfway, he might not even bother to look at his own corpse. He definitely wouldn't spend the slightest bit of effort. The reason why Qin Pingan didn't take advantage of the victory to pursue, other than Lu Fang's obstruction, was that he was familiar with the weight of the long sword and the quantity of vital qi required for its various flying trajectories. The more precise, the better. A sword master's so-called command of the sword, as one's arm, had just crossed the threshold. More importantly, he had entered a kind of spiritual connection realm. This was a false realm that imitated a sword cultivator's command of the natal flying sword. It was like a rough copy of a book, but the imitation also had its true meaning and great knowledge. In fact, Lu Fang had been hesitating, because old Demon Ding was nearby. If he chose to use all his strength to deal with the white-robed swordsman, it would be easy for the eccentric Ding Ying to act violently. When Ding Ying attacked, he never cared about rules or identity. Perhaps he would even use all his strength to deal with a low-level martial artist that he disliked. Moreover, Lu Fang was worried about the safety of Zhou Shi. At this moment, Lu Fang and Qin Pingan looked in the same direction at almost the same time. It was a tall and thin, blue-robed old Confucian. He walked with a stern demeanor, clearly one of the few grandmasters on this mountain peak. However, he did not interfere in the confrontation between Qin Pingan and Lu Fang. Instead, he turned from the street into the alley and headed for the courtyard, where Qin Pingan was temporarily staying. The imperial tutor, Zhong Qiu, was facing Ding Ying. If there was anyone in the world who dared to use two fists to fight old Demon Ding, and was even willing to fight to the death, it was not the immortal Yu Zhini, who vaguely surpassed the realm of martial arts, nor was it Bird's-Eye Peak Lu Fang. It was only Zhong Qiu. In this way, Lu Fang truly had no misgivings. Lu Fang slowly unsheathed his sword. Every inch of the Dachuan unsheathed. An inch of dazzling brilliance appeared in the world. It was so dazzling that the smiling face almost narrowed his eyes. The skinny little girl, who had always wished that no one could see her, shrank back on the bench. Just as the smiling face was about to narrow his eyes, she widened her eyes and carefully watched the sword light spread from 1 inch to 2 inches. She did not shrink back even with her face full of tears. When the Dachuan was halfway out of the sheath, she suddenly turned her head. She felt as if she was going blind. Even if she closed her eyes, in front of her was still snowy white. She stretched out her skinny little hand and gently wiped her face. The reason why she stared at that person unsheathing his sword was purely because she felt that the scene was very beautiful and wanted to grab it in the palm of her hand. Every time she walked next to the fragrant stalls early in the morning, she would greedily look at the various delicacies in the steamers. She wanted to snatch them and run away, find a place to hide, and throw them away when she was full. It would be best if no one could eat them, and they all starved to death. Zhong Qiu came to the outside of the house. The courtyard door was not closed, so he walked straight in. Ding Ying saw the world's #1 martial artist who had practiced external martial arts to the extreme. She smiled and said, "It's been 60 years since we last met. Zhong Qiu, are you in your 70s this year?" Zhong Qiu looked at the scene on the window and the movement in the side room and frowned. Ding Ying stood on the steps. She was not annoyed by Zhong Qiu's silence. She still took the initiative to speak. "You didn't believe what I said in the past. Do you believe me now?" Ding Ying had seen the world. In the 100 years of Jianghu, there were only a few people who could catch Ding Ying's eye. And in this number, a few had died. Zhong Qiu was one of them. Everyone thought highly of Yu Zhini. They felt that Zhong Qiu, the imperial tutor of the southern court, was superior. Compared to Yu Zhini, who had left the mountain peak and entered the sea of clouds, he was still slightly inferior. However, Ding Ying had never thought highly of Yu Zhini. She only praised Zhong Qiu. 60 years ago, during the Nanyuan Kingdom War, Ding Ying had been involved from the beginning to the end. At that time, Yu Zhini and Zhong Qiu were just youths who had taken advantage of the situation to fish in troubled waters. After the war ended, Ding Ying met the two inseparable people and said that Zhong Qiu would definitely be a grandmaster in the future. Zhong Qiu asked Ding Ying two questions. What are you going to do? What are we doing? Let's sit down and talk. Ding Ying sat on a small stool. She waved her sleeve, and another stool floated to Zhong Qiu's side. After the latter sat down, Ding Ying said slowly, "Before answering the two questions, let me ask you first. Do you know where you are?" Zhong Qiu looked solemn. "There's always someone better than me. I know." Ding Ying smiled and nodded. "Compared to you looking for traces of the banished immortals from secret files, I'm more direct. In the past 60 years, I've killed many banished immortals with my own hands. Some of them were enlightened, while others were still dreaming. I got a lot of information from them." He stomped his foot. "Our place is called Lotus Blossom Blessed Land. It's one of the 72 blessed lands, the territory of the 4 nations, plus the territories that have yet to be developed. We think it's very big. Even the banished immortals think it's too small. According to them, our Lotus Blossom Blessed Land can only be considered a mid-level blessed land. They determine the level of a blessed land. Apart from the abundance of spiritual energy, the population is also very important. Lotus Blossom Blessed Land isn't vast, but there are many martial arts talents in this land. It's always been the best place for the banished immortals to train their minds." Zhong Qiu had been pursuing the truth for many years and had speculated. However, after hearing Ding Ying's words, his calm mind changed. There was even anger on his face. Only now did Zhong Qiu begin to understand Eugenie's pressure, because he cultivated immortal techniques. Other than Ding Ying, Eugenie stood higher than anyone else and could see further. Therefore, he had an unimaginable apathy towards the disputes in the martial world, and even the changes in the imperial court of the 4 countries. Ding Ying smiled. However, the truly strange thing about this Lotus Blossom Blessed Land is, at this point, Ding Ying laughed involuntarily and looked up at the sky. "People? Immortals?" Ding Ying continued. "It's said that it's much harder to enter our blessed lands than other blessed lands. It depends on the person's mood, or rather, fate. In the hometown of the so-called banished immortals compared to the Cloud Cave Blessed Land, controlled by a sect called Jade Gui Sect, Tongyi Continent's Lotus Blossom Blessed Land isn't very famous. There are very few stories about it. If Zhou Fei and Lu Fang are the sons of aristocratic families who were sent out to become officials, their official careers are step by step. However, most of them are people who accidentally barged in. Whether they can get out or not depends on luck." Zhong Qiu pointed to the sky. "If that's the case, that sky beyond heaven is called Tongyi Continent." Ding Ying smiled playfully. "Who told you that it has to be above our heads?" Zhong Qiu was deep in thought. It was rare for Ding Ying to meet someone who was worth talking to. Not only did he not have the airs of the most powerful person in the world, but he also did not have the arrogance that everyone thought he had. Instead, he was like an extremely patient old teacher who was explaining to his students. "Now, I can answer your second question. What are we doing? Every 60 years, the top 10 masters who make the list and survive until the end will be chosen by that person and leave this place. After that, everyone will have a great opportunity. Those who are superior can ascend with their bodies and souls intact, while those who are inferior can only send their souls to other places." Zhong Qiu asked, "So even if the Venerable Tower has to dig 3 feet into the ground, they have to find the real top 10 masters and evaluate them on the list to prevent people from deceiving others and sneaking in. On top of that, in order to prevent anyone from hiding too deeply, they purposely added items that could improve their cultivation and a godly weapon after killing a banished immortal. Was it to encourage the top 20 cultivators to gather and kill one another? Regarding the Venerable Tower that is stirring up trouble, there are many inside stories that are deeper than you and I think. Without the Venerable Tower's warning every 20 years, the world would not be so chaotic." Ding Ying chuckled. However, there are loopholes that can be exploited during this period. Zhong Qiu was worthy of being the imperial tutor of Nanyuan Kingdom. He understood immediately. The strong get stronger and gather together for warmth. They strive to work together and finally divide the benefits. Let's not talk about the past. This time, Eugenie is doing this. He does not distinguish between good and evil and tries to rope in the top 20 masters to target you, Ding Ying, and at the same time encircle the banished immortal. Speaking of this, Zhong Qiu frowned again and looked at Ding Ying, seemingly puzzled. Ding Ying laughed. You're right. The safest way is for the top 10 to know their place and draw close to me early on to seek protection. As long as I leave the demonic cult, act justly and conscientiously, and set good rules for the world, then those who have a chance to enter the list will rely on their own abilities and talents. In the end, I will judge your ranking and whether Eugenie is in the top 3. Then, at least for the next 60 years, the world will be peaceful. There will be no need to fight and spar. Zhong Qiu thought carefully and confirmed that Ding Ying was not spouting nonsense. Ding Ying tapped his knee lightly with his fingers, appearing particularly leisurely. But I feel that this is meaningless. Zhong Qiu asked the same question again. What do you want to do? Ding Ying waved his hand and still did not answer this question. Instead, he changed the topic. You only need to know that the situation has changed this time. There is no such thing as the top 10 or not. The last 3 people to ascend can take away 5 people, 3 people, and 1 person from this world. Ding Ying emphasized. Any 3 people. Zhong Qiu's expression was normal. Ding Ying's mouth twitched. Dead people are fine, as long as they really appeared in history. If you choose those dead people, they will not only come back to life and regain their intelligence, but they will also become loyal puppets. Isn't it interesting? Several people immediately appeared in Zhong Qiu's mind. The founding emperor of the Nanyuan Kingdom, Wei Xian, whose spear arts were divine, was known as the best in the last 1,000 years. The founder of the demonic cult, Lu Baixiang, was the most notorious leader of the demonic cult in the last 500 years. The sword immortal Sui Yu, who was worshipped by Eugenie. The number 1 person in the world before Ding Ying, the complete madman Julien. These people were all worthy of the title of number 1, but without exception, they all died in the human world. Emperor Wei Xian died at the age of 120. Lu Baixiang died in a siege by dozens of top masters. Sui Yu died in front of everyone while riding a sword to ascend. Countless people saw with their own eyes the process of her falling back to the human world. Her flesh and blood melted, and her bones were left standing. She turned into ashes. Julien, who was seriously injured, died in Ding Ying's hands. The silver lotus crown was also placed on Ding Ying's head. Zhong Qiu asked why. Ding Ying smiled. You ask me, but who should I ask? Zhong Qiu looked directly into Ding Ying's eyes. You, Zhou Fei, and Lu Fang are already 3 people. Ding Ying smiled. So now you have 2 choices. Go kill Lu Fang, or join forces with Eugenie to try to kill me. Zhong Qiu was silent. Ding Ying said playfully, but I advise you to wait. Maybe you don't have to kill Lu Fang. Zhong Qiu asked, if you want to leave, which 3 people will you take with you? Ding Ying pointed at Chao Qinglang, who was standing at the door of the kitchen. If I want to leave, I will only take him with me. Zhong Qiu glanced at the child and said doubtfully, his aptitude is not outstanding. Ding Ying laughed it off. Without any restraints, Lu Fang struck with his first sword. After the strike, an extremely long ravine about 5 feet high was split open from where Lu Fang stood to the end of the street, not to mention people like Ye and Zhou Shi, who were born and raised here. Even Feng Qingbai was dumbfounded. It was as if he was in his hometown, Tongye Continent. Smiley face smile became even more vivid. It was good to lean against a big tree and enjoy the shade. In his early years, he became friends with Lu Fang, who was at his lowest point. At that time, he was hot-blooded and accompanied him to the Chunqiao Palace. Under the circumstances at that time, he accompanied Lu Fang to his death. Then, Lu Fang knocked Smiley Face out at the foot of the mountain and climbed the mountain alone to challenge Zhou Fei. When Smiley Face woke up, Lu Fang was sitting beside him. He was no longer the frustrated person who drowned his sorrows in alcohol. For many years after that, Smiley Face was the only one who could climb Lu Fang's bird's eye peak and come down alive. Zhou Shi was the most helpless. Wouldn't the formation that he had painstakingly set up be useless? The only flaw was that the young, white-robed swordsman had run away. The moment Lu Fang struck with his sword, he seemed to have confirmed that he could not block the mighty power of the sword. He moved sideways and directly crashed into the wall, disappearing just like that. Lu Fang looked around and did not feel that the person had retreated. A seemingly casual slash of the sword had split open a door on the wall. Dust flew. A white-robed figure could be vaguely seen dodging the flood-like sword chi and disappearing again. Lu Fang knew that if this continued, no one would be able to hurt each other. His killing power was greater than his opponent's, but that person could dodge every time he struck with his sword. Unless someone made up their mind to exchange lives with the other party, for example, Lu Fang retracted most of his sword chi and gave that person a chance to get close. Or that person was willing to bet that he could withstand Lu Fang's 2 strikes to kill enemies and protect himself, and then kill Lu Fang with a punch. Lu Fang raised his sword. A huge crescent-shaped sword chi appeared in the air and whizzed over. The white-robed figure hurriedly gave up on charging forward and fell rapidly, dodging the sword chi. Lu Fang floated up to the top of the wall. That person dodged several times, but Lu Fang did not see Feng Qingbai's sword. It was a little strange. Lu Fang only saw that person standing on the raised eaves of a roof in the distance, his sleeves swaying slightly. Coupled with the vermilion wine gourd at his waist, he did not look as simple as floating in the air. His vigorous fist intent was one with heaven and earth, and his fist intent was heavy and clear. It was extremely difficult. Even Lu Fang, who was famous in the Tongya continent, had to admit that as long as this young banished immortal with mixed martial arts could leave the lotus flower-blessed land alive, his future achievements would not be low. If one fishing rod could not catch fish, then he would change his method and cast a fishing net. Lu Fang raised his arm and brandished his sword. Apart from the sword in his hand, there were 36 identical famed swords hovering in front of Lu Fang. They were like infantry in a formation, orderly and heavily guarded. The long swords slowly moved forward, and then suddenly accelerated, breaking through the air. Chun Pingon dashed across the rooftops, twisting and turning. Streaks of sword chi that had turned into white rainbows exploded around him, one after another like maggots in a tarsal bone. In addition to controlling the 36 sword chi swords and using them as arrows as long as Chun Pingon widened the distance, Lu Fang would advance appropriately. He always maintained a distance of 300 feet, not giving Chun Pingon a chance to rush in front of him. Of course, Lu Fang wanted to kill Chun Pingon with his sword, not to play a game of cat and mouse. But when Chun Pingon could get close, when he mistakenly thought that he could decide victory with one punch, Lu Fang would set a trap for Chun Pingon. But before the 36 swords were used, that person began to run toward Lu Fang. His agile footsteps stepped left and right, not in a straight line. Lu Fang was slightly surprised and sneered in his heart. So soon? His 5 fingers moved slightly, and the last 6 flying swords suddenly scattered, drawing an arc in the air, and finally the sword tips converged at a certain point. That place happened to be the place that person had to pass through when he punched. In a flash, the 6 flying swords behind that person exploded together with a loud bang, creating a huge commotion. Sure enough, it could be even faster. Lu Fang was not surprised at all, nor did he panic at all. The real sword in his hand swept across. The sword chi condensed into a line. This sword seemed to directly divide the capital of the Nanyuan kingdom into two layers. Instead of retreating, Chun Pingan moved forward and punched at the sword light with an indomitable will. Blood sputtered in front of him. Lu Fang's eyes were indifferent, and he just chopped down with his sword. Up and down, and then left and right. But in an instant, Lu Fang instinctively stepped on the roof, and then a flying sword above his head flew from behind Lu Fang to Chun Pingan. Lu Fang had a lingering fear. Feng Qingbai's sword must have been left near the wall all this time. It seemed to rashly knock away the sword, but it was not for the sake of punching at all. It was to play the sword master's sword and attack from the front and back. Chun Pingan reached out and grasped the long sword. Just a little bit more, and he would have been able to pierce through Lu Fang's heart. But there was no regret on his face, and he said in his heart, "Go." Lu Fang was shocked. He did not have time to warn hairpin boy Zhou Shi on the street. He could not care about anything else, and followed closely behind, throwing the big sword in his hand toward the wall. Lu Fang was slightly distracted, and used the real sword controlling technique so as to avoid making a mistake and killing people instead of saving people. Feng Qingbai's sword passed through the wall and just happened to stab at the back of Zhou Shi's head. Almost at the same time, Lu Fang's big sword was slightly tilted and nailed into the wall, colliding with the flying sword from a higher place. At the critical moment, the big sword collided with the flying sword, causing it to fall. It only pierced through Zhou Shi's shoulder, and the huge penetrating force caused the hairpin boy to stagger forward. Lu Fang suddenly raised his head. A white robe fell like a meteor, arriving in front of Lu Fang through the hole in the roof, and a fist arrived. Lu Fang's entire body slid backward, and he crashed into the wall. The second fist arrived, the deity's drumming style. Lu Fang took the full brunt of the deity's drumming style in this straight line, and kept retreating. The wall that Smiling Face and Chun Pingan had been standing on earlier was also smashed into pieces by Lu Fang's back. Lu Fang tried to use the big sword to save himself, but found that he did not dare. He could only condense his chi to protect his body. After all, the big sword was only a divine weapon of this world, and not the life-bound flying sword that Lu Fang had left behind in the Tongya continent. Chun Pingan resolutely delivered the 10th punch. Lu Fang crashed into the building on the other side of the street, and just like the people woman from before, he finally dove into the wall, bleeding from his 7 orifices. He was in an extremely sorry state, but Chun Pingan also paid the price for his insistence on this punch. A person appeared beside him, and a fist landed on Chun Pingan's temple. It was as if a bell had struck him on the head. Chun Pingan flew backward for more than 10 feet and half squatted on the street. Beside his feet was the ravine that had been split open by Lu Fang's sword chi. The person who interrupted Chun Pingan's drumming style was dressed in a Confucian green robe. He stood there with one hand behind his back and the other clenched in front of him, looking calm and composed. Chun Pingan turned his head, spat out a mouthful of dark green blood, and wiped the corner of his mouth. The skinny little girl who happened to be between the imperial tutor of the Nanyuan kingdom and Chun Pingan had been curled up on a small stool at the foot of the wall from the beginning to the end. She secretly glanced at the person in the white robe. He was indeed powerful, but now he was a little pitiful. She didn't know if it was an illusion, but she realized that the person who had asked her to sit still was looking at the old man who looked like a schoolmaster, but he was also looking at her. She didn't know if it was an illusion, but she realized that the person who had asked her to sit still was looking at her after he slowly stood up after being punched. He was probably saying, "Don't be afraid." She clearly knew that her life was linked to his. Once he died, she would most likely die as well. But she could not help but be filled with hostility. She wished that he could beat that old bastard to death in the next moment. This kind of emotion was indescribable. It was just like when she saw the little snowman in the small wooden box. She liked it so much. Since she could not have it, she would throw it away, destroy it, and die. She felt that there was nothing wrong with this. 3:15. Two flying swords broke through the wall one after another, severely injuring the flower hairpin man, who had just collected all his prayer beads. Then Lu Fong, who had the upper hand, was punched back to the street. The last punch even made Lu Fong sink into the wall. Finally, the imperial tutor of the Nanyuan kingdom, Zhong Xiu, came to end the fight. Zhong Xiu, who was known as the best in the world, defeated the young man with one punch and saved Lu Fong, who had no power to fight back. Feng Qingbai took the opportunity to take back his sword. Not only that, he also tried to find a chance to return Dachuan to Lu Fong. However, Zhong Xiu's appearance made Feng Qingbai give up the idea. Feng Qingbai let out a long breath. If Zhong Xiu's punch had hit his temple, he would probably have to rely on his sect to save him. Otherwise, he could only reincarnate in the lotus flower blessed land again and again. The foundation of a cultivator was constantly being melted and integrated into this world. The world was the furnace, and everything was copper. This was the principle, and that person's servant was the one who was responsible for fanning the flames. That person never showed up and was unwilling to see the world. Only a little Taoist servant with a palm leaf fan was responsible for the operation of the entire lotus flower-blessed land. Of course, he also dealt with the earth immortals of the Tongyi continent who were qualified to know the inside story of the blessed land. Before Feng Qingbai came down under the guidance of his sect's patriarch, he met the servant. Even the unpolished Jade Realm ancestor had to pay respect to the little guy who was very aggressive after coming to the lotus flower-blessed land. Just a dozen years later, it felt like a lifetime had passed. Feng Qingbai had a feeling that his tempering of the Grand Tao sword heart this time had probably come to an end. If his luck was good, then he would at most obtain an immortal artifact of the magic treasure rank. After all, his combat power was now complete. On the other hand, Lu Fong had already fallen. His Taoist heart might be damaged. Even if he returned to the Tongyi continent, he would be in big trouble. Banished immortal, banished immortal. It sounded good, but in fact it was not. Only Zhou Fei, who advocated that if you don't enjoy life, you're no different from plants and animals, came down and did not touch the foundation of cultivation at all, so it was naturally easy and comfortable. However, people like Feng Qingbai and Lu Fong were extremely dangerous. Senior Tong Qingqing, even though she was already the sect master of the Mirror Heart Chamber and one of the 4 grandmasters in the world, had still hidden for decades and had yet to show up. She was a perfect example. Putting away his messy thoughts, Feng Qingbai began to review the battle, trying to figure out as much as possible. Previously, he had been observing this peak battle from afar. Stones from mountains could be used to polish jade. This was the borrowing of one's state of mind on the path of cultivation. It was similar to the Buddhist meditation method. In Feng Qingbai's eyes, the battle at the lotus flower-blessed land was actually not inferior to the battle between the golden core cultivators and the nascent soul cultivators in the Tongye continent. The battle between the white-robed young man and Lu Fong was already so exciting. If Ding Ying and Yu Zhini from both the righteous and evil side finally made their moves, what kind of spectacle would it be? Initially, Feng Qingbai did not think highly of Qin Pingan. This was because Lu Fong was indeed a potential sword immortal who was famous throughout the Tongye continent. He had already gone against the current under heavy suppression in the lotus flower-blessed land, where the spiritual qi was thin. He had opened up a new path and once again touched the threshold of the way of the sword. Lu Fong's sword could attack from afar and defend from close range. However, the result was unexpected. The divine hand that broke the situation was that the person actually saw that Lu Fang would save Zhou Shi. It was rumored in the Jianghu that Lu Fang and Zhou Fei were sworn enemies. Lu Fang had even climbed up the mountain with his sword and had a life and death battle with Lu Fang in the Spring Tide Palace. Feng Qingbai had already been in the lotus flower blessed land for more than 10 years, while the young man had just arrived. Logically speaking, he should be even more unfamiliar with the scenery of this peak. Feng Qingbai really could not understand. A battle should have been clear to the onlookers. Could it be that the young man had not only descended with a complete body and soul, but was also familiar with the inside story? Was that why he had broken the rules and was seen as a traitor by the way of the heavens here? He had to be suppressed and eliminated. Although his injuries were serious, his entire shoulder was smashed. Fortunately, it was only an external injury. Zhou Shi used the Spring Tide Palace's healing medicine that Zhou Fei had made and barely stopped the bleeding. He leaned against the wall with Ye and said with a bleak smile, "I've already done my best." The romantic and elegant hairpin man had attracted the blushes of countless beauties. Unfortunately, there was no romance now, only desolation. Ye was trying her best to suppress the chaotic qi with a secret technique of the demonic cult. This was the martial arts manual of the Chuehua sect, one of the 3 sects of the demonic cult. It had the effect of making withered trees bloom. Rumor had it that a certain sect master of the Chuehua sect had tricked the saintess of that generation of the Mirror Heart sect into peaking at half of the true scripture of pureness. The scripture could rejuvenate people. The sect master of the Chuehua sect could be said to be a genius. He had reverse-engineered the scripture for his own use and compiled this secret technique of the demonic cult. However, the after-effects were huge. Although the user could forcibly suppress the serious injuries, they would rapidly age and accelerate the decay of the body. Ye-Er's face was livid. Wisps of white frost appeared on her temples. Zhou Shi sighed. If he handed over a bronze mirror, would Miss Ye-Er, who was most proud of her appearance, directly go mad? Zhou Shi did not know whether to comfort her or himself. "Don't worry, my father will be here soon. By then, I'll be safe and you won't die." At the foot of the wall in the distance, there was a broken pipa lying alone on the ground. Its owner was nowhere to be found. Every once in a while, there would be drops of blood on the ground. When Chen Pingan stood up, Feng Qingbai, who was holding a long sword, Zhou Shi, who was sitting on the ground, and Smiling Face, who had gone to check on Lu Fang's injuries, all felt their hearts tighten. Lu Fang pulled himself out from the wall and landed lightly on the ground. His body was unstable, and the Smiling Face wanted to reach out to support him. Lu Fang shook his head, and with a stretch of his hand, he pulled the Dachuan back. Along the way, the sword and the scabbard fused together, and the long sword once again stabbed into the ground. Lu Fang's cultivation base in the lotus flower-blessed land, which could be said to be exceedingly high, had fallen to rock bottom. The 10 fists god beating drum style continued to beat Lu Fang, who did not have an outstanding physique, until his soul almost scattered. Lu Fang's eyes darkened. He turned to Smiling Face, whose real name was Qiantang, and said, "Let me rest for a while. Accompany me for a drink." Smiling Face nodded sadly. Just like the first time they met in Jianghu, he was the frustrated person again. Lu Fang chose to take the lead this time. In addition to protecting Zhou Shi, it was more for Qiantang. Smiling Face was not among the 20 people in the world. Before coming to the capital of Nanyuan Kingdom, Lu Fang said that he would take Qiantang to his hometown to see the real immortal Yufeng. At that time, although Lu Fang's words were flat, he had the unique spirit of a sword immortal from Bird's Eye Peak. Even a blind person could feel Smiling Face. The two left the street together. Before Lu Fang left, he cupped his fists and thanked Zhong Qiu. Then he told Zhou Shi to take care of himself. When they arrived at the wine shop where the woman was selling wine, the woman saw the man who stole the sword. Her strong muscles were useless as she cursed and swore. Lu Fongfong persuaded her in every way possible before she brought 2 pots of the worst wine to the table. She slammed them down hard. The smiling Qian Tang almost couldn't hold back from slapping this gossipy woman to death. Lu Fong took out a simple and unadorned small chi from his bosom and handed it to Smiling Face. He said in a deep voice, "In the next 20 years, I may trouble you to do 2 difficult things. One is to carry this thing with you and find my reincarnation. If you get close to me, the small chi will be boiling hot and let you feel it. The second is to find a long sword called Chao Yuan. I won't force this matter. Maybe it will be like this Dachuan and become someone else's sword." Smiley Face looked surprised. "I have made up my mind." Lu Fong did not explain further. "Take the small chi after drinking this pot of wine. Quickly leave Nanyuan Kingdom. If you stay here, you will only make me die faster." Smiling Face had never seen Lu Fong so serious. He could only carefully put away the small chi and nodded in agreement. After drinking the wine, Smiling Face looked at his best friend. Lu Fong said indifferently, "If you really find me, don't worry about anything. Especially don't deliberately teach me martial arts. I will remember." Smiling Face did not smile anymore, his voice carrying a sobbing tone. Lu Fong did not have any sorrow. After silently sending Smiling Face out of the wine shop, Lu Fong turned his head and looked in a direction. He sneered, "You can show yourself. I am the head of a banished immortal. Take it with your ability." A stooped old man walked out from the corner, coughing as he walked. If Smiling Face Qiantang was still by Lu Fong's side, he would definitely recognize this old man, who would be blown away by the wind. The 8-armed immortal Shui Yuan, one of the top 10 people of the older generation, was squeezed out of the top 10 20 years ago. He deteriorated day by day, and was at the bottom of the bottom 10. He was once pestered by Smiling Face for a year, and became a joke in Jianghu. Lu Fong sighed in his heart. He did not expect Bull Zhang's prophecy to come true. At that time, Eugenie secretly gathered heroes and named Ding Ying, Zhou Fei, Tong Qingqing, and Feng Qingbai the 4 banished immortals. Lu Fong laughed and asked if he counted. Now it seemed that the answer was obvious. It might not have been Eugenie's original intention. However, seeing Lu Fong heavily injured and defeated, Eugenie naturally would not miss this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. The bird's eye peak sword immortal has fallen to such a state. If I did not see it with my own eyes, I would never believe it. Shui Yuan grinned and teased Lu Fong. The old man was missing a few teeth. He walked slowly towards the wine shop. It was hard to imagine that this was the world's #1 external martial artist before Zhongqiu. Lu Fong laughed. "Eugenie is generous to let you come and take his head." Shui Yuan bent his back and stopped 20 steps away from the tavern's entrance. "Perfected you is an immortal of the present age, and not a mortal like me. You wouldn't think much of this bit of opportunity. Besides, Great Sword Immortal Lu still has 30 to 40% of his strength. He still has some chance of winning against an old Shui Yuan." Lu Fong sneered. "Great Sword Immortal? You've seen him before? Are you worthy?" Shui Yuan continued to chuckle. "Not worthy, not worthy. Whatever Great Sword Immortal Lu says." Lu Fong's eyes were filled with mockery. Shui Yuan met Lu Fong's gaze and shook his head. As the 8-armed god shook his back and raised his head like a flood dragon, Shui Yuan's aura changed completely. This was the bearing of a grandmaster who had once ranked among the top 10 in the world. Shui Yuan's expression turned dark and terrifying. He was furious, and his words were filled with resentment and resentment. "All of you high and mighty banished immortals deserve to die." "Yes, that's the look in your eyes, Lu Fong. Even if you're clearly a featherless phoenix, you still look at everyone in the world the same way, like you're looking at ants. Lu Fong did not comment. However, he knew that today was the last battle of his life. It was not enough to satisfy him. It was like that with that young man. And it was even more sullen to fight Shui Yuan, who was taking advantage of the situation. At this moment, Shui Yuan, who had just removed his concealment, was like a god descending to the world. However, his body stiffened in an instant. Someone was strangling him from behind and lifting him up bit by bit. Shui Yuan was like a snake that had been hit at its weakest point. He did not even struggle as his feet were lifted higher and higher off the ground. The person who had ambushed the old man said with a warm voice, "What's wrong with looking at you like ants? There's nothing wrong with that. You are ants to begin with." With a crack, Shui Yuan's neck was broken, and he was gently thrown to the side of the street. The wine-gu woman shrieked. The customers of the tavern were shouting that they had been killed, and the birds and beasts scattered. Without Shui Yuan blocking his line of sight, that person was an elegant young master. It was Zhou Fei, who had rushed over from the Diamond Temple. Zhou Fei was still holding a head that had died, with its eyes open. He threw it forward in front of Lu Fong. The head rolled and was dripping with blood. It was smiling-faced Qiantang. Zhou Fei casually threw out the little chi. Lu Fong slowly squatted down and gently wiped the face of the head, making his good friend close his eyes. Lu Fong stared blankly at smiling face. He did not look at Zhou Fei, nor did he pick up the little chi. He only asked with a trembling voice, "Why?" Zhou Fei was silent for a moment and did not answer the question. Since when did Lu Fong become a wishy-washy good-for-nothing? You came here to break through the barrier of love, but in the end, you couldn't break through. If that's the case, you can just return empty-handed. In the end, you can't even pick up a dead person's head that's no better than a stranger's. Lu Fong, even if you return to the Tongya continent, let alone ascending to the upper 5 realms, I firmly believe that you won't even be able to stay in the nascent soul realm. Zhou Fei squatted down. "Tell me, why did you come here? I'm the head of the Jiang clan of the Jade Gui sect. Why did I accompany you in this lotus flower-blessed land for so many years?" It was unknown when, but the sword Dachuan had been placed quietly at Lu Fong's feet. Together with the little chi and the head, they were all lying on the street. In the distance behind Zhou Fei stood a group of devastatingly beautiful women. Some of them were as slender as willows, and some of them were as plump as rice in autumn. Lu Fong raised his head. "Why didn't you go find Zhou Shi first?" Zhou Fei laughed angrily. "My son is dead. I can just have another one. But if you, Lu Fong, die in lotus flower-blessed land, am I supposed to waste another 60 years? Zhou Fei stood up, waved his hand, and called a beautiful woman to his side. "Go and have a drink with senior brother Lu, whom you respected and admired the most in the past. After not seeing each other for so many years, you must have a lot to talk about." The woman's face paled. Zhou Fei patted her cheeks. "Be good. Be obedient." The ground shook and Zhou Fei's figure disappeared. Those women were like birds flapping their wings, flying through the air. Their clothes fluttered and ribbons hung in the air. This charming and gentle scene caused the passers-by on the nearby streets to be mesmerized. Lu Fong stood up and said to the woman with the unfamiliar yet familiar face, "Shall we sit down and talk?" The woman trembled with fear and nodded. The two sat facing each other. The tavern's proprietress hid behind the counter and squatted down. Lu Fong went to get 2 jugs of wine. Without waiting for Lu Fong to pour the wine, the woman who had been in the Spring Tide Palace for so many years and was already used to serving others hurriedly stood up and poured wine for Lu Fong. Only then did she pour a bowl for herself. Lu Fong did not look at that face that had once caused one's heart to break. He only glanced at that pair of slender hands that had been maintained like a young girl's. He lifted the wine bowl and smiled. The woman let out a slight sigh of relief. She thought for a moment, then got up and went to the street outside the tavern. She helped Lu Fong retrieve the small chi and the great Chun sword. She even picked up the head of the smiling man and placed it on another table in the tavern. After she sat down, she smiled sweetly. Lu Fong held the wine bowl in one hand and turned his head to look at the empty street. It was as if he saw a young man and a young woman who were a match made in heaven chasing after each other. Zhong Qiu only had eyes for the white-robed young man. He said, "When you and I fight, no one will interfere. Therefore, you only need to focus on punching." Zhong Qiu added, "If anyone still secretly attacks you, I will definitely kill them, whether it is Ding Ying or you, Zhini." Chun Pingon raised the back of his hand and wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. A wound appeared on his arm, and the white bone was visible. In order to block Lu Fong's sword, the sleeve of his snow-white robe was torn open. This was the first time the golden necklace robe had been damaged. Although the magic treasure's effect had been sealed, its toughness was still there. It was enough to show the superior lethality of Lu Fong's swordsmanship. After Zhong Qiu finished speaking, he began to walk forward. His steps seemed slow, but in fact he floated 20 to 30 feet with each step. There was no fluctuation of qi activity. Zhong Qiu was the imperial tutor of the Nanyuan kingdom. He was also a famous scholar who excelled in calligraphy and painting. Every word and every sentence was in accordance with the rules. Every punch and kick was in accordance with the laws. Those who reached the peak were called literary saints and martial grandmasters. Zhong Qiu was both. Ding Ying looked down on the martial artists of the world, but he had his eyes on Zhong Qiu. Of course, there was a reason for this. Chun Pingon stood in his original position and did not move an inch. Zhong Qiu's leisurely stroll reminded him of the scene when Ding Ying entered the main hall of the White River Temple. The old man from Luo put in Mountain's bamboo house, that kind of invincible posture, Chun Pingon could only roughly understand. It was just that the disparity in cultivation was too great, and the distance between them was too great. Chun Pingon could not figure out the purpose behind it. The old man, surnamed Chui's martial arts were too high. Although he did not spoil Chun Pingon's growth by pulling up seedlings, Chun Pingon's progress after reaching the Four Realms did not benefit him much. However, Chun Pingon could not feel the uniqueness of Ding Ying and Zhong Qiu's oneness of heaven and man the first time. The second time, it was chewy and he could taste some of its flavor. Zhong Qiu simply faced him head-on. He did not have the aggressive aura of the pink Vajra Ma Xian, the treacherous and sinister smile of the smiling face, nor the indomitable advance and sharpness of Feng Qingbai's assassination sword. Zhong Qiu's shoulders shook imperceptibly. He was dressed in a green robe, and the profundity of his shoulders was like the clouds passing by the side of an ancient pine tree. Zhong Qiu's fist arrived in front of Chun Pingon. There was not the slightest bit of fist aura leaking outwards, nor was there any huge sound of wind or thunder. Because Zhong Qiu's fist was too strange, Chun Pingon was momentarily distracted for the first time. He hesitated whether he should meet the enemy with the deity-beating drum style and fight for a decisive blow, or use the deity-suppressing head from the sword art proper to defend himself with a punch. Fortunately, Chun Pingon immediately gave up on these two options. He retreated and slid backwards. At the same time, he instinctively raised his arm and covered his face with his palm. Zhong Qiu's fist hit Chun Pingon's palm. He did not overdo it. However, Chun Pingon was fiercely slapped in the face with the back of his hand. He flew backwards with a bang. He twisted his body, his two snow-white sleeves flipping in the air, and stood still 30 feet away. Zhong Qiu still had one hand behind his back. He said indifferently, "You can't be distracted." Chun Pingon's left hand clenched and loosened. The numbness in his palm, as if struck by lightning, was finally gone. Zhong Qiu said with a smile, "You're too smart. If I didn't test you, I wouldn't be sure whether you're left-handed or not. When you punched Lu Fangzhou 10 times, You were probably sure that Lu Fangzhou would die without a doubt, so you deliberately exchanged your left and right fists, 6 on the left and 4 on the right. Presumably, you started preparing for the next big battle at that time, right? Chun Pingan didn't say anything. Zhong Qiu didn't take it seriously. The reason why I'm stubbornly talking to you about this is that my punch was very unkind when I tried to save Lu Fangzhou. Therefore, when you were distracted just now, I was merciful and didn't kill you. Next, I won't be polite with you. Zhong Qiu turned to Feng Qingbai and the others and said, "Don't touch the little girl on the bench. Otherwise, don't blame me for killing the innocent." Chun Pingan appeared behind Zhong Qiu in a flash. He swung his arm and then suddenly shook his forearm. His fist shot out like an arrow and hit the back of Zhong Qiu's head. Zhong Qiu straightened his back. His back bulged like a mountain and his ribs moved like dragons. He didn't move a single step and took Chun Pingan's powerful and ferocious punch head-on. Because Chun Pingan didn't use the deity drumming style, his punch was too big and powerful. Against a great guru like Zhong Qiu, this punch would probably miss. A pure martial artist, when his kung fu was profound, could avoid danger by not seeing or hearing it. He could even kill the person near his bed in his sleep, and then continue to sleep soundly. Chun Pingan only threw an ordinary punch. Moreover, Zhong Qiu unexpectedly stood as still as a mountain. In this way, it was difficult to stop after one punch. Zhong Qiu threw a backhand punch at Chun Pingan's ribs and sent Chun Pingan flying. However, Zhong Qiu's second punch was kicked by Chun Pingan. Zhong Qiu didn't have a good chance to beat him when he was down. The two separated again and stood still. Zhong Qiu twitched the corner of his mouth. It turned out that the imperial tutor of the Nanyuan kingdom deliberately did this to make up for his sneak attack. Of course, it was also a bait. The two collided almost at the same time. Often, their fists would either miss each other or exchange a punch, as if a dragonfly skimming the surface of the water. This fight was actually silent. It was completely different from the earth-shattering fight between Chun Pingan and Lu Fang. Zhou sure couldn't understand it at all. Feng Qingbai, the banished immortal, was a little better because he had met some great gurus of the Tongya continent. It was a punch that could truly be described as majestic. When this punch landed on a person's body, it would be like a boulder being thrown into a lake. The ripples would cause external injuries and internal injuries. Zhong Qiu once used only one punch to beat a Honglian great guru until he was bedridden for several years. Under his clothes, his skin shattered like porcelain, not to mention his internal organs. After hearing the teacher's words, the skinny little girl on the small stool smiled, as if she had been pardoned. At this moment, she showed her teeth and brandished her claws, imitating Chun Pingan and Zhong Qiu's punches. Finally, the first small victory was decided. Chun Pingan's fist was pushed away by a tricky elbow, and his chest was pushed by Zhong Qiu's palm. His body leaped over the gully and crashed into the opposite wall. Zhong Qiu stepped over the gully created by Lu Fang's sword. However, Chun Pingan did not collapse like the People Woman and Lu Fang. He shook his shoulders and his clothes, and the wall rocks that had been smashed by his back fell to the ground. Just as Chun Pingan was about to make a move, Zhong Qiu's punches suddenly became much faster. One punch followed another, and in an instant, there were 10 punches, 6 punches on the left and 4 on the right. It was the deity drumming boxing stance that Zhong Qiu had imitated. Even the sequence of his punches was exactly the same. What was even stranger was that after Zhong Qiu's 10 punches, the high wall still hadn't been completely broken. Chun Pingan was still trapped in the wall. Chun Pingan didn't resign himself to death. He was too familiar with the deity drumming boxing stance, and after fighting with Zhong Qiu, he had a rough understanding of the stance. 4 of Zhong Qiu's 10 punches were blocked by him. However, after 6 punches landed solidly on his body, blood seeped out from the corner of Chun Pingan's mouth. The last punch, especially, had already made Chun Pingan's body bounce. Even though it was the first time Zhong Qiu had imitated someone else's boxing stance, his punches were still calm and methodical. Just as he was about to make another 10 punches, he immediately took a few steps back. He took another step back and swept across the gully. It turned out that the moment Chun Pingan seemed to be exhausted, his body in the wall slightly bounced back. It was at that moment that Zhong Qiu's hair stood on end. His thoughts tightened, and without thinking, Zhong Qiu voluntarily gave up the great advantage and chose to stop and retreat. Zhong Qiu was unusually vigilant. He had underestimated this young man's ability to withstand pain and almost fell for it. Chun Pingan felt a little regretful. He was only a hair's breadth away from successfully executing the deity drumming boxing stance. Therefore, Zhong Qiu's seemingly fake 10 punches could be considered a waste. After Chun Pingan floated to the ground, he slowly walked toward the gully. Zhong Qiu laughed involuntarily. "I'm learning your boxing stance, and you're learning my steps." However, Zhong Qiu narrowed his eyes. The big boxing stance that he had comprehended had nothing to do with boxing moves. It was to train his back like a mountain, his shoulders like moving clouds and flowing water, his elbows like an eagle's beak, and finally his hands and fists. Once such a stance was set up and constantly trained, it would be like a mountain rooted in the earth. No matter how fierce or exquisite the opponent's punch or sword was, it would always be an enemy to Zhong Qiu's entire spirit and qi. Zhong Qiu had privately named such a proud boxing stance as the Peak. Even if it was given to a grandmaster of external boxing like the 8-armed deity Shui Yuan, who watched with wide eyes and secretly learned from it over and over again, he might not be able to truly understand its inner essence. It was not difficult to look like it, but without a few years of dedicated study, one could forget about it. However, the young man in front of him had already somewhat grasped the spirit of his own boxing stance. Separated by a ravine, the two confronted each other again. Chun Pingan took a deep breath. It was rare for him to take the initiative to speak during a fight. "Does your boxing stance have a name?" Zhong Qiu nodded and said with a smile, "It's called the Peak. When I comprehended it in my early years, I was at the age of youthful vigor. I felt that if I continued to practice it, I could definitely stand at the top of the world. Later on, I was too lazy to change it. Among the 10 direct disciples, most of them have practiced it for 20 or 30 years, but they can't reach a higher level with just a few glances from you. You're indeed a banished immortal." Chun Pingan suddenly smiled and said, "The fist manual that I first practiced is called Mountain Shaking Fist." Zhong Qiu smiled and said, "Is my fist higher than the mountains? Or is your fist able to shake the mountains? Let's see." Zhong Qiu took a step back and squatted slightly. He raised one hand high and slightly tilted his wrist. His palm was like holding something, and his other hand was clenched in front of him. Even if he stood still at this moment, Zhong Qiu still made all the spectators on the street feel suffocated, as if a storm was coming. This was the first time that the world's #1 fighter had put on a real boxing stance. Chun Pingan's heart was as still as water. This trip to the capital city of the Nanyuan Kingdom to look for the Taoist temple and wander around for so long that it made Chun Pingan so upset that he even put down his boxing and swordsmanship. During this time, he had seen many people and things. However, there were some things that he didn't pay attention to at that time, but after fighting with his enemy Zhong Qiu, he was inspired and had accumulated a lot. When he first lived in that house, Chun Pingan had nothing to do because he often had to pass by the neighboring martial arts club. He sat quietly in the shadows where no one noticed and secretly watched those old martial artists in the eyes of the common people practice boxing. The boxing master was an old man who was worshipped by the disciples like a god. In addition to teaching him stance, steps, and boxing stances, he would also talk about his heroic deeds in Jianghu. However, in Chun Pingan's eyes, the old man's boxing skills were really mediocre. At that time, Chen Pingan left quietly very soon. Later, when he looked for the Taoist temple, he didn't have any clues, so he went to the martial arts club to relax. At that time, the master of the martial arts club was watching the disciples while holding his hands behind his back. He talked about very vague martial arts principles, such as one branch moves 100 branches shake. Our internal martial arts does not listen to sound or shape, but listen to the strength. Only when you reach this step can you be considered to be at home. Muscles and bones need to be loose, skin and hair need to be attacked. Once someone attacked me from behind. Purely out of instinct, I turned around and punched, beating him half to death. Chen Pingan found it funny. Finally, the master did something that Chen Pingan had never seen before. For the first time, he had a whole new level of respect for the old man. The old man asked a young disciple who had just become an inner disciple to stand still. Then he asked two people to hold his hands tightly, pulling his arms taut and straight. Two more people squatted on the ground, holding the disciples' knees tightly. After that, the old man began to straighten the disciple's spine. He didn't just pinch the muscles, he straightened it from the disciple's neck to the cervical vertebrae. In Jianghu, this was called Great Dragon Training. Finally, when the old man reached the end of the disciple's spine, he suddenly pressed down gently. The disciple was shocked and shivered. All the hair on his body stood up like a dense forest. The young disciple's struggle made the two senior brothers who were holding his arms sway. They were pulled a step away, but the two who were holding his legs only moved slightly. The old man was a little disappointed, but he didn't say anything. If the four people who were holding his limbs couldn't stabilize their bodies, then they would be considered to be good martial arts talents. The inner disciple who was Great Dragon Training had a good aptitude, but he certainly didn't have a big future. Chen Pingan had watched it with great interest, but didn't think much about it afterward. It was only at this moment that Chen Pingan suddenly realized that he had been surrounded by people for no apparent reason, and that he had been trapped in a tight encirclement, and that he was in a situation of certain death. Before he fought with Lu Fang, he could retract and release his punches freely. But his state of mind didn't catch up. But after fighting with Zhong Qiu, his state of mind was also improved, especially after learning Zhong Qiu's big fist stance and remembering the Great Dragon Training. Chen Pingan's heart was moved. He couldn't help but use the initial 6-step stance of the mountain-shaking fist to move forward. He didn't care about retracting or releasing his fist intent. Unconsciously, he was in the air with each step, but after practicing for 1,000,000 times, Chen Pingan's spine was like a great dragon training on its own after taking the 5th step, making a series of soybean cracking sounds. Zhong Qiu's body suddenly moved forward, and he threw a punch. He wanted to punch the young man whose momentum had skyrocketed back from the ravine. Chen Pingan, who moved like the wind, also threw a punch. They were an arm's length apart, and their fists hit each other's chests at almost the same time. Zhong Qiu's green robe fluttered in the wind, and he instantly disappeared from the street with a rumbling sound. If someone were to look down at the capital of Nanyuan Kingdom from the air, they would find that a long straight line had been torn open. Zhong Qiu, who had been pushed back 200 feet by the punch, had his legs sunk deep into the ground after he stopped his momentum with great difficulty. Although he only suffered minor injuries, Zhong Qiu had lost. The white-robed man stood beside the ravine on the street, not retreating a single step. In terms of this world, Zhong Qiu was no longer the best in the world. He was Chen Wudi, who was 1 arm's length away. 3:16. After seeing the old chef who had concealed his identity, Crown Prince Wei Yan left with his thin, monkey-like master and Fan Wan from Jing Exenjai. The short and thin old man did not dare to fart when he saw the old chef, who was one of the 10 people. Now he began to ramble, saying that the old chef was really blind to learn Tongxian martial arts and that his temperament was too unbearable. He even destroyed his own martial arts for a comfortable life. Wei Yen had no choice but to listen to his master's nagging. The old man put his hands behind his back and shook his head, telling the crown prince not to learn from the old chef who did not know how to improve himself. Otherwise, no matter how high his martial arts were, he would still be a good-for-nothing for the rest of his life. After talking to his heart's content, the thin monkey-like old man found that the golden boy and jade girl beside him had been silent and did not support him at all. He left angrily and said, "I won't disturb you two from whispering sweet nothings to each other." Wei Yen and Fan Wana looked at each other and smiled. Then they looked up at the southern sky almost at the same time. The crown prince said, "Follow me," and took the lead to rush to the roof of a green glass ridge. Fan Wan followed behind. It was the tallest building of the crown prince mansion. The two stood side by side and vaguely saw Lu Fang's sword in the distance. It was magnificent and amazing. Wei Yen was shocked and said with emotion, "As expected of the birds, I peak sword immortal. I'm afraid this sword is not inferior to Sui Yiyu in history. I wonder who can make Lu Fang take it so seriously. Is it old Demon Ding?" Fan Wan shook her head and said, "It doesn't look like it." Wei Yen was a little apologetic. "Fairy Fan, I should accompany you to watch the battle, but with my identity, I can't be willful." Fan Wan nodded and said, "The crown prince is precious and will inherit the Wei family's legacy in the future." Before Fan Wan finished speaking, the thin monkey-like old man flew over from the distance and warned Wei Yen, "Don't go to court death. Since Lu Fang has made a move, there are few people who can make him stop. This kind of fight between immortals is taboo for outsiders to secretly peep. What's more, old Demon Ding likes to wantonly kill people who watch the battle." Wei Yen said with a smile, "Master, you just said that the old chef was as timid as a mouse. It's not in line with the purpose of martial arts." The old man was so angry that he laughed and said, "How old is that guy? How old are you, little brat?" Old chef was already so old, and he had already enjoyed enough blessings. He also had a body full of skills, so he should find a powerful opponent and fight to the death. In any case, he could be like Sui Yu, who failed to ascend, and obtain a good reputation in the pugilistic world. Wei Yen, you're still young, and your martial arts skills are not good enough. It's still too early for you to seek death. Wei Yen had a very good relationship with the old man. He was not only a strict master, but also a family elder with a sharp tongue, but a soft heart. They usually got along like friends, so he teased, "Yes, yes, yes. Master, you're right. You have the final say in the world." The old man exclaimed in surprise, "Something's not right. Why is it so quiet over there? It doesn't seem like sort of Mortal Lu's style." The old man was curious. "My heart is itching. I have to go and take a look." The skinny monkey-like old man stepped on the roof of the mansion a few times. In the blink of an eye, he was already 1,000 feet away and finally became a black. Crown Prince Wei Yen sat on the roof ridge. Fan Wan did not sit down. She was still looking into the distance, unwilling to withdraw her gaze for a long time. Wei Yen hesitated for a moment and asked, "Fairy Fan, may I ask, is Immortal Master Tong already in the capital?" Fan Wan showed a tired and absent-minded expression. She shook her head and said, "You may not believe it, but I've never seen Master." Wei Yen couldn't believe it. Fan Wan's background had always been shrouded in fog. Even Wei Yen, who was supported by her and Mirror Heart Sect, was also confused. He only knew that Fan Wan was the leader of this generation of Mirror Heart Sect. She traveled in Jianghu and had been alone these years. However, there was no doubt that Mirror Heart Sect was a colossus. Not only were there chess pieces of Mirror Heart Sect in the Nanyuan Kingdom's imperial court, but there were also figures of women from Mirror Heart Sect in the 4 countries in the world. Not to mention the grassland beyond the Great Wall. Nanyuan Kingdom was considered the territory of the imperial tutor. Songlai Kingdom was guarded by Immortal Eugenie. North Jin Kingdom had bird's eye peak Lu Fong and mirror heart sex Tong Qingqing. However, Tong Qingqing almost never showed up, as if she was even more distant from the world than Lu Fong. There were so many rumors about Tong Qingqing in Jianghu. Some said that she was Ding Ying's confidant when she was young, but because of hatred, they parted ways. Some said that Tong Qingqing was actually the direct disciple of the madman Julien and was once the princess of North Jin Kingdom. Some said that Tong Qingqing was originally a man as beautiful as a fairy, but after practicing the magic of immortals, she became neither a man nor a woman. However, she returned to her natural state and did not age. As old immortal Eugenie came out of seclusion this time and appeared with an unimaginable childish appearance, some people began to speculate whether Tong Qingqing had regained her youth and was no longer beautiful in the world. Wei Yan did not believe any of this. Fan Wan'er turned her head and explained with a smile, "I was once the daughter of a poor family in Songlai Kingdom. A senior sister who was traveling Jianghu took me in as a disciple and brought me to Mirror Heart Sect. I was only 6 years old at the time and did not know anything. I bowed 3 times in front of Master's portrait in the pavilion, and that was the completion of the ceremony. The sect collected many secret books left behind by the fallen immortals. My white ape-back swordsmanship is one of them. It is not considered a martial art of Mirror Heart Sect." Fan Wan'er smiled bitterly and said, "I'm probably the one who wants to see Tong Qingqing the most in Jianghu." Speaking of this, Fan Wan'er smiled and put her palms together. She lowered her head and apologized. "I called Master by her name. Don't blame me." Wei Yan was amused by Fairy Fan's rare childlike innocence, and naturally thought of that night when she walked on the bridge and patted the lion's head on the bridge. Compared to Fairy Fan of Mirror Heart Sect, Wei Yan liked this kind of Fan Wan'er more. At this time, a spy from the Crown Prince's residence appeared on the steps below. Wei Yan floated down and returned to the roof after a while. He said with a serious expression, "Venerate Tower is up to no good again. The list that was just released has already spread like wildfire outside. I'm afraid the entire capital has heard of the new 10 people of the world." Speaking of this, Wei Yan's expression was strange as he reported that 10 people one by one. Demon Sect Sovereign Sect Master Ding Ying, Lake Mountain Sect Master Eugenie, Spring Tide Palace's Zhou Fei, Chinpingan, Nanyuan Kingdom's Imperial Tutor Zhong Qiu, Blade Sharpener Lu Zong, Armed Saint Cheng Yuanshan, Vajra Temple's Cloud Mud Monk, Northern Jin Kingdom's Longwu General Tang Tie, and Wanderer Feng Qingbai. The last 3 people, including Chen Pingan, had never been on the list before. They were all new faces. Fan Wan'er asked in a daze, "What about my master and Lu Fong's?" Wei Yan was speechless. How would he know the answer? After Zhong Qiu got up from the ruins, he shook his green robe to shake off all the dust. At the same time, Hairpin Man Zhou Shi and Demon Sect's Yi, who were enjoying the cool air at the foot of the wall, felt a cool breeze on their faces. Then the light dimmed, and they looked over. Zhou Shi was relieved, while Yi had mixed feelings. She was afraid that this uninvited guest would take a fancy to her and become obsessed with her. She was also relieved that her life was not in danger for the time being. After Zhou Fei appeared, the beauties of Spring Tide Palace, who were all second-rate masters in Jianghu, also landed not far away, scattering flowers. Zhou Fei looked at his miserable son and shook his head. "You're so useless. Even if I take you home, how can you compete with Jiang Beihai? You'd better stay here obediently for another 60 years. Otherwise, you'll die when you go out. You'll either be killed by Jiang Beihai, or I'll be beaten to death by you. After 60 years, rank in the top 3 of this lotus flower-blessed land, and I'll take you away. If you can't even do this, you'll die of old age here." Zhou Shi's face was full of astonishment, but he was not too disappointed. He was speechless. Zhou Fei glanced at Yip beside his son and sneered. Are you thinking that it's not bad not to go out and you can fly away with the woman you like? Zhou Shi, whose thoughts were seen through, blushed slightly. Zhou Fei reached out and grabbed at the void. Yip was immediately pulled up by an invisible hand. Zhou Fei waved his sleeve, and a green dress appeared beside him and automatically put it on Yip. After the strange dress, Yip-er's wounds healed at a speed visible to the naked eye. Her blood flowed back into her body, and her qi turned from a flood to a steady river. Zhou Fei bent over and said to Zhou Shi, You stay, but the woman you love has to leave. I'll wait for you for 60 years. If you fulfill your promise, you'll be qualified to follow me to Tongya Continent's Yugui sect. You can marry this little girl on the same day. If you fail, the next time we meet at Spring Tide Palace, you can see her put on the wedding dress and call her mother. Zhou Shi hurriedly stood up and said resolutely, Okay. Zhou Fei smiled brightly and patted Zhou Shi's head. Good son. The woman whose fate was decided in the blink of an eye felt as if she had fallen into an ice cellar. Feng Qingbai stood far away. He did not dare to provoke Zhou Fei. Every time Zhou Fei finished speaking, Feng Qingbai would silently move further away. According to banished immortals' words, the more ambitious a cultivator was, the more he would give up, and the later he would awaken. For example, Lu Feng was already an earth immortal of the nascent soul realm in the Tongyi continent. Moreover, he was also a sword cultivator. Therefore, he must have come here to overcome his inner demon and heart-knocking stage. Even so, step by step, Lu Feng went from being an ignorant child to learning from a second-rate master to comprehending swordsmanship on his own. In the end, he was able to become one of the 4 grandmasters, the bird's eye peak sword immortal under the restrictions of the lotus flower blessed land, and in a huge cage with thin spiritual qi. This was Lu Feng's strength. Feng Qingbai was ashamed of his inferiority. He was far inferior. His identity as a banished immortal was a trick. Although his soul was incomplete and his physical body was left in the Tongya continent like Lu Fengzhou, he retained most of his memories. He only borrowed the skin of someone else in the lotus flower blessed land as a temporary residence. In the end, Lu Fengzhou was following his heart and seeking Tao. Feng Qingbai was taking a step back and seeking Tao with his skills. Zhou Fei from the Spring Tide Palace, whose true identity was unknown in the Tongya continent, was most likely a banished immortal like Feng Qingbai. Furthermore, he was more opportunistic. Clearly, he did not come here for the great Tao. He was simply here to sightsee. But he came to lotus flower blessed land to indulge in wine and women. He stayed here for almost 50 years. Then who was Zhou Fei? How could he have such courage and financial resources? Tongya sect, Yugui sect, Taiping Mountain, Fuyo sect? Feng Qingbai lamented in his heart, coupled with the sudden appearance of the white-robed young man. His luck was really terrible. In the past, the opportunities in lotus flower blessed land were not so hard to obtain. Ding Ying, Zhou Fei, Yushini, Zhong Qiu, Lu Feng, and that young man, any one of them, if placed in the previous 60 years, was the most promising person in the world, especially the 3 of Ding, Zhou, and Yu who had not yet appeared. Even if they were to fight against the Nanyuan Kingdom's founding Emperor Wei Xian, the Devil Sect's founder Lu Baixiang, the female sword immortal Sui Yu, and the martial arts madman Zhu Lian, they could still fight. Zhou Fei, who was chatting with his son, Qin Pingan, who was still confronting Zhong Qiu, and Feng Qingbai. On a street, 3 banished immortals stood. 2 people walked over side by side, blocking Feng Qingbai's path of retreat. The sharpener Lu Zong, who opened a silk shop in the capital, and the armed sage Cheng Yuanshan, who dominated the grasslands beyond the Great Wall. Cheng Yuanshan held an iron spear in his hand and stared at the wanderer. The sharpener Lu Zong looked at Zhou Fei and then glanced at Qin Pingan, who was further away, as if he was choosing an opponent. Feng Qingbai sighed and clenched the long sword in his hand. He had a headache. If his big backer did not come, he would really die here. Even if his backer did not come, his good brother would come. Feng Qingbai's eyes lit up, and he smiled knowingly. A man in a black robe with an elegant temperament walked over from afar with a long saber hanging from his waist. Feng Qingbai smiled and waved his hand to greet him. "Brother Tang, you're here?" The middle-aged man nodded slightly. Cheng Yuanshan's heart tightened. This was a little tricky. The person who came was the mainstay of Northern Jin Kingdom, the dragon General Tang Tie. As the top general in the world, he rarely charged into battle. The world only knew that this martial artist from a wealthy family liked to use sabers, but no one knew the depth of his saber skills and cultivation level. Other than using troops like a god, Tang Tie was also mentioned for an interesting incident in the boudoir. It was rumored that this person was addicted to eyebrows and liked to have his wives draw all kinds of long eyebrows. Once it was revealed, the noble ladies in the capital of Northern Jin Kingdom all imitated him. Cheng Yuanshan said softly, "Old Lu, don't let your guard down. Tang Tie uses sabers and is extremely domineering. He is good at using one saber to decide victory and defeat, and two sabers to decide life and death." Lu Zong said absent-mindedly, "Saber user? I'm not interested in him." He pointed at Chen Pinggan in the distance. "That kid is mine." Lu Zong ignored Cheng Yuanshan and walked straight ahead. He did not even care about Feng Qingbai and continued forward. He gently combed his white hair with one hand and hid the other in his sleeve. Thus, it became the holy arm Cheng Yuanshan against two masters. Cheng Yuanshan made an unexpected move. He walked to the side of the street with his spear and made way for Tang Tie. He gestured for him to go ahead and meet up with Feng Qingbai. He would not stop him. When Tang Tie walked past Cheng Yuanshan, he did not forget to turn around and ask with a smile, "You're really not going to take two sabers from me?" "It's just two sabers. It'll be fast." Cheng Yuanshan simply closed his eyes and rested. Feng Qingbai was somewhat impressed by the holy arm's ability to cultivate his mind. Tang Tie walked towards Feng Qingbai and complained, "The last time we met, you said that you would only come here to fish in troubled waters. How did you become the vanguard?" Feng Qingbai laughed and said, "Wealth comes from danger." The two met 2 years ago in a border county of the Northern Jin Kingdom. At that time, Tang Tie had just led the army to defeat the grassland barbarians. By chance, they hit it off at first sight. Feng Qingbai even served under Tang Tie for more than half a year and participated in a great battle as a scout. If Feng Qingbai had not insisted on continuing to travel, Tang Tie would have asked the emperor of the Northern Jin Kingdom for him to be a general. Feng Qingbai looked at the familiar face and asked curiously, "Why are you here?" Tang Tie looked back at the holy arm Cheng Yuanshan and then glared at Feng Qingbai. "Shinrenyu said that he wants your life. Even I heard about it. Don't you know? How many people want your life now? Do you really think there's only one Cheng Yuanshan?" Feng Qingbai pursed his lips and held back his laughter. Of course, there was a mystery here. This story was enough for the two brothers who had reunited in a foreign land to drink a few pots of good wine. Although Tang Tie was a native of the Lotus Blossom-blessed land, but even in the Tong Yi continent, Feng Qingbai had never met such a fellow that was to his liking. Tang Tie had a heroic temperament, extraordinary talent, and shocking talent. Any kind of praise could be used on this martial artist who was full of military strategies. Writing was a small matter. Jianghu was just like that. It had to be known that writing was a strategy, while martial arts was the art of war. This was Tang Tie's view. Perhaps in the entire lotus flower-blessed land, only Tang Tie could do such a thing. Feng Qingbai wanted to keep him in suspense. He smiled and said, "As long as Brother Tang doesn't covet my head," before Feng Qingbai could finish his words. His line of sight was blocked by the snow-white saber aura. At the last moment of his life, Feng Qingbai was only at a loss. The banished immortal Feng Qingbai was split in half on the spot. Half of his corpse hit the walls on both sides of the street. Tang Tie slowly sheathed his saber. It was the demonic saber refiner that had disappeared for many years. It was one of the 4 great blessings, along with the silver lotus crown on Ding Ying's head, the blue dress in the capital of the Nanyuan Kingdom, and the Arhut golden body of the Baya Temple. Tang Tie's expression was neither sad nor happy. He muttered to himself, "On the way here, I just heard that you were ranked among the latest 10 people in the world. You are at the bottom, ranked 10th. Also, I am on the list, ranked 9th. Feng Qingbai, you probably thought that you could live to the end because you had an open and honest conversation with Eugenie in private. It was true. I came here this time to save you, but you should not have been ranked 10th, and I am 9th. Both of us are on the list at the same time." Tang Tie sighed slightly. Even a banished immortal will die. He picked up the saber on the ground and hung it at his waist. Intentionally or unintentionally, Tang Tie showed a flaw. Almost no top master in the world had seen his saber technique. Those who had all died under Tang Tie's saber. 20 years ago, after His Majesty was almost assassinated by martial artists in Jianghu, the imperial court of the Northern Jin began to go crazy. They secretly captured dozens of first-rate and second-rate masters and used them to practice the saber for General Longwu. This caused the Jianghu of the Northern Jin Kingdom to be bleak. Lu Fang was at the bird's-eye peak and did not care about worldly affairs. He was deeply rooted in the Mirror Heart sect and had infiltrated the imperial courts of other countries. His ambition was clearly the world, not the Jianghu. He never interfered with the Jianghu fights and Jianghu feuds in the Northern Jin Kingdom. Tang Tie was in the Northern Jin Kingdom and had hundreds of thousands of the most elite border troops. In his spare time, he would draw the eyebrows of beauties. His life was very carefree. Just as Cheng Yuanshan said, he only had 2 sabers in his life. One saber was invincible, and the other was to attack only after the enemy had attacked. Therefore, first-rate masters whose cultivation was lower than Tang Tie's would definitely die. As long as their cultivation was not much higher than Tang Tie's, they would also be in danger. It was a pity that the armed Saint Cheng Yuanshan did not act rashly towards Tang Tie's flaw. The old man only silently retreated. Facing the Northern Jin Kingdom's General Longwu, it was not that he did not have the ability to fight. On the contrary, he believed that his chances of winning were higher. However, after receiving 2 sabers from Tang Tie, he would definitely be injured badly. By then, it would probably be someone else's turn to cut off his head. The mantis stalks the cicada, unaware of the oriole behind. The slingshot is below. Tang Tie suddenly lowered his head and looked. He saw that the carvings on the scabbard of the refiner in his hand were like flowing mercury, emitting a faint 5-colored glow. Then it followed the hilt and palm of the scabbard and spread up to Tang Tie's shoulder and neck. Tang Tie did not let go of the scabbard. When the glow had completely sunk into his skin and bones, Tang Tie felt that this refiner that he had obtained recently by chance had finally become one with him. In the distance, Zhou Fei clicked his tongue and said, "You're really lucky. You killed a banished immortal and obtained a magic weapon that recognized you as its master. You're like a tiger that has grown wings. Your ranking will definitely move up a little." Zhou Fei turned his head and lectured his son Zhou Shi and Ye with a smile. "See that? That's how a person should be. You should only act at the last moment and earn a lot. That's why it's said that the more active you are in the early stages, the more miserable your death will be. Look at those 2 old bastards Ding Ying and Eugenie. Have they shown themselves? Nope. Yes, there's also that old witch Tong Qingqing from the Mirror Heart Chamber. She's hidden the deepest. No one can find her. I'm puzzled. Why would a banished immortal come here to fool around? It's as if he was born to run for his life. Even Ding Ying couldn't find him all these years. She's the best in the world when it comes to seeking fortune and avoiding calamity. Zhou Shi smiled bitterly. It was already not easy for Zhou Shi to not become a lunatic with such an eccentric father. In order to help that Uncle Lu overcome his inner demons, he had done so many dirty things. In fact, Zhou Shi could tell that his father had never been interested in beauty or even power. When he was still a child, he saw Uncle Lu barge into the Spring Tide Palace with his own eyes. His father stood still and let the other party pierce his heart with a sword. At that time, there was also a woman between the two of them who was determined to die to protect his father. She was Uncle Lu's most respected master's wife. His father, Zhou Fei, did not seem to be injured at all. He casually pushed the infatuated woman away and then walked forward step by step, allowing the sword to drill out of his back inch by inch. His father only had eyes for Lu Fangzhou. He stopped when he was almost face to face with Lu Fangzhou and asked with a smile, "Lu Fangzhou, are you awake?" Zhou Shi sighed. This was the immortal cultivation in his father's hometown. It was too strange. Yer, who had put on the blue robe, was even more silent. Her master, the only disciple of Ding Ying, the cult master of the devil sect, was seriously injured last year. When he returned to the sect, he could not heal his wounds and could only watch as his body decayed and his vitality rapidly faded. However, the last words of this ambitious man in Yer-'s eyes were very strange. When immortals travel the world, they don't feel hot in fire, and they don't drown in water. What about immortals? I've seen them too. As a disciple of the devil sect, Yer did not have much prejudice and hatred for those immortals of unknown origin. She did not even yearn for the legendary ascension. She was reluctant to leave the human world and this hometown. She only wanted to compete with Fan Wan who was not inferior to her in appearance, talent, and ambition. She wanted to support the second prince to ascend the throne and then fight for the unification of the 4 countries. Then she could be the empress of the Nanyuan kingdom, the mother of the world, or the new master of Jianghu after her master grandfathers Ding Ying and Yushini. It was just that this time, the Reverence Tower, and that God just had to choose the Yunyo mountain of the Nanyuan country as the place of ascension. She was also found by that master grandpa and became his lackey. She was so sad that she could not help but look up at the alley where the house was located. "My master grandpa, alas, why don't you come out?" Tang Tie had already left because he had no confidence in Zhou Fei. Even if he had a complete refined master saber, his intuition told him that he would definitely die if he met Zhou Fei. It was just like those pitiful gurus who had been reduced to whetstones when they met Tang Tie. So he went to find trouble with the armed saint, Cheng Yuanshan. But what annoyed Tang Tie was that the guy actually slipped away and hid his breath. He was like a fish in the water in the capital. Tang Tie's heart was full of hatred. If they were in the capital of the northern Jin kingdom, Cheng Yuanshan could only wait for death. He could mobilize the imperial guards of the city and wantonly hunt down any guru who was alone. Of course, Tang Tie did not have the thought of killing Ding Ying and Yushini, nor did he dare to. He quietly left the northern Jin kingdom and came to the Nanyuan kingdom. Almost every step he took was within the calculations of Jinrenyu. Perhaps it was even earlier, from the moment he got the demonic saber refined master saber. Tang Tie did not yearn for ascension or the home of the immortals. This world was enough for him to show what he was good at. Ding Ying and the child named Chao Qingling. One sat on a bench and basked in the sun while the other stood at the door of the kitchen, trembling as he held the chopper. Ding Ying had just learned that Tong Qingqing was not among the 10. He sighed and turned to the child with a smile. "There's nothing for you to do. That woman is really, at this point, even a great demon like Ding Ying did not know whether to laugh or cry. He did not know how to accurately evaluate Tong Qingqing. Ding Ying knew Tong Ching from the Mirror Heart Temple better than anyone else in the world. For one thing, they were of the same age and were of the same generation. They had known each other for a long time. Ding Ying was the second martial arts genius of the devil cult after Liu Baixiang. He was among the top 10 in the world at a young age, so he wandered alone in Jianghu. Tong Ching's identity at that time was similar to Fan Wan-er of the Mirror Heart Temple. However, compared to Fan Wan-er, who was advancing step by step and playing countless heroes in the palm of her hand, her master, Tong Ching, was an out-and-out coward. She was forced to be the next master of the Mirror Heart Temple, but she shamelessly stayed in the temple and was unwilling to go out to help the sect seek the world. Ding Ying was extremely bold. Once he sneaked into the Mirror Heart Temple and went to the pavilion in the middle of the lake to enjoy the cool breeze and the moon. As a result, he met Tong Ching, who was sobbing in the pavilion and curled up against the pillar of the pavilion. The girl was talking about her worries and did not notice Ding Ying. She was busy complaining that her master was too cruel and wanted to drive her out of the sect. She complained that her senior and junior sisters were too stupid. They were so diligent in practicing martial arts that they could not beat her, who was lazy every day. Then she counted her fingers and talked about the masters in Jianghu, how powerful and how cruel they were. In the end, she did not even let the second-rate masters go. Ding Ying felt that she had really seen a ghost. There was actually such a woman who was so afraid of death in this world. Tong Ching was, after all, one of the top 20 experts in the world. When she finally discovered Ding Ying, she also looked as if she had seen a ghost. Her first sentence was to tell Ding Ying that as long as she didn't kill her, she would pretend that she hadn't seen anything. Tong Ching was, of course, a beauty compared to her disciple Fan Wan-er and the Empress of Nanyuan Kingdom, Zhou Shuzhen. She was indeed more moving. But even after so many years, what Ding Ying remembered most clearly was Tong Ching's expression at that time. She had tears in her eyes, pouted her lips, and begged for help. She was timid and weak, like a young deer that had met a woodcutter in the depths of the forest. Ding Ying had been infatuated with martial arts all her life. She had never had any romantic feelings for Tong Ching. But Tong Ching's temperament and her expression at the Mirror Heart Pavilion that year were truly unforgettable to Ding Ying. That time, there had been no disturbance. Ding Ying had gone to the Mirror Heart Pavilion to steal a secret manual and quietly left. After Ding Ying had left, Tong Ching was so scared that she hurriedly ran back to her courtyard without even informing her. Later, Ding Ying became more and more famous, especially during the chaos of the Nanyuan Kingdom 60 years ago. Ding Ying had won the Silver Lotus Crown and became the most powerful person in the world. After that, she had killed dozens of banished immortals and learned many secrets. During this period, Ding Ying had met Tong Ching by chance. At that time, she was probably too ashamed to hide in the Mirror Heart Pavilion and finally began to roam the Jianghu. But everything went wrong, and she was shockingly beautiful. She was caught by the master of the Soldier Seal sect, one of the 3 sects of the devil cult. If Ding Ying had not happened to pass by the Soldier Seal sect and saved Tong Ching, this fairy would probably have become that fat pig's sex toy. Ding Ying had not saved her in vain. He did not use torture to interrogate her and learned many secrets of the Mirror Heart Pavilion, as well as the dozens of superior secret skills that she had firmly memorized. Most of them were skills used to save her life and escape. Otherwise, they were skills that could turn something rotten into something magical. They had great killing power. She had a photographic memory and easily memorized them, but she did not learn any of them. If Ding Ying had not been unwilling to ask for more, she would have wanted to go back to the Mirror Heart Pavilion and steal a few more immortal skills for him. She even patted her chest with tears in her eyes and promised that she would make Ding Ying invincible, unparalleled, and unify the Jianghu. She probably forgot that Ding Ying was already the most powerful person in the world at that time. Many years later, After Tong Qingqing returned to the Mirror Heart sect to inherit the position of sect leader, Ding Ying went to look for her again. In the end, she did not find her. She knew that this coward had most likely practiced the secret of the Mirror Heart sect, which could make a woman regain her youth. Moreover, her cultivation would rise with the tide. The younger she became, the more profound her cultivation would be. The premise was, of course, that she would lose her devastatingly beautiful appearance. But to Tong Qingqing, this price was probably nothing. Sure enough, as Ding Ying expected, Tong Qingqing finally entered the ranks of the top 10 in the world. So this time, when Ding Ying entered the capital of the Nanyuan Kingdom, he had been paying attention to all the children with inner spiritual aura. He found 6 or 7 children, but they were not Tong Qingqing. Interestingly, these children might not be able to become first-class masters in martial arts, but if they practiced the immortal skills of the banished immortals, they would definitely make rapid progress. Of course, Ding Ying had no interest in cultivating them to become the next Yu Zhini or Zhou Fei. Finally, Ding Ying found Chao Qinglang right under his nose because he suddenly had a strange idea. Even if he was a boy, Ding Ying felt that with Tong Qingqing's character of being unscrupulous in order to save her life, and with so many strange secret manuals in the Mirror Heart Pavilion, especially several immortal skills that involved the transfer of souls, it might really be possible that Chao Qinglang was hidden in his body. The real body could be hidden casually. The world was so big that a living person would inevitably leave some traces, but a dead person would be difficult to find. But everything was subverted by the list. Tong Qingqing was not among the top 10 people. This showed that Tong Qingqing was definitely not a child at that time. Obviously, the extremely timid Tong Qingqing believed that he, who was familiar with her background, would come to find her. It was very likely that she had immediately reverse-deduced the immortal skill after getting into the top 10 last time, which increased her age and caused her cultivation to decline. Ding Ying could be sure that the top 10 people on the list before today had been tampered with by Zhou Shuzhen, the head of the Tower of Reverence, because the Empress of the Nanyuan Kingdom was originally a disciple of the Mirror Heart Pavilion. But Zhou Shuzhen had no way to decide the final ranking of the list because the top 10 people were decided by a certain god, which caused Tong Qingqing to give herself away. At this moment, sitting in the courtyard, Ding Ying laughed loudly. He was very curious about what kind of cultivator such an unheard of banished immortal would be in his hometown. As for which identity Tong Qingqing was using and where she was hiding sneakily, Ding Ying was no longer curious. Anyway, it was interesting enough. Even if he guessed the truth wrong and Tong Qingqing could defeat him this time, Ding Ying didn't care. What Ding Ying wanted was to occupy at least 80% of the martial arts fate in the world. He wanted to ascend in broad daylight with his pure physical body and complete an unprecedented feat. He wanted to go further and higher than Zhu Lian and Sui Yuyu. He wanted to win against the god of this world. At the very least, he wanted to force the god to break his own rules and kill him personally. Then, Ding Ying would have no regrets even if he died. Ding Ying looked back at the window and said with a smile, "Don't worry, I will let you out. But then, your master will die. I hope you can find his reincarnation in the future and fight for the opportunity 60 years later with him. That's all." Ding Ying stood up. Chun Pingon stood at the edge of the gully, his sleeves waving in the wind. Lu Zong, the sharpener, walked towards Chun Pingon. He didn't care about what happened to Chun Yuan Shan, Tang Tie, and Feng Qinbai. Lu Zong was recognized as one of the top 3 in the world for his single-mindedness. Yu Zhini had already made a conclusion about this. Because of this, Yu Zhini had even left the Lake Mountain faction to find Lu Zong and persuade him to give up the knife in his hand. His martial arts path would only be wider. But Lu Zong didn't agree. He said that the knife was his wife and he couldn't lose it. This was called a wife who had gone through hardships. Yu Zhini, who was always serious, laughed heartily. He drank with Lu Zong for the first time and left. This wasn't some rumor in the Jianghu. It was said by one of Yu Zhini's direct disciples. Lu Zong, the grinder, was both good and evil. His reputation was not bad, but it was not bad either. He never killed the innocent, but all those who died in his hands were often incomparably miserable. The more powerful the master, the more tragic the death. It was enough to make people vomit bile. Zhong Qiu had already walked back to the street. He, Qin Pingan, and Lu Zong formed a triangle. Zhong Qiu smiled. My fight with him isn't over yet. Lu Zong, you can wait until we've determined a winner before you attack. As for whether you'll fight with me or with him, it's still hard to say. Lu Zong's eyes were burning. Before he attacked to kill, he began to habitually grind his teeth like a sharpening knife. It was very terrifying. The old man thought for a moment. Okay, as long as you don't dislike me for taking advantage of others and have the confidence to live to the end, it's fine. If not, he pointed at Qin Pingan. Imperial Tutor Zhong, you can leave now. Leave him to me. I, Lu Zong, have never cut open the stomach of a banished immortal in my life. Lu Zong sincerely admired the imperial tutor of the Nanyuan kingdom, who lived in the same city as him. He had also spoken frankly to the armed Saint Cheng Yuanshan in his shop. Zhong Qiu pointed at the tattered green robe on his body and smiled. Do I look like I'm willing to stop? Lu Zong sighed. All right, then I'll wait for you to decide the result. Zhong Qiu asked. Zhou Fei is also a banished immortal. Why don't you kill him? Lu Zong shook his head. I'm not stupid. This young man in front of me has the same style as you. It'll feel good to cut him up with every cut. That Zhou Fei knows sorcery. Maybe he won't even have a corpse after he dies. I've risked my life and spent so much effort. In the end, it'll all be for naught. I won't do it. Zhong Qiu shook his head helplessly. Chun Pingan ignored the sharpener Lu Zong. He spread out his palm in front of him, indicating that Zhong Qiu could continue the fight. Lu Zong was stunned. He stomped his foot. This appearance and posture is so handsome. Luckily, I'm not a young woman. Otherwise, I'd be tempted. No. If I let you wander the Jianghu, you'll bring disaster to hundreds of beautiful girls. You deserve to be killed. Choosing you over Zhou Fei was the right choice. Zhong Qiu and Qin Pingan seemed to have already entered the Dao. They turned a deaf ear to his words and remained unperturbed. Lu Zong suddenly stopped talking. Because he was the closest to the two, strangely, he seemed to have heard the sound of water dripping. The next moment, a majestic gust of wind hit him in the face. Although Lu Zong did not move, his sleeves and hair were blown into a mess. It turned out that Zhong Qiu and the young man had punched each other. The gust of wind from their fists scattered in all directions. Dust flew around the two. The blue stones on the street were shattered. Lu Zong raised his hand and slapped away a flying stone that was as fast as a crossbow arrow. He widened his eyes and watched, not wanting to miss any details. Good heavens! When the two of them attacked, it was as if they were going to collapse the mountains and crack the earth. Zhong Qiu, who was dressed in a green robe, and Qin Pingan, who was dressed in a white robe, were so fast that their figures were like white mist and green smoke, respectively. Wherever the two of them went, the world was turned upside down. It was an extremely dangerous close combat. The two figures were not more than 10 feet away from each other. At most, they were less than 3 arms apart. Apart from the fact that each of them had one arm, it meant that even if they were hit by a punch, they would only be pushed back by an arm's distance. Others were doing Dao in a snail's shell, but these two crazy fellows were destroying cities and shaking mountains within inches. Were they really made of flesh and blood? The two ethereal figures almost destroyed the entire street. However, as if they had agreed, the buildings and high walls on both sides were undamaged. Their control of their fists had truly reached the pinnacle of perfection. About half an hour later, Zhou Fei suddenly slapped his forehead. Zhong Qiu, you're just messing around. Let's go. I can't watch this anymore. Anyway, Ding Ying and Eugenie are here to clean up the mess. Zhou Fei grabbed Zhou Shi and Yiber's shoulders with both hands and swept away as if he was carrying a chicken. Although the beauties of the spring tide palace were confused, they still followed Zhou Fei into the air and floated away. At the end of the street, dust covered the sky. At the corner, Zhong Qiu walked away with a smile and left along another street. Although this imperial tutor was covered in dust, he did not look dispirited at all. Instead, he looked as if he had done something delightful. Chun Pingan, on the other hand, remained on the original street. He walked out alone, surrounded by dust. His fists and aura were nowhere to be seen. Like the most ordinary young man, he took a step and arrived in front of the sharpener, Lu Zong. Lu Zong blinked and asked, "Can we not fight?" Chun Pingan asked back, "What do you think?" Lu Zong said seriously, "I think it's fine. We have no grudges, and the road is so wide. There's nothing wrong with us going our own way." Chun Pingan shifted his gaze and looked toward the residence. He nodded and said, "Then it's fine." Lu Zong chuckled and said, "Before we leave, can I ask you something? What's your relationship with Imperial Tutor?" Chun Pingan thought for a moment and answered, "We're kindred spirits." Lu Zong was about to say something. Chun Pingan said in a low voice, "Leave quickly and follow Zhong Qiu. If possible, help him deal with someone. If you trust me, don't think about running away. Only by working with Zhong Qiu will you have a chance to survive to the end." Ooh. Lu Zong nodded and brushed past Chun Pingan without saying anything. Moreover, Chun Pingan also took a step forward and moved sideways, standing right behind Lu Zong. On the other side, Zhong Qiu stood still. A childlike guy stood on a sword, hovering in the air, blocking Zhong Qiu's path. On Chun Pingan's side, Ding Ying slowly walked out of the alley with a silver lotus crown on her head. Between the old man's fingers was a trembling flying sword. 3:17. On the quiet street, the old friends reunited. Hovering above a flying sword was Eugenie, who looked like a child. The sword light under his feet was like colored glass, shining brightly. The leader of the Lake Mountain sect, the leader of the righteous path, had reached the pinnacle of martial arts. He had given up everything to practice the techniques of the immortals, and finally, he was a god. Finally, he appeared in the capital after the first drum beat of the Black Ox Mountain. After leaving the Black Ox Mountain outside the capital, the first person he saw was his life and death brother, the imperial tutor of the Nanyuan kingdom, Zhong Qiu. Zhong Qiu seemed to have expected Eugenie to stop him, and was not surprised. Not only did he not stop, he continued to move forward, and only stopped when he was less than 20 steps away. Zhong Qiu smiled and asked, "Is the jade bamboo fan done? Don't you think it's too soft to use it as the token of the future leader of the Lake Mountain sect?" It was like the polite greetings between ordinary friends, like those who returned on a snowy night. "Could they drink a cup of wine?" Eugenie asked, "It's already the third time." "Why?" He was denouncing Zhong Qiu. Zhong Qiu asked back, "Are you asking me why I saved Lu Fang and why I helped that Chun Pingan?" Eugenie, who had broken out of seclusion as a child, had ripples in his deep, dark eyes. He was obviously angry for the first time. Eugenie did not speak, but the flying sword under his feet, which was connected to his master's mind, was overflowing with brilliance, becoming more and more magnificent and enchanting, like a piece of colored glass dropped from the heavenly court to the mortal world. Zhong Qiu glanced at the flying sword under Eugenie's feet and retracted his gaze. He said with a calm expression, "Didn't you already know the answer?" Eugenie sighed slightly, and some nostalgia arose in his heart. It was not that Eugenie was soft-hearted, but that things had already come to this. Since Zhong Qiu was still stubborn after so many years, he had to harden his heart. The Jianghu people said that Shinran Yu and Imperial Tutor broke off their relationship because of a beautiful woman, but they underestimated them too much. Back then, When the two of them had just risen to fame in the pugilistic world, it was precisely because they had met a banished immortal that the two of them parted ways. At that time, Eugenie was determined to kill the banished immortal, but Zhong Qiu thought that the crime was not worthy of death. Moreover, the risk was too great, so there was no need to risk everything. However, Eugenie still went alone to assassinate the banished immortal. At the moment of life and death, Zhong Qiu suddenly appeared and blocked the fatal sword for Eugenie. Then, just as Ding Ying had said to them in the Nanyuan kingdom, after the banished immortal was killed, two opportunities fell from his body. One was an immortal's secret manual that could cultivate the great way of immortality, and the other was an invincible glazed sword. Amidst the heavy rain, Eugenie held the golden jade, heavenly book made of an unknown material in one hand and a sword in the other as he roared toward the sky. Zhong Qiu left dejectedly. Eugenie gently threw away the immortal's sword and said that the two of them could live and die together, but they also wanted to be rich and famous together. In the future, the rules of this world, whether it was the high temple or the distant pugilistic world, would be set by you because you liked to read. I, Eugenie, yearn for the immortality of the great way of immortality. After cultivating the immortal's method, I will protect you. I will make all the banished immortals in the world bow their heads and obey my orders and no longer dare to run amok. However, Zhong Qiu did not wait for Eugenie to finish his words. He just left directly, leaving the priceless divine weapon to fall into the mud, and Eugenie's heartfelt words to dissipate in the heavy rain between heaven and earth. Lu Zong, the sharpener, left the ruined street and turned the corner. Seeing this scene from afar, he was speechless. After hesitating for a moment, he still moved forward slowly. He neither flinched nor waited for an opportunity to escape. Lu Zong believed the young man's words. He believed that the child in front of him, who was supposed to fight old Demon Ding for 800 rounds, would be determined to kill Zhong Qiu, who was once his close friend. The reason why he believed it was because the young banished immortal could make Zhong Qiu take the initiative to give him a punch and help him consolidate a certain realm so that he could better deal with the upcoming battle. Zhong Qiu never did as he pleased. Every word and action had its own rules. Was Zhong Qiu a sanctimonious hypocrite, or was he a traitor? He was neither. Lu Zong had stayed in the capital of Nanyuan Kingdom for so many years, so he knew very well what kind of person Zhong Qiu was. He was a real scholar and martial arts guru. He had both, and mastered them through a comprehensive study. He had reached the peak of the external martial arts realm in this world, and he had raised it to a higher level with his own strength. Moreover, Zhong Qiu had a very clear understanding of the difference between good and evil. There had been several incidents in the capital where the public opinion in the imperial court and the Jianghu were one-sided. He should have killed all of them, which would have been satisfying and saved him effort. However, Zhong Qiu had quietly closed the case and dealt with it fairly and peacefully. Even Lu Zong, who was watching coldly from the sidelines, wanted to give him a thumbs up and praise him as a true hero. Therefore, when the young man said that he and Zhong Qiu were kindred spirits, Lu Zong had no choice but to accept it. Without hesitation, Lu Zong decided to take out the sharpening knife in his sleeve. Other than being congenial, he was also fighting for a chance to survive. To be honest, there was no one in the world who was not curious about the strange relationship between Eugenie and Zhong Qiu. Lu Zong, the sharpener, was no exception. When he was at the silk shop, he chatted with the old ladies and young ladies about the trivialities in the neighborhood. He heard that an old man had been stripped of his ashes, which family's daughter had taken a fancy to whom. He heard that the widow Lu's house often meowed at night, which family's man had secretly gone to the brothel and spent all his savings, and his wife had made a fuss about hanging herself. Lu Zong was more interested in these trivial matters than women. Lu Zong's hand which was hidden in his sleeve, clenched the sharpener. He still hadn't asked Widow Lu who that night owl was. He couldn't die here today. Besides, he had observed the few candidates who had the potential to become his last disciple. After so many years of observation, he had a rough idea of who they were. Zhongqiu looked at the child who stood on the sword and stopped in the wind. He sighed softly. You, Zheni, have you ever thought that although you are still different from those banished immortals, if you continue on this path, you will become one of them sooner or later? Another day, there will be another Zhao Zheni or Ma Zheni who will come to kill you. They will think that killing you is justified. Yu Zheni shook his head. Zhongqiu, don't know yet, right? The place of ascension this time is still Roaring Bull Mountain, but the number of people has changed. There are no longer 10 people, but only 3. However, these 3 people are qualified to choose 5, 3, and 1 from the real history of Lotus Flower-blessed land to ascend together. However, these 9 people may become subordinate puppets. I have calculated that Dinging, Zhou Fei, and I will be the 3 people with the highest chances of ascension. Yu Zheni then told Zhongqiu about the final 10 people on the list, without Lu Fang and Tong Qingqing. Zhongqiu directly asked the most important question. He frowned and said, You want to leave? Yu Zheni shook his head and said, Of course I won't. Before the 3rd drum, I won't ascend the monstrous Ox Mountain. I'll give up the chance to ascend, just like the madman Zhu Lian back then. The only difference is that he wanted to ascend with his physical body for the 2nd time. As for me, I want to prove to you that I was right to kill that banished immortal back then. You were wrong to do that. I want this world to be peaceful as long as I'm alive. Yu Zheni said it casually. This was a big statement, but Yu Zheni said it lightly. Zhongqiu smiled. We have different aspirations and paths. Yu Zheni said slowly, You have one last chance. Join hands with me to kill that banished immortal, Zhou Fei. Dinging will not stop you. Then you will live to the end. As for whether you choose to ascend to Roaring Bull Mountain, it is up to you. Zhongqiu asked. Then the other people on the list, Lu Zong, Armed Saint Cheng Yuanshan, North Jin's Longwu General Tang Tie, and Diamond Temple's Monk Yin and I. Who will kill them? Will it be you, Yu Zheni, or Dinging? These people are not banished immortals. It was as if the 2 of them were talking to each other. Yu Zheni was furious. If others say such stupid things, I will just take it as a village woman's opinion. I am too lazy to care. As the imperial tutor of Nanyuan Kingdom, don't you know that there is no change in the world that is not in vain? Zhongqiu nodded with a smile. Of course I know. I have done many things for the sake of Nanyuan Kingdom. However, I am only asking you, Yu Zheni. I am not asking about the change that has not happened in 1,000 years. I am not asking about this world or the banished immortals' lotus flower-blessed land. I am asking you, Yu Zheni of Tualan County in Rong County of Songsui Kingdom. Yu Zheni sneered. Stubborn. You have been like this since you were young. No matter how many books you read and how many martial arts you practice, you are still that stinky stone in the latrine pit. Zhongqiu smiled. You have changed a lot, Yu Zheni. Lu Zong was scared, out of his wits. He was afraid that Zhongqiu would agree and join forces with Yu Zheni to kill the 4 people on the list. It would be as easy as killing chickens. Besides Yu Zheni, who had reached the transcendent state, Zhongqiu was the local tyrant of Nanyuan Kingdom. Even if Lu Zong, Cheng Yuanshan, Tang Tie, and Monk of Cloud and Mud joined forces, they would still have no chance of winning. Fortunately, Zhongqiu was indeed the imperial tutor that Lu Zong admired. Zhongqiu raised his head and looked in the direction of his hometown. He was a little sad. After saying so much, you, Yu Zheni, just want to kill me with a clear conscience. This has never changed. Yu Zheni stood on his flying sword. Zhongqiu didn't turn his head. He laughed loudly. Lu Zong, we have been neighbors in the capital for so many years and have never visited each other. It is not that I look down on you. The sharpener. The friendship between gentlemen is as indifferent as water. Zhongxiu, will strike first, and you will hold the line. If there is a big difference in the outcome, you should run and find monk of cloud and mud. Don't feel ashamed. Lu Zong, the sharpener, was stunned for a moment before he muttered, "Oh my God," as expected of the state preceptor of Zhong. His flattery makes me, old Lu, feel so good. Being friends with such a person was like being a drunkard drinking wine. How could one be sober? Lu Zong, who wasn't afraid of death but didn't seek it, took a step forward. If he died, so be it. Yu Zhini leaned forward slightly and gently landed on the street. He waved his sleeves and said softly, "Let's go." The flying sword behind him, whose sword light was as clear as colored glaze, drew a huge arc and broke through the wall. Then it broke through the wall and reappeared on this street as fast as lightning. It just happened to bypass the state preceptor Zhongxiu and went straight for Lu Zong, the grinder behind him. Yu Zhini walked forward leisurely. He waved his hands and then put them behind his back. He smiled and said, "Zhongxiu, aren't you known as the world's #1 fighter? Come, I won't fight back." Zhongxiu nodded and suddenly asked, "Can we fight outside the city?" Yu Zhini smiled. "Imperial tutor, you don't have to worry about hurting the innocent. You don't have that ability." Zhongxiu couldn't help but laugh. This guy had become an arrogant kid at the end of his cultivation. Zhongxiu really wanted to experience the supernatural powers of the so-called immortals. Yu Zhini put his hands behind his back and signaled Zhongxiu to strike with all his strength. Not only that, he even tiptoed and hovered in the air. He was at the same height as Zhongxiu, making it easier for Zhongxiu to strike. Zhongxiu wasn't angry at all. He felt mocked, and his expression became more serious. He threw a punch. Zhongxiu's fist stopped 3 feet away from Yu Zhini's childish face. That punch could only move forward inch by inch, and it was extremely slow. It was like an old man climbing a mountain with difficulty. The distance between the two was only 3 feet, but the difference was like heaven and earth. Yu Zhini shook his head, slightly with his hands behind his back. His eyes were full of pity. I didn't expect Zhongxiu to be so weak. Until Ding Ying appeared to settle this mess, the pink diamond, Ma Xian, still didn't move. Even when Tang Tie, Cheng Yuanshan, Zhou Fei, and the other grandmasters left, Ma Xian was still lying on the ground. Jianghu was like this. The water was deep, and the water was shallow. It could drown someone. Moreover, there was an old saying that the good swimmer would drown. Ma Xian's life was actually worth more than 500 taels of gold. In the martial arts world of Lotus Blossom Blessed Land, this amount of gold could only buy the life of a second-rate master or a county governor. It seemed that he had escaped the danger of being surrounded and was only facing off against the lotus-crowned elder. However, Chun Pingan's palms were sweating. It had nothing to do with courage or state of mind. It was purely because Ding Ying's killing intent was too strong. It was a person's instinct to avoid danger. However, if one could face it head-on, that would be the true test of martial arts. One only needed to look at the 15 flying sword between his fingers to understand how difficult it was to deal with Ding Ying. Ding Ying smiled. Is this the so-called life flying sword of the banished deity? It's a very new thing. It should be the first time it appeared on the map of Lotus Blossom Blessed Land. It's also very rare for a complete body and soul to enter here. No wonder you caused so many accidents. However, it doesn't matter because Ding Ying, am here in Lotus Blossom Blessed Land. Chun Pingan didn't say anything. He spat out a mouthful of turbid qi and assumed the steaming cloud swamp-style fist stance. Ding Ying looked around and continued to imprison the beautiful green flying sword with 2 fingers on his right hand. He then stretched out his left hand. After chatting, "It's time to make a move. Let me see if I can kill you with one hand." Ding Ying glanced at Chun Pingan's fist stance and shook his head. I advise you to change to an offensive fist stance. I still hope to see some eye-catching martial arts. Otherwise, if I get the upper hand, it will be like the fist stance you used to defeat Lu Fang and Zhong Qiao. You won't be able to fight back. Ding Ying smiled and waved at Qin Pingan. You only managed to hit 10 fists at most. You can definitely hit more. I'm very curious. How many fists can you hit at most? You can rest assured and use them all. I'll take them all. Qin Pingan really changed to the god-beating drum style fist stance. His aura suddenly changed from that of a mountain city to that of a tide of cavalry. Ding Ying smiled and nodded. He still held the pocket flying sword with one hand and only used one hand to face the enemy. Come. In an instant, the street where Qin Pingan was originally standing on instantly collapsed into a huge pit with a radius of a few meters, and the white robe had already disappeared. Ding Ying nodded. That was fast enough. No wonder Lu Fang, who was half a step into the sword-controlling realm, was still in such a sorry state. Ding Ying blocked the young banished immortal's fist with his palm. Just as he was about to clench his fist, the force of the fist loosened, and the second fist was already heading for his ribs. Ding Ying understood. If it was as he guessed, this fist stance, the speed, the force, and the will of the fist were all the same. The most ingenious part was that the fists were connected and could not be avoided. One could only face it head-on. At first glance, it looked like a small mountain. However, if an immortal used his magical power to lift up the earth for thousands of miles, he would find that the inconspicuous mountain was actually the whole sequence of events. It was like the ancestral mountain of the world. Before the eighth fist, Ding Ying's feet did not move at all. Every time, he blocked the fist with his palm. It was as if there was a snow-white flood dragon hovering around him. There was no human figure. After the ninth fist, Ding Ying took a step back and blocked the fist smashing between his eyebrows with his palm. Ding Ying's seemingly simple moves contained the essence of 9 kinds of martial arts that he had collected from various sects and factions in the lotus flower-blessed land. Needless to say, the mirror heart room that was like his own garden, Eugeni's Lake Mountain sect, Zhong Qiu's fist technique that was passed down to his direct disciples. Bird's Eye Peak and Spring Tide Palace, Qing Yuanshan's spear techniques, avalanche style, the 8-armed divine spirit Shui Yuan, and other great grandmaster secret techniques that were not passed down to others. Ding Ying used various methods to obtain them for his own use. Some of them had reached the peak of martial arts and were left untouched. Some of them still had room for improvement. The 10th fist, Ding Ying took a few steps to the side, but still had the mood to leisurely laugh. The only flaw in your fist technique is that it takes the path of injuring the enemy by 1,000, but also injuring yourself by 800. I want to see how many punches you can take, and how powerful the last one is. Qin Pingan only focused on punching. His heart sank to the bottom of an ancient well. There were no spectators for this fight, because they didn't dare. Old Demon Ding was famous for his love of torturing and killing bystanders. You are not afraid of death. You like to watch from the sidelines. You like to point and clap. You like to be shocked, as if you have seen a ghost in broad daylight, right? Every time old Demon Ding fought with someone, he would slap those bystanders into meat paste, just like how a person would slap mosquitoes on the curtain and flies on the wall with the face of a fan. Therefore, the thin, monkey-like master of Crown Prince Wei, Yen, had not been hiding in the distance for long. When he saw old Demon Ding personally fighting, he immediately withdrew. However, there was only one Ding Ying. Other top figures like Zhong Qiu and Eugenie didn't like to be bystanders, but most of them didn't care. However, watching a life and death battle between second-rate experts was a big taboo for the people of the martial arts world, because no one wanted their trump card to be seen by outsiders. The more people there were, the more mouths there would be. One person would spread it to 10, and 10 would spread it to 100. How could it be called a trump card if everyone knew about it? Jianghu was not big, especially after one became a first-rate grandmaster. Jianghu was even smaller. The distance between the two sides was always within 2 arms. However, on the 11th punch, Ding Ying seemed to have tasted the power of the god's drumming style. He intentionally or unintentionally widened the distance and was knocked back more than 10 feet by the punch. At that time, Lu Fang was seriously injured by the 10 punches. Firstly, he was in a hurry and had no time to respond, but Ding Ying had been waiting from the beginning. Secondly, Lu Fang was wholeheartedly practicing swordsmanship. His kung fu was only on the sword, so his physique was far inferior to Ding Ying's. Lu Fang took 10 punches from Qin Pingan. It was like an infantry army meeting an elite cavalry army in the wild. They were defeated at the first touch. Naturally, they were defeated like a landslide. Ding Ying also took 10 punches. He occupied a huge city with high walls and strong troops. Therefore, it was not the real gap between Lu Fang and Ding Ying that was as wide as heaven and earth. In the end, Ding Ying could deal with it so easily because of Lu Fang and Zhong Qiu's lessons. After the 11th punch, Ding Ying stood more than 10 feet away. Taking advantage of the fact that the next punch had not come close, he suddenly shook his sleeve and scattered the fist aura that lingered in his palm. Ding Ying joked, 3 or 4 more punches, and I'm afraid I'll be injured a little. The 12th punch was already in front of his face. Ding Ying punched for the first time and collided with Qin Pingan's drumming style. Qin Pingan took a few steps back, but the profoundness of the deity's drum-beating style was fully displayed. Qin Pingan used a trajectory and speed that exceeded common sense to throw out this punch even faster. Ding Ying, who did not have time to punch, could only raise his elbow slightly sluggishly to block in front of his body. The tip of his elbow hit his chest. Ding Ying flew out with a bang, but the vital qi in his long robe surged and helped to dissipate most of the fist aura. In a flash, he sensed that his opponent seemed to be slightly slower. Ding Ying narrowed his eyes and slid out. At the same time he received the 14th punch, he said with a smile, "Previously at your residence, there was a mischievous little thing that didn't know life from death and tried to sneak into the ground with a flying sword to find you. I found it. I don't know if it was shaken to death or suffocated underground." As expected, while the young man had sensed it, he did not stop. The 15th punch came quickly after the punch. Ding Ying retreated again, and the 2 fingers that clamped down on the 15th flying sword trembled slightly. Ding Ying was not shocked but happy, but he hit it well. Old Demon Ding, who had held the throne of first for 60 years, seemed to be conceited and arrogant, but in reality, in the deepest part of Ding Ying's heart, he wanted to obtain the essence of this punch more than anyone. It was very likely that comprehending this punch would allow him to have more confidence in accomplishing what he wanted. Facing the heavenly Tao head-on, Ding Ying did not care that speaking would cause his true qi to pour out violently. He smiled and said, "I asked Ye and Zhou Shi to bring out the 4 heads previously for you to see. If I remember correctly, that child's name is Chao Qingling. It's really unfortunate for him to meet a banished immortal like you." Even Ding Ying could not see Qin Pingan's face clearly, but the old man could clearly sense that person's little killing intent. It was not anger, nor was it the kind of killing intent that was spreading wildly. Instead, it was deliberately suppressed into a thin line and then twisted into a grain. Now, that was interesting. This person's mental state was unique among the banished immortals that Ding Ying had seen and killed. Ding Ying had learned many things in his life and had flipped through all the books. He had once flipped through a Taoist classic and read this passage: "Traveling in the water without avoiding flood dragons is the courage of a boat. Traveling in the forest without fear of jackals and wolves is the courage of a woodcutter and hunter. Crossing a white blade in front of one's body and viewing death as life is the courage of a hero. Knowing that there was a limit to one's strength, being calm in the face of a great disaster is the courage of a saint. If you want to be calm, you must first calm your heart." What was the meaning of "there was a limit to one's strength"? Even Chun Pingan, who was standing in front of him, believed that the family in the small courtyard was all dead, and that the little thing might also be dead. Based on this premise, not only did he have to know that guilt and regret were meaningless and would only lead to his own destruction, he had to focus on it, and after knowing it, he had to do it. It was not easy to know it, but it was even harder to do it. However, Chun Pingan did not disappoint Ding Ying. He did not hesitate in the slightest when he punched, nor did he bind his hands and feet. On the contrary, even though he knew that every punch would only let Ding Ying understand the deity's drumming style more, he punched without hesitation, hurting the enemy by 1,000, but also hurting himself by 800. Either Ding Ying would die under his own fist, or his meridians would be broken inch by inch, his spirit would be destroyed, his flesh and blood would be shattered, and he would die in the process of delivering the last punch of the deity's drumming style. The 16th punch! Ding Ying nodded lightly and laughed heartily. From the lotus flower of the silver laurel, a radiance poured down like a waterfall and covered his entire body. This time, Ding Ying only retreated 3 steps and was unscathed. Chun Pingan retracted his fist and used the rebound force to retreat several feet. After standing still, he raised his arm and wiped the blood with the back of his hand. Ding Ying had no intention of switching between offense and defense, and asked with a smile, "Why aren't you punching? Looking at your condition, you can at least take 2 more punches, at least." Ding Ying looked at the silent young man and raised his right hand. "Have you never thought that if you take 1 or 2 more punches, you will be able to make me loosen 2 fingers? Ding Ying sighed and felt a little regretful. If he did not bring out the lotus crown, his intuition told him that he would be in danger, and that it was very likely that both of them would suffer. However, there was no need to be perfect. These dozen punches were enough for him to study and study. It was obvious that this punch was the most powerful move that young banished immortal had. Ding Ying felt that it was enough. Next, it was time to get down to business. Chun Pingan looked around. Everything was so inexplicable. However, it was precisely because of this that Chun Pingan felt that the injustice in his heart was about to explode. It was just like when he was young, when he saw Lu Xianyang lying on the sickbed. After he left, he silently walked towards the covered bridge. That feeling of despair was still fresh in Chun Pingan's memory. Even after all these years, after walking such a long path and practicing so many punches, the world was vast, and he was alone. Then he encountered a huge obstacle that he could not cross no matter what. Either he died of grievance, or he sought death. What else could he do? At this moment, the blade-strengthening gourd at his waist was still sealed. Chu-yi could not leave. The golden robe on his body was still lifeless. 15, who was both a flying sword and a square-inch item, was still firmly bound between Ding Ying's 2 fingers. Fortunately, Chun Pingan was no longer the porcelain kiln apprentice from back then. Chun Pingan spat out a mouthful of blood. "Did you leave something behind?" Ding Ying laughed and said, "You mean the sword you left on the table? You want to take it and then fight with me? But under my watch, do you think you can get there?" Ding Ying answered his own question and shook his head. "As long as I don't want you to leave, you, Chun Pingan, won't be able to walk more than 10 feet. I can already confirm that you are just a banished immortal, a so-called pure martial artist. You are not a sword cultivator at all. Otherwise, I would not be able to trap this little flying sword." Chun Pingan grinned and glanced at the Dao crown on Ding Ying's head. "You've taken advantage of the right time, place, and people. Don't you feel good?" Ding Ying narrowed his eyes. "Murderous. Oh, kid, you are not convinced. But what can you do?" "Earlier. What was the word you said?" "Come." Chun Pingan stretched out his arm. "Right?" Ding Ying remained silent and responded with a cold smile. He thought that this very different banished immortal was definitely going to make a last-ditch struggle. He would just wait and see. Chun Pingan silently said in his heart, "Sword, come." From the side room of the courtyard, the long chi sword that weighed dozens of kilograms was instantly unsheathed. It seemed to be following the rough footsteps of Chen Pingon when he went out for the last time, as if it was demonstrating to this world. The long qi sword broke through the window like a white rainbow, left the courtyard, and came to the alley. It swept through the alley and entered the main street, brushing past Ding Ying. Chen Pingon held this white rainbow. The snow-white river of sword qi was still lingering in the mortal world. There were bends and curves, but there were also straight lines. However, there were no signs of it dissipating. Chen Pingon reached out and held the long qi sword. The blade of the sword was like frost and snow. The sword qi was also a white rainbow. His robe was even whiter than snow. In this mortal world, Chen Wudi was within an arm's reach. There was also a sword beyond an arm's reach. "318. Ding Ying raised her arm, and the silver lotus crown on her head bloomed like a living creature. The petals that were originally closed together extended outwards, swaying in the wind. Ding Ying placed the pocket-sized flying sword at her fingertips into it. The Dao crown returned to its original state, and the silver petals closed together. Ding Ying put her hands behind her back and looked down at the stream of sword qi that was close at hand. Even Ding Ying felt that this was the most beautiful scene she had ever seen in her life. Ding Ying looked down at the snow-white stream suspended in the mortal world and asked with a smile, "Chen Pingon, is this the swordmaster sword controlling technique? You and Feng Qingbai both used it before. I was careless. I didn't expect you to be able to control a sword from such a long distance. But it doesn't matter. The outcome has been decided. Also, as the owner of such an immortal sword, you didn't really hold the sword hilt. Instead, you used a camouflage technique to hold it. Isn't this too much of a pity?" Ding Ying retracted her gaze and turned to look at Chen Pingon. "Or is it that you actually can't completely control this sword? What a pity! What a pity! These things that look like fog but are not fog and water, but are they all sword qi? The sword qi should dissipate very quickly." Chen Pingon didn't expect Ding Ying's eyes to be so sharp. She could see that he and the sword were outwardly united but inwardly divided. Back then, outside the Eagle Castle, Chen Pingon had pulled out this long qi once. The flesh and blood of Chen Pingon's entire arm had been eaten away by the sword qi, leaving behind only bones. Lu Tai had used the elixirs of the Yin Yang school's Lu family to regrow the flesh and blood. This time, she rode the long qi to his side. Of course, it wasn't because Chen Pingon was a sword master that he could control a sword from such a long distance. Instead, it was because Chen Pingon and the long qi had been together day and night. The sword qi had seeped into their bodies, and their souls had guided the sword qi. Even if the two were separated, they were still connected. Ding Ying pointed at her lotus Dao crown. "Now that you have the sword, I have temporarily lost the divine ability of this immortal Dao crown. After this exchange, is this considered a fair fight?" Chen Pingon tightened his grip on the sword hilt. The river of sword qi that originated from the courtyard in the alley and ended in Chen Pingon's palm instantly gathered together. The sword qi once again converged on the sword body. The sword qi in his hand no longer had any abnormalities. Chen Pingon weighed the sword of long qi and felt that it was just right. It was heavier than the sword of infatuation in the 15th sword of flying. Ever since Chen Pingon obtained the Swordsmanship Sutra in the Old Dragon City and started practicing swordsmanship on the Peach Blossom Island, he always felt that it was too light. Now, even if he just held the sword of long qi, he felt that it was suitable. It was fine as long as the portion was suitable. It was only at this moment that Ding Ying elevated Chen Pingon from the likes of Lu Feng and Zhongqiu to Yuzhini, who practiced immortal arts. The difference between the two was that even if Lu Feng's swordsmanship was mysterious and Zhongqiu's fist was invincible, in front of Ding Ying, they were still children playing with willow twigs and old men waving their fists. In this world, only Yuzhini, who was at the peak of both offense and defense, had a chance to hurt Ding Ying. Chen Pingan exhaled heavily. The only advantage of being here was that the fight between martial artists would not target Chen Pingan's qi breathing. It was as if the martial artists here lacked the first step to become a pure martial artist. In Chen Pingan's world, the martial artists and qi cultivators walked on the opposite path. They had to disperse all the anima energy in their body and extract a pure breath of vital qi. The vital qi was like a flood dragon swimming around the internal organs and bones of the body. It was like an elite troop of frontier soldiers opening up new territory, opening up a path suitable for the circulation of vital qi. Only then could they be considered to have reached a higher level and truly embarked on the path of martial arts. However, in this world, probably because the anima energy was thin, the martial artists did not pay attention to this at all. Therefore, they lacked the tempering. Therefore, their foundation was poor from the beginning. Many martial arts grandmasters in the pugilistic world pursued returning to one's original simplicity. In fact, it was only when one reached a certain height in the path of martial arts that they suddenly realized and began to reverse the trend. But even so, in the past 100 years, there were still geniuses like Ding Ying, Yu Zhini, and Zhong Qiu who emerged in the pugilistic world. In history, there were also amazing talents like Wei Xian, Lu Baixiang, and Sui Yuyu. Ding Ying smiled and said, "Other than the lotus crown on my head, the sword in Chen Pingan's hand is the second thing that Ding Ying, want to get my hands on." He held the long breath in his hand with an empty gesture. Chen Pingan moved forward with the 6-step stance of the mountain quaking fist, which contained the peak of Zhong Qiu's fist stance. There was a difference in the magnitude of each step. However, after practicing the fist for millions of times, everything was natural. The fist intent had long been deeply ingrained in Chen Pingan's bones. In addition, Zhong Qiu pretended to fight previously, but secretly taught him the peak of the fist stance. It was natural and smooth. The two were connected seamlessly. In Ding Ying's eyes, Chen Pingan's 6-step stance did not have a single flaw. It was the true unity of man and nature, and it was compatible with the great Tao. Within 60 years, Ding Ying had wantonly collected and gathered all the martial arts in the world. Ding Ying himself was also a martial arts genius that was hard to come by even in 100 years. He had mastered everything through a comprehensive study, attempting to compile a treasure book that would teach all the martial arts in the world to become absolute arts. Ding Ying's eyes sparkled when he saw the 6 ordinary steps forward. It seemed that there was still room for improvement in his secret manual. Since there was no chance to kill Chen Pingan in one strike, and he wanted to get more extraterrestrial martial arts from him, Ding Ying decided to avoid the attack. However, Ding Ying soon realized that he had made a mistake by retreating. After the 6th step, Chen Pingan's momentum had reached its peak. The fist intent was so dense that it condensed like water droplets rolling on the lotus leaf. Day after day, he carried the sword of long breath on his back and tempered his spirit. The sword intent that had slowly seeped into Chen Pingan's body was the meridian of the lotus leaf. He leaped high and slashed down with his sword. Chen Pingan held the sword with both hands. The sword tip changed from vertical to horizontal and flashed away. The street was divided into 2 by the sword qi. If someone was on both sides of the street, they would find that the scene on the opposite side of the street was blurred and distorted. Ding Ying had already retreated 30 feet away. He twisted his heel and turned his body sideways. The snow-white sword intent whistled past him. It was like a tourist watching a tidal wave. Ding Ying, who was facing the second sword from the side, struck out with his palm. His feet left the ground, and his body floated in the air, dodging the fierce sword qi that was coming at his waist. His palm landed on the body of the long qi sword. His palm collided with the sword god, and it was as if 2 stones were grinding against each other. Ding Ying frowned. His palm was bloody, and he suddenly exerted force. He bent his finger and pointed at the sword of long breath. His body rolled and floated backward. However, it was not easy for Dinging to get rid of Chun Pingan, as he had lost the initiative. Chun Pingan's next 6-step stance walk. The first step was in the air more than an inch above the ground. The second step was a foot above the ground. He climbed up the sky step by step. At the same time, he let go of the sword of long breath and turned into a white rainbow to chase after Ding-Ying. Of course, this was not because Chun Pingan had reached the 7th level of the wind-controlling realm of martial arts. It was because of a trick. He borrowed the power of the sword of long breath and relied on the chi movement of one person and one sword to be able to ride the wind in the air. However, in the battle with Zhong Xiu, the Dragon Queen had broken through to the 5th level for the first time. At that time, she successfully crossed the gully on the street that was cut by the boat. Her chi movement was not really stable yet and leaked out like a flood. Therefore, Zhong Xiu saw the clue and helped Chun Pingan to practice martial arts. Ding-Ying stomped on the ground, and the ground beneath his feet exploded. His body tilted to a higher place in the air. He stomped on the ground again, and it was the same scene. The gang chi he released was condensed into stepping stones, which were placed in the air before his feet touched the ground. This allowed Ding-Ying to go anywhere he wanted in the air. This was almost the embryonic form of the wind-controlling realm of the vast world. If Ding-Ying could ascend and leave the lotus flower-blessed land, his achievements would be unimaginable. Other than Ding-Ying, the 19 people in the world, whether it was the local martial artists or the banished immortals in the cage of the lotus flower-blessed land, they all had the oneness of heaven and men as the highest point of the mountain. It was very difficult for them to reach this point, and they had spent a lot of effort. However, Ding-Ying was different. He stayed at the same place year after year, because the highest point of the lotus flower-blessed land could only be the oneness of heaven and men realm. He had been at the highest point for many years and looked down on the world. He had no interest in life. Therefore, Ding-Ying treated the rules and great Tao of this world as his opponent. This was a shocking battle in the sky. Chun Pingan used the Sword Master's sword controlling technique. His moves were supplemented by the avalanche style in the sword art scripture. He did not let Ding-Ying pull away from him. At the same time, he did not let Ding-Ying get close to him and enter his arms. The two of them were entangled in the sky above the capital of the Nanyuan Kingdom and kept moving toward the south of the city. The sword chi and the fist force collided with each other, creating a rumbling sound like thunder. All the people in the capital could not help but look up. A young man in a snow-white robe was riding a long sword that looked like a white rainbow. That spectacular and moving scene was like a heavy snowfall that would not fall to the ground. Among the spectators, there was the emperor of the Nanyuan Kingdom, who was heavily protected by the imperial guards. There was the old chef from the Crown Prince's mansion, Crown Prince Wei Yan, and the fairy of the Mirror Heart Chamber, Fan Weiner, who ran out of the house in an apron. Outside the wine shop at the corner of the street, Zhou Fei and Lu Feng stood side by side. The woman, who was doomed to not be able to reach the residence of the scholar surnamed Jiang, sat at the foot of a wall. Glancing at the strange scene above her head, the woman was full of regret. She slowly closed her eyes. She was really tired. Even if she saw her beloved scholar and knocked on the door of the small courtyard, what could she do? Let him see her covered in blood? Forget it. If he did not see her for the last time, even if he heard other people's words and thought she was a bad person, she was still a good-looking woman. So the woman tilted her head and fell asleep with a smile. Empress Zhou Shuzhen did not return to the palace. Instead, she sneaked into the Crown Prince's mansion with a bronze mirror. In the courtyard, Chao Qinglang was lonely and helpless. She threw away the hatchet and squatted on the ground, crying bitterly. There was no one around. The skinny little girl carried a small stool and swayed into an alley. She looked around curiously. In the sky above the south of the Nanyuan Kingdom, Chun Pingan was getting more and more skilled at riding the sword. The blade was too sharp, the sword chi was too strong, and the sword moves were too strange. For the first time in 60 years, Ding Ying was so embarrassed that he could only focus on defense. Ding Ying was somewhat annoyed, but there was nothing he could do in a short time. He might as well calm down. He wanted to see how long this young banished immortal could last in the unblemished realm. As long as there was a flaw, Ding Ying would severely injure Qin Pingan. Ding Ying did not idle around. He threw out a punch with a variety of skills. He did not aim at Qin Pingan at all, but the fist aura would explode beside Qin Pingan's body. It could be the mid-brows, the shoulder, or the chest. The angle was tricky and unimaginable. Ding Ying had used the Qimen Duanjia and the plum blossom divination. The strange figure of the smiling Qian Tang was simply a joke to Ding Ying. Ding Ying put 2 fingers together and flicked them lightly. Strands of Gang Qi were like long swords. His other hand formed a Dao incantation. He had the supernatural power of moving mountains and seas. He often tore out large patches of roofs and trees from the ground to resist the rolling, snow-white sword chi. Finally, the 2 of them landed on the high walls of the outer city, of the capital. On this horse path, arrow towers and walls shattered with a bang. Dust flew everywhere and drifted inside and outside the capital. Qin Pingan seemed to have lost the last bit of restraint after coming here. He was completely free. The art of sword riding was close to the art of sword riding. The long horse path was completely destroyed by the rainbow-like sword chi. Occasionally, there would be a gap. Ding Ying, who was about to break free, would be punched back into the cage of sword chi by Qin Pingan. For the first time in 60 years since Ding Ying, the most powerful person in the world, had the upper hand firmly in Jianghu. He was forced to be on the defensive. Although Ding Ying was not injured, several tears had appeared on his sleeves. Qin Pingan's figure was light and agile. He strolled leisurely on the broken horse path at a distance that was neither too far nor too close. Ding Ying had obviously been infuriated as well. The tip of his finger touched the blade or hilt of his sword a few times, causing the sword energy to shatter and surge endlessly. However, the sword energy was abundant and sufficient to form a stream. So this little bit of loss was like a huge rock smashing into water, causing the water to splash onto the shore, and it was utterly negligible. Qin Pingan immediately moved. He stood on top of a broken arrow stump and held his 2 fingers together to form the mountain quaking fist stance. The sword furnace. The long chi that had been crazily hovering around Ding Ying suddenly rose dozens of feet into the air. The flying sword, which was already extremely fast, became even faster than usual. It really broke through the air and disappeared. Then, a white rainbow wrapped in wind and thunder fell from the sky. The long sword split the top of the city wall of the Nanyuan kingdom. It broke through the wall at the foot of the wall and came out. In the blink of an eye, it hovered beside Qin Pingan on the top of the wall and buzzed. When the dust dissipated, Ding Ying raised his hand. His right sleeve was completely torn. Qin Pingan reached out and held the hilt of the long chi. His palm touched the hilt for a moment and then released it again. Ding Ying laughed and said, "I haven't stretched my muscles and bones like this for 60 years. Qin Pingan asked the same question. Does it feel good? Last time, Ding Ying could remain indifferent, but this time, Ding Ying's expression was a little unsightly. Ding Ying stamped his foot, and his body became illusory. His hands were vaguely seen in an unknown fighting posture. Behind Qin Pingan, there was a vague figure of an old man with a lotus crown. His 10 fingers were forming an ancient, heavenly official formula. His right hand was in the air outside the capital of the Nanyuan kingdom. Ding Ying twisted his arms, and a dazzling light appeared between his palms. In the air on the left side of the capital, Ding Ying stretched out his arms. His 5 fingers were like hooks. 24 feet long cracks appeared on the city wall. Qin Pingan held the long chi in the air. His sword Qi broke the formation with the avalanche style. The long sword in his hand met the enemy with the God-suppressing head style of swordsmanship. He was doing two things at once. In an instant, a huge gap of 5 feet long and 6 feet high appeared on a large section of the city wall. For a moment, dust covered the sky. Ding Ying stood at the edge of the gap with the demeanor of a grandmaster. Clouds and mist rolled behind him. This was the result of Ding Ying no longer deliberately restraining his majestic gang qi. The clouds and mist gathered and scattered. Finally, they condensed into the outline of a cloud statue, as if a god was about to descend to the world. Chun Pingon stood on the other side with a calm expression. He did not even look at the strange phenomenon created by Ding Ying. He only held the long qi sword hilt with one hand and put 2 fingers together with the other hand. He gently stroked the sword from left to right. This was the sword that Chun Pingon learned from the old scholar Wen Sheng's long scroll of mountains and rivers. Even if it was only a little similar, that unruly long qi sword actually trembled slightly, as if it was resonating with Chun Pingon. It seemed to have finally acknowledged Chun Pingon and said to Chun Pingon, "What do you want to say to this world? Just say it." Before this, Chun Pingon could not even hold the long qi sword. Therefore, it could only be said that the sword qi was close, but not a real sword in hand. At this moment, there was a real sword in the world. Chun Pingon suddenly grasped the hilt of the sword. At that moment, brilliant light bloomed from the gaps between the fingers of his left hand, as if a bright moon had risen. It surged in all directions like a tide, illuminating the world. It was already daytime with the sun hanging in the sky, but at this moment, the whole capital of Nanyuan Kingdom was still brighter. After grasping the sword, the sun and the moon were together. This long qi sword did not have a scabbard at the moment, but Chun Pingon still made a gesture of unsheathing the sword. Ding Ying was surprised to find that she could not cross the gap. Although she was shocked, she was not frightened. The gang qi behind her condensed into a 30-foot-tall statue of a god, looking down at the tiny person and sword. Ding Ying was well aware that he could not retreat. He was as still as a mountain, but his hands in front of him changed into dozens of arms, dazzling the eyes. There were Buddhist Mudra, Dharma Mudra, Dhyana Mudra, demon-subduing Mudra, Wish Mudra, and Fearless Mudra. Every Mudra was shining with golden light. There were Taoist techniques, Sanqing Finger, 5 Thunder Finger, Sky-Throwing Mudra, and Heavenly Master Mudra. Every seal was accompanied by strong winds and the sound of thunder. There were also Eugeni's sleeve gang, Zhong Qiu's bursting fist, Jing Xinjai's finger sword, Lu Zong's sharpening knife, Qing Yuanshan's curved spear. The godly spirit was the same. Whatever seals and postures Ding Ying had, it had them as well, and they were even more imposing than Ding Ying. Ding Ying's martial arts cultivation had gathered the strengths of hundreds of schools in the world. Yu Zheni stood at the peak of Taoist techniques, Lu Feng stood at the peak of swordsmanship, Zhong Qiu stood at the peak of fist techniques, and Lu Zong stood at the peak of saber techniques. But at a higher place on the peak of the mountains, there was actually a Ding Ying who had long been suspended in the air, making Ding Ying in this blessed land of lotus flowers like the sun at noon. This was really too unreasonable. Chun Pingon only had one sword move. Just one sword move. After one sword move, the god was shattered. All techniques were broken. Ding Ying was not seen. "319. On the street in the city, the battle was soul-stirring from the moment the two sides started fighting. The battle was still in full swing. A glazed flying sword was like a divine object that had gained sentience. It was only a sword, but it could entangle Lu Zong the sharpener. Lu Zong's famous boning knife had never been damaged in his lifetime. In today's battle, he hadn't even touched a corner of Eugeni's robe before the flying sword had cut several holes in it. Lu Zong did not have time to feel sorry for it. He would die if he was distracted. The flying sword was swift and fierce. Its gang qi filled a radius of more than 100 feet. Lu Zong could not help but feel restrained. The leader of the Lake Mountain sect, Yu Zhini, was indeed a true immortal. There were at least 2 sharpeners Lu Zong, and Lu Zong was the 5th in the world. From the corner of Lu Zong's eyes, it was very likely that there were 2 imperial tutors Zhongqiu. Yu Zhini had already landed on the ground. He put his hands behind his back and let Zhongqiu punch him. However, none of the punches could break through his invisible gang qi. The few punches were only inches away from Yu Zhini's face. His eyebrows were slightly raised and his sideburns fluttered. However, that was all. Zhongqiu kept punching but failed time and time again. His expression was normal and his eyes were bright. He did not look dispirited at all. The imperial tutor was still the same. However, the more he was like this, the sadder it made people feel. It was as if the world should not be like this. It made people feel aggrieved and resentful. Zhongqiu only punched. Yu Zhini walked forward casually as if he was taking a stroll. At most, he bypassed the battlefield where Lu Zong and the Flying Sword were fighting and walked past the many shops on the street. He looked up at the signboards of the shops and the couplets that had survived the spring rain this year. Yu Zhini smiled and asked, "Do you regret not accepting that immortal sword back then? The path you chose is only suitable for people in the mortal world. You can't reach the top of the mountain. Even if you were given another 30 years, you would still have nowhere to go after reaching the top. You'll only regret it then. Zhongqiu, you've only cared about things that people don't care about since you were young. In my opinion, that's not called standing out. That's called being stupid." Zhongqiu did not say a word. The scene was strange. While being beaten, Yu Zhini had already turned onto the wide imperial road. As he walked forward, he saw the imperial city of the Nanyuan Kingdom, the Palace City, and the hall that was even more magnificent than the imperial palace of the Songlai Kingdom. On each of the 8 ridges stood 10 strange-looking immortals and beasts. Behind the riding wind immortal was a dragon, a phoenix, a lion, a pegasus, a seahorse, a lion, a dragon, a fish, a shiji, a fighting bull, and Xingshan. Some powerful emperors and generals could see the real thing, but there were some that they couldn't. Yu Zhini pointed forward. "I remember when we were young, you read about the 10 vertical spine objects in a book. You were very curious and said that you must see them with your own eyes in the future. In the end, you lived outside the palace for decades. Haven't you seen enough?" Zhongqiu finally opened his mouth to speak. "Yu Zhini, don't always think that you're so great. After becoming an immortal, you no longer see yourself as a human. Everything you see is condescending. Whatever you think of, you're just reminiscing. You need to see more of the joys and sorrows of the human world. Of course, you're no longer listening to these." Yu Zhini nodded. "That's a layman's view. It's the same with cultivation. Zhongqiu, it's not that you're wrong. It's just that you're not high enough. You're standing too low." Sadness flashed across Zhongqiu's eyes. He stopped punching and looked in the direction of the palace. Yu Zhini also stopped and laughed. "Such a light punch. Zhongqiu, could it be that you haven't eaten for a few days? Why don't I wait for you here for an hour? You can come back after you've eaten your fill." Zhongqiu cursed for the first time. "I'm afraid I'll beat the shit out of you." Zhongqiu was indeed that kind of qiu. No matter how much he studied, if he was really pushed to the brink, wasn't he still that bumpkin from Tuolan County of Songlai County? Yu Zhini patted his stomach and laughed. "I've flipped through the heavenly book, learned the immortal technique, walked the longevity bridge, cultivated the supreme technique, and practiced occlusion for many years. I really haven't eaten shit or fart like this." Zhongqiu sighed. "You're actually waiting for the outcome of that fight to be decided?" Yu Zhini nodded. "So what if you've seen through the truth? You can't break my gang qi." Then he shook his head. "I'm not waiting for the outcome. I'm waiting for that young man called Chun Pingan to die." Zhongqiu suddenly turned his head and looked down at his childhood friend with a strange smile. Eugenie looked up and asked, "What's wrong?" Zhong Qiu said, "Do you still remember that time outside the walls of the Ma County Magistrate's office?" Eugenie thought for a while and suddenly understood. "If you hadn't mentioned it, I wouldn't have remembered." Back in his hometown of Taolan County, Eugenie was the son of an insignificant official who wasn't part of the imperial court. Zhong Qiu's family background was even worse. However, they became best friends at a young age. Eugenie yearned for Jianghu, while Zhong Qiu admired scholars. They were both restless and hot-blooded. Zhong Qiu loved the daughter of his parents, the Ma County magistrate, and Eugenie helped him come up with a lot of bad ideas. The girl didn't like Zhong Qiu at first, and later she became more and more estranged from him. One night when they were drunk, the two of them peed against the wall of the backyard of the county magistrate's office. Unexpectedly, the girl and her maidservant had just sneaked out to have a rendezvous with a foreign scholar. The daughter of the county magistrate was shy, and the maidservant was fierce. She even glanced at Eugenie and Zhong Qiu's crotch and said with disgust, "Two little earthworms, what are you doing in the middle of the night?" After that, Zhong Qiu and Eugenie never went near the county magistrate's office again. After Zhong Qiu's reminder, Eugenie didn't find it interesting. He just didn't know why Zhong Qiu mentioned it. Was there a deeper meaning? Zhong Qiu smiled and said, "Old immortal you, you're not even as good as a little earthworm now." Eugenie's expression didn't change, but his eyes turned cold. "Imperial tutor Zhong, we're done catching up. Why don't we have a fight?" Zhong Qiu laughed it off. Eugenie sneered and said, "Why don't we have a bet? If Lu Zong can survive, will he seek death like you?" Zhong Qiu nodded and said, "Okay, then I bet he won't leave alone." Eugenie was about to raise his hand to control the glazed celestial sword, but he quickly lowered his arm and said with a smile, "I won't give Lu Zong this chance to live." Zhong Qiu said no more. The two of them stood side by side. It was just Imperial Tutor Zhong of Nanyuan Kingdom and Eugenie of Songsui Kingdom. Eugenie suddenly said, "You're wrong. My killing power doesn't lie in that sword. I just thought that you, Zhong Qiu, could still be saved, so I deliberately let you have your way. Just like back then, since we were young, I was willing to let you have your way and take care of your feelings." Zhong Qiu said something strange that was 1,000 miles away from the topic. He turned to look at the southern city wall and said softly, "Eugenie, your position is the most awkward. You're neither the sun nor the moon. Without you, this world is still complete." The skinny little girl carried the small stool and walked to the only house that didn't close the door. She saw Chao Qingling hugging her head and crying. She knocked on the door and stepped over the threshold, deliberately asking, Hey, is anyone here? If there's no one, I'm coming in." When Chao Qingling raised her head, her face full of vigilance, she threw the small stool on the ground and looked left and right. She said casually, "Is this your house? I'm here to return something." Chao Qingling grabbed the hatchet on the ground and held it in front of her. "Who are you?" She was still looking around and said angrily, "I'm with the rich man in the white robe. I'm not with the guy with the flowery hat." She saw the side house, so she turned to Chao Qingling and said, "Earlier, I saw a couple carrying for heads out of the house and throwing them on the street. They rolled on the ground with blood all over. I kindly helped put the heads together. Are they related to you? Aren't you going to take a look?" Tears welled up in Chao Qinglong's eyes as she ran towards the courtyard gate. She suddenly stopped him and glared at him. "Stop." Chao Qingling was a little confused. She asked, "Aren't you going to thank me?" Chao Qingling was stunned. She wanted to say something but stopped. She ran out with tears on her face. She didn't dare to stop a guy with a hatchet. She curled her lips and made way, muttering, "You heartless dog. You deserve to be an orphan." She pushed the door open. It was Chun Pingan's house. The bedding on the bed was neat and tidy. The books on the table were also neat and tidy. It was very clean. There was also an empty scabbard on the table. She didn't find anything to eat copper coins or broken silver. She was so angry that she walked to the table and pushed the pile of books off the table and onto the ground. Her eyes suddenly lit up. She could get some money if she sold the books. Then she stared at the scabbard and sighed. Forget it. If she sold the books secretly, the white-robed guy probably wouldn't do anything to her. But if she sold the scabbard, he would probably punish her severely. At that time, she was still young and wouldn't be of any use. She picked up the books and ran out. She had already made up her mind. After exchanging them for a lot of copper coins, she would quickly spend them. Only when they were turned into food would he not want them back. Zhou Fei held Zhou Shi and Yi-Er's shoulders and found Lu Fang again. They were still drinking at the wine shop. Not only was the wine shop at the corner empty, but the whole street was empty. Most likely, the Nanyuan Kingdom's imperial court had already issued a strict order. Once there was a battle between grandmasters, the market would be under martial law. The specific rules were based on the historical night ban. This must be the work of the imperial tutor Zhongqiu. The beautiful woman who used to be the same master as Lu Fang was lying on the table. Smiling-faced Qintang's head and his sword Dachuan were placed on the table next door. Zhou Fei let go of the two people and strode in. After sitting down, he laughed angrily. You just got him drunk? Lu Fang poured him a bowl of wine. Or else... Zhou Fei looked at Lu Fang. At least I didn't waste my efforts. There is still some effect. Compared to the previous time when he was in a daze, Lu Fang had recovered. Moreover, there was a trace of condensed spiritual qi. He was only short of twisting the rope. It was enough for Lu Fang to live in the lotus flower-blessed land for another 60 years. Perhaps there was a chance for his physical body to ascend. It could be considered a blessing in disguise. As for the lotus flower-blessed land and the vast world, the speed of the river of time was very interesting. It still depended on the guy's mood. If that person found it interesting, the 60 years in the lotus flower-blessed land was only 5 or 6 years in the vast world. However, if he found it boring, he would be in trouble. It was the most deceptive time in history. When someone finally ascended after going through untold hardships in the blessed land, he found that he had returned to the vast world 300 years later. He almost lost his mind on the spot. After all, even for a cultivator on the mountain, 300 years was enough time for things to change. Perhaps the person you wanted to see was no longer in this world, and the person you wanted to kill was already dead after enjoying all the glory and wealth. Zhou Shi and Yi-Er picked a table and sat down. They each had their own thoughts. Hairpin went to find a jar of Nanyuan Kingdom's special bamboo wine. After surviving a disaster, he should have a drink with the girl he liked. As for the promise of 60 years, Zhou Shi was determined to be one of the top 10 or even top 3 in the world. Zhou Shi was Zhou Fei's son after all. Plus, the Spring Tide Palace was at the peak of the lotus flower-blessed land. Zhou Shi was not lacking in wisdom. He was confident that he could meet her again after 60 years and go back to his father's hometown. Zhou Shi could not guess what Yi-Er was thinking. However, he did not need to think too much about it because Zhou Shi had absolute confidence in his father's methods and foundation, especially after his ascension. It was like a dragon entering the water and a tiger returning to the mountain. The lotus flower blessed land was only mid-level blessed land. However, the Cloud Cave blessed land controlled by the Jiang family of Jade Medallion sect, which was his father, Zhou Fei, was the world's #1 blessed land. Zhou Shi had never been able to learn Zhou Fei's skill of training, and taming women. Zhou Fei once joked that it was called fake body and true heart. It was a supernatural skill of the immortals. It was not strange that Zhou Shi could only learn a little, but it was enough to let him run amok in this world. Lu Fang asked, "How's it going over there?" Zhou Fei raised his wine bowl and clinked it with his good friend. He took a sip of the wine and quickly put it down. He explained the fight was very messy. Feng Qingbai was slaughtered by his good friend Tang Tie. Cheng Yuanshan ran away without saying a word. Zhong Qiu played a trick and did not fight to the death with Qin Pingan. After determining the strength of their fist techniques, it was like they were exchanging pointers and helping Qin Pingan stabilize his realm. Because that guy's martial arts were a little strange, he almost broke through the bottleneck of the 6th level in one go. Zhong Qiu saw some clues and slowly pushed Qin Pingan's martial arts realm back to the 5th level. During the fight, Zhong Qiu relied on Qin Pingan's fist techniques to verify some martial arts ideas. If this person could walk out of the Lotus Flower Blessed Land, he would definitely become a 9th level martial artist in the future. Zhou Fei subconsciously picked up the wine bowl, but when he thought of the taste, he sighed and could only pinch his nose and drink a mouthful of wine. Then Ding Ying and Yu Zhini showed up. One blocked Qin Pingan, and the other intercepted Zhong Qiu. I think these two fights were the most dangerous. It was a matter of life and death. Lu Feng casually pointed at the flower hairpin man, and Ye at the table behind him. Pink Vadrama Xian and Pipa Concubine, and smiling face. Qin Pingan actually did not want to kill them. But these two children, I believe that guy will definitely kill them if he has the chance. Ha! With such a temperament, he is more like a warm-hearted wanderer than Feng Qingbai. Let's not talk about you and Tong Qingqing. In this world, only Ding Ying and Yu Zhini are worthy of my attention. The rest are just SOSO. Even if it is Zhong Qiu, I can just give him a 9th level martial artist in 40 or 50 years. What can he do? Zhou Fei waved his hand. I don't care about that. This time, I will sit here and wait for the second beat of the drum. I will only take away the girl behind you. So for the next 60 years, you still have to take care of this good-for-nothing Zhou Shi. Lu Feng nodded and agreed. He asked curiously, you don't plan to recruit Yu Zhini? 60 years of being in a favorable position will give you more opportunities than the Tong Yi sect. And according to what you said, your ranking is at the bottom, so you can only take one person, and that is Ye. But Yu Zhini can take away at least 3 people. Wei Xian, Lu Baixiang, Sui Yuyu, and Zhu Lian. Which one of them is not a genius? The Pearl Grotto Heaven of the Aquarius continent has many talents suitable for cultivation. This Lotus Flower Blessed Land is full of martial arts geniuses. If you rope in Yu Zhini, the Jiang family will have 3 more Zhong Qiu. Zhou Fei stretched out his finger and pointed at Lu Feng. You Lu Feng, your conscience has not been eaten clean by dogs. You still have some consideration for me. Ye took the initiative to speak for the first time. She asked timidly. Palatial Lord Zhou, Sword Immortal Lu, who is Tong Qingqing? Zhou Fei and Lu Feng turned a deaf ear. This was because Ye did not know the importance of the head of the Jiang family of the Jade Gui sect, the master of the Cloud Cave Blessed Land, and a sword cultivator who could possibly reach the 11th level. If Ye could enter the top 10 of the Lotus Flower Blessed Land, perhaps she would have some qualifications to speak with them. Of course, it was also related to Zhou Fei and Lu Feng's cold temperament. If it was a banished immortal like Wander Feng Qingbai, they would not be so unapproachable. After Qin Pingan's sword on the city wall. At the westernmost end of the straight horse path, there was an old man's chest. His long robe was torn open, revealing a bloody wound. The old man made an unexpected move. He raised his arm, took off the lotus crown, and casually threw it on the ground. As for whether the flying sword would break free from its shackles and return to its master's side, making the enemy stronger. As for whether without the protection of the immortal's Dharma treasure, the Tao crown, he would have one less means of victory in an evenly matched battle. Ding Ying did not care. Ding Ying rolled up his sleeves slowly and carefully. He thought for a moment and lowered his head to glance at the lotus crown that was used as a bargaining chip. He casually waved his sleeve and threw it far away in the direction of the Imperial Road in the capital of Nanyuan Nation. Ding Ying slowly walked forward. His footsteps were no different from an ordinary person's. There was no longer a divine person with a mountainous aura. Ding Ying even abandoned the silver Dao crown. He walked towards Chun Pingan barehanded. Ding Ying felt relaxed. He had never been in such a peak state. This was how it should be when fighting with others. If one defeated the second person in the world, one would naturally be the first person in the world. It was a very simple principle. However, no matter how important or unattainable this principle was to outsiders, Ding Ying still felt that it was too insignificant and insignificant. Ding Ying did not think highly of it at all. The strength of one person was superior to the strength of the remaining 9 of the 10 people in the world. This was the invincibility that Ding Ying truly wanted. Therefore, in the long years, only the lonely old demon Ding would study the strengths of various schools and improve the martial arts of various great grandmasters. It was not that Ding Ying needed this as a protective talisman, but that Ding Ying had long been prepared. He wanted to use his casual move to easily break the strongest moves of great grandmasters like Yu Zhini, Zhong Qiu, and Lu Zong. However, there was now a huge accident. Ding Ying felt that this was the right thing to do. It just so happened that there was no need for those fancy moves. It was still too slow. There were no strong enough opponents on the road ahead. Even if Ding Ying stood and waited, even if Ding Ying looked back, he could not see the figure of a second person. There was also no one who could catch up with Ding Ying and stand side by side with him. Therefore, there was only Ding Ying in the world to compete for victory with the heavens. That banished immortal called Chun Pingan came at the right time. With this stepping stone, Ding Ying, will only be closer to the heavens. Ding Ying walked forward quickly and laughed heartily. Chun Pingan held the long sword in his hand. His palm was hot, but he was not burned by the sword chi at all. He felt that the second sword could be even faster, on the top of the southern city wall of the Nanyuan kingdom. From a huge gap in the city wall to the westernmost side, the entire horse path was filled with a flood of snow-white sword chi rolling forward. On the west side of the city wall, Ding Ying punched out repeatedly like a god of the heavenly court hammering a mountain. His punches caused the sword chi that surged towards him to scatter in all directions. Ding Ying just moved against the flow of sword chi like a hot knife through butter. "320. Before sneaking into the Crown Prince's mansion, Empress Zhou Shuzhen, or rather the head of the Tower of Reverence, or the death warrior of the Mirror Heart Chamber, hid in a cool shadow and looked at the battle between the 2 people on the south side of the city. The 2 sides fought until the mountains collapsed and the earth cracked. Even if she opened the most dusty secret files in the Tower of Reverence, there had not been such an earth-shattering battle in the lotus flower-blessed land for many decades. There were only 2 people fighting, but it was like 2 armies facing each other, showing the momentum of thousands of miles of yellow sand and shining spears and armored horses. The founding emperor of the Nanyuan kingdom, Wei Xian, was invincible. There was no opponent in that era. Later, Liu Baixiang was the same. With his strength, he suppressed the whole Jianghu for 60 years. The female sword immortal, Sui Xiong, was so lonely that she could only fly on her sword. The martial madman, Zhu Lian, chose to be the enemy of the world. He fought against 9 people alone and killed more than half of the top 10 grandmasters in the world. This time, Ding Ying met a young banished immortal named Chun Pingan. It was like the sun and the moon were competing with each other. Everyone could only stretch their necks and watch, waiting for the result. Zhou Shuzhen sighed and glanced at the young man and woman on a roof. She did not rush to find them directly. Instead, she quietly landed in a corridor and walked slowly. When she met maids and stewards, she bypassed the pillars and stuck to the back of the ordinary people's line of sight. Or she floated on the beam, like a ribbon swaying forward. It was not suitable for her to appear in this mansion with her current identity. Although she was the current empress of the Nanyuan kingdom, she was not the biological mother of the crown prince and the second prince. Even some vague secret news about the death of the former empress was related to Empress Zhou. Zhou Shuzhen's figure in the mansion caught a glimpse, just enough for Wei Yan and Fan Wan-er to see. They rushed down the roof and saw the famous empress in the garden. Fan Wan-er was curious and worried because she did not know why Zhou Shuzhen appeared in front of Crown Prince Wei Yan in front of her. This Zhou Shuzhen was the senior sister who found Fan Wan-er and took her to the Mirror Heart Chamber. Later, Zhou Shuzhen quickly replaced the identity of a beauty carefully arranged by the Mirror Heart Chamber and successfully entered the imperial palace of the Nanyuan kingdom and became the empress step by step. Zhou Shuzhen said helplessly, "The situation is urgent. It's too late. It's my senior sister's fault and old Demon Ding's fault." Wei Yan looked at his mother and then looked at Fan Wan-er. His heart was haze. He did not mind that he and Fan Wan-er were in the same boat, defeated the younger brother supported by the devil sex Yip-er, and then walked step by step to the dragon throne, successfully ascended the throne, and finally joined forces with the beauty to seek the unification of the four countries. But if the entire Nanyuan kingdom's Wei family had long been played in the hands of the women of the Mirror Heart Chamber, then what was the point of him sitting on the dragon throne and wearing the dragon robe? Zhou Shuzhen did not care about Wei Yan's embryonic imperial thoughts and said to Fan Wan-er straightforwardly, "The reason why I was arranged to come to the capital of the Nanyuan kingdom by Master was that in addition to the identity of the empress, Master also needed me to do something, which was to get that cyan dress. It had to be neither too early nor too late, just at the end of the 60-year cycle. But I didn't dare to get too close to old Demon Ding and didn't dare to show up. I was afraid of angering old Demon Ding." Speaking of this, she smiled apologetically to Fan Wan-er and said bitterly, "So senior sister had to take a step back. Before Zhou Fei went down the mountain, he threatened to take you as a trophy and coveted your beauty for a long time. So I deliberately let people leak the secret to the Chunchao Palace, saying that you were determined to get that dress. Sure enough, Zhou Fei directly went to Monk Yundi of the Jingang Temple, because with Zhou Fei's character, once you fell into his hands, as long as junior sister asked, no matter what Zhou Fei's original intention was to snatch the cyan dress, he was willing to take it out and give it to junior sister. Fan Wan was still confused. So what if I got that dress, got one of the 4 great blessings, and was lucky enough to ascend? But didn't senior sister say that Master had left instructions that I was not allowed to deliberately pursue the opportunity to ascend? It's a pity that Zhou Fei gave that dress to Yip-er of the Devil Sect. Things have come to this. Fortunately, Master had expected this situation. Zhou Shuzhen solemnly took out the small bronze mirror. "Master wanted me to give it to you. When the time comes..." Fan Wan-er took the bronze mirror and turned it over and over, turning it left and right, but she could not see anything strange. Zhou Shuzhen shook her head. "I've studied it for so many years, but I still can't find any clues. It seems to be just an ordinary mirror." Zhou Shuzhen turned to Wei Yan and smiled. "Your Highness, don't worry about becoming a puppet of our Mirror Heart sect. We don't have such intentions, and we don't have the strength to support this ambition. Master once said that Dingying, Yuzhini, and Zhongqiu are 3 mountains that can't be crossed, especially when the first 2 are still alive in the human world. All the plans of the Mirror Heart sect are just small fights and have no real meaning to this world." There were some words that Zhou Shuzhen did not say. For the Venerable One's taboo, she did not want to talk about Master Tong Qingqing in front of an outsider like Wei Yan. In fact, when Tong Qingqing met her disciple Zhou Shuzhen for the last time, she said some words from the bottom of her heart. "I've done so much because I'm afraid of death, so I want to know every corner of this world. Who has done what? I want to know everything, so I can avoid all dangers. Moreover, Zhou Shuzhen did not believe that this was her master's true words. Her master's cultivation was so high, and she had long been one of the four great masters. Her master's talent in martial arts was so high that outsiders did not know, but Zhou Shuzhen knew that it was second only to the great demon Ding Ying. As long as her master was willing to work hard, the top three in the world would definitely be hers. Moreover, her master had the entire Mirror Heart sect behind her, and there were so many death warriors and spies in the court of the four countries. What was there to be afraid of? It should be the world that was afraid of her, Tong Qingqing, right? Crown Prince Wei Yan thought carefully and did not believe it, or rather, he did not believe it completely. Fan Wan held the bronze mirror and fell into deep thought. The old monk of the Jingang Temple took off his kasaya and wore secular clothes. He felt a little uncomfortable, so he went to the imperial palace to ask His Majesty for the golden body of Arhut from Baihe Temple. Before entering the palace, he waited at the palace gate for the news of the monarch's summons. He put his palms together and chanted Amitabha. After entering the palace, His Majesty personally waited for the old monk in the imperial study. Previously, even the Nanyuan Kingdom Emperor did not know about this preaching monk of the Jingang Temple. Only when the last 10 people on the list surfaced did he know that this unknown monk Su Deng, in addition to his seniority in the Jingang Temple, also had a bottomless Buddhist supernatural power. Regarding the golden body of Arhut, the Wei Emperor did not hesitate and agreed to let the former monk Yun Tu take it away. The old monk, who had just returned to the secular world, was a little confused. He originally thought of many excuses, such as promising to serve the Nanyuan Kingdom Wei clan for 30 years, and so on. The armed saint Chung Yuanshan did not join the disciples. That way, he would be too conspicuous and would be easily found. The old man could not just walk around with a long spear, so he could only choose a stone arch bridge and enjoy the shade under it. He made up his mind that after the second drum beat in Jinyo Mountain outside the capital, he would only show himself if at least half of the 10 people on the list in the capital were dead. Otherwise, he would rather miss this opportunity to ascend. Chung Yuanshan hoped very much that the grandmasters on the list would all die. As for whether this went against his martial arts principles, Chung Yuanshan did not care. He only cared about the result. There were thousands of words in the history books, but what else was there besides the bloody words "winner takes all"? Tang Tie, who had always wanted to use Chung Yuanshan to practice his blade, could not find the armed saint and could only give up. After thinking about it, the biggest variable at the moment was actually his identity. Once it was exposed, it would be very troublesome for the great general of the Northern Jin Kingdom to wander around the capital of the Nanyuan Kingdom. Although the relationship between the Northern Jin Kingdom and the Nanyuan Kingdom was not bad, the Nanyuan Kingdom was full of ambition and had long shown signs of wanting to unify the world. Tang Tie did not think that he would be politely sent out of the country. He would either submit to the Wei family or die in the capital of another country. Submitting to the Nanyuan Kingdom was not a good thing for his future, but it was not necessarily terrible. After all, the Nanyuan Kingdom was the strongest country in the country. However, Tang Tie's foundation in the Northern Jin Kingdom, his family, his wives, his military power, and his reputation would all be gone. How could the civil and military officials of the Nanyuan Kingdom be polite to an outsider like him? In the end, Tang Tie was bold because of his skill. Compared to the armed sage who was past his prime, the general of the Northern Jin Kingdom, who was in his 40s, was obviously bolder. He did not hide in a secluded place like Chung Yuanshan. Instead, he chose a noisy restaurant, ordered a pot of good wine, and listened to the storyteller tell a story. The storyteller, who was past his prime, told an old story. Tang Tie listened with great interest and felt that it was not a bad thing to become a minister of the Southern Courtyard in the future. One day, everyone in the four kingdoms would talk about Tang Tie's military career. Tang Tie drank a mouthful of wine and narrowed his eyes. He was somewhat fascinated. Zhou Fei and Lu Feng were still drinking cheap wine in the restaurant at the corner of the street, waiting for the battle on the city wall to end. After old Demon Ding and Eugenie made their moves, a character who was originally close to the beginning became interesting again. The great Grandmaster of the Mirror Heart sect, Tong Qingqing. Previously, Ye, who was wearing a green dress, asked curiously. Zhou Fei and Lu Feng did not bother to answer. However, when Ye fell silent, Zhou Fei laughed again and took the initiative to talk about this very interesting fairy. Zhou Fei seemed to have figured something out. He glanced at Ye and explained to Zhou Shi about Tong Qingqing's deeds elsewhere. After Hairpin heard about it, he only felt that it was absurd. One was a female sword cultivator who pressed forward courageously. The other was the leader of the Mirror Heart sect who hid in the shadows. The difference in temperament between the two was like heaven and earth. In the hometown of his father, Zhou Fei, there was a sect called Taiping Mountain. There was a female Taoist nun on the mountain who was extremely talented and lucky. She was envied by others. In the Aquarius continent, there was a place called the Divine Grandeur sect. There was a woman who was younger than her. The two of them had different approaches to achieve the same result, so she was called the second person. This nun was born warm-hearted and had a strong temperament. When she encountered injustice, she would pursue it to the end. She regarded life and death as a small matter, which went against the original intention of a cultivator. Her teacher had tried his best to persuade her several times, but he could not point it out. Several times, she only restrained herself for a period of time. In the end, she relapsed. If there was any injustice in the world, as long as it was seen by her, she would take care of it. And every time, she would only stop after finding out who was behind it. As for meddling in other people's business, would it affect her cultivation? She did not care whether she would be in danger because of it. She even wanted to roll her eyes. Because of this, the relationship between Taiping Mountain, the Tongye sect, and the Yugui sect was very stiff. They were like fire and water with the Fuyang sect. But because of the Academy's face, both sides tried to restrain themselves from attacking. Along the way, they fought and killed. Unexpectedly, they were surrounded by danger, but they came out safe and sound, allowing her to enter the nascent soul realm. Even the only remaining ancestral master of Taiping Mountain, the current sect master's uncle master, was alarmed. Taiping Mountain had as many as 9 Earth Immortals in the eyes of the Jin Dan and nascent soul realm cultivators. They looked down on the continent, but there was not a single cultivator in the 11th realm. There was only one ancestral master in the 12th realm who was in the immortal realm to support the situation. On the other hand, the Tongye sect and the Yugui sect both had cultivators in the immortal realm and the pure jade realm, plus the Fuyang sect, where the couple were both in the pure jade realm. At least the inheritance was orderly, and there was no gap in the realm. So whether this nun of Taiping Mountain could enter the upper 5 realms was very important. Once she succeeded in entering the pure jade realm with her natural fortune, then the final achievements of the Wei and Jin temples of the Wind Snow Temple in the Aquarius continent would be suppressed by her. Such a person, even in the central divine continent, was a rare existence. Because the great Tao was within reach, others could see it clearly. Simply put, there was a chance to stand near those 10 people one day, or even squeeze out one of them to occupy a place. And among those 10 people, there was the grand heavenly master of Mount Longhu, the city lord of White Emperor City, and the newest one was the great Duan dynasty's Valkyrie, Pei Wan. Apart from these 10 people, the other 8 continents in the vast world naturally had people with the highest cultivation. For example, Chun Shunan of the South Swirl continent and the god of fortune of the White Mountain continent. But compared to the central divine continent, the overall atmosphere was far too lacking. The skinny little girl hugged a stack of books and quickly ran out of the courtyard and the alley, running as fast as she could. She was young, but she had already seen many bad people doing bad things. Some were done to others, and some were done to her. She had also seen the occasional good person, but they were not rewarded. Some good people also became bad people. She had once met an old lunatic who wandered around with a lantern for most of the day. He said that the world was too dark and he could not see the road or people without a lantern. She ran until she was drenched in sweat. She looked up at the sun, and it was like a huge lantern hanging in the sky. It was bright, and the world moved as though no one could do without it. But she only liked it in winter and spring. But if it could not be cold all year round, she would not like it at all. She would rather it not be in the sky. With it, the sky would be too bright, and she would be easily discovered if she did many things, such as stealing food. When she passed by a well, she stopped and sat on the mouth of the well to rest for a while, panting heavily. She glanced at the well, deep and dark. She was just about to spit when she looked up and saw a tall, old man standing beside her. He was wearing what was probably called a Taoist robe. He raised his head and looked at her. The skinny little girl didn't dare to move at all, as if she would die if she moved a single finger or even had a single thought in her mind. She had never been so afraid of someone since she was young. The Taoist was tall, and the style of his Taoist hat and Taoist robe were extremely rare. Under the light, the old Taoist skin emitted a golden jade luster, and his Taoist robe was spotless. It was as though he was not even standing in this world. The old Taoist glanced at the skinny little girl, then reached out his arm and grabbed at the sky. The skinny little girl, who had been sneaking glances at him, wailed and threw the book in her arms. She covered her eyes with both hands, and her face was full of tears. Her skinny body rolled on the ground, because at that moment she clearly saw that old man grab the sun from the sky with one hand and clamp it between his fingers. The skinny little girl banged her head against the wall of the well in pain. The old Taoist was indifferent. He did not feel pitiful or annoyed. He was just indifferent. Seeing the joys and sorrows of the human world once and a few times was a completely different experience than seeing it a million times. The old Taoist only lowered his head and stared at the sun between his fingers. It was not an illusion, but a real one. Instead, the sun in the sky was an illusion. The old Taoist temporarily put the pearl into his sleeve and looked at the southern city wall. This dinging disappointed him a little. Eugenie and Zhongxiu were passable, but it wasn't because Eugenie and Zhongxiu performed well, but it was because the old Taoist didn't have high expectations for them. Ding-ing was different. This Ding-ing, whether it was her foundation or her temperament, was the closest to the second Taoist. She could be said to be a fake that was the closest to the real thing in the world. Even if this kind of dinging, no matter where she went in the vast world, would undoubtedly reach the 12th realm, she would still stop here. The bottleneck was too obvious. A good fake would usually not be too bad, but how good could it be? The old Taoist was still not satisfied. Wei Xian, Lu Baixiang, and Zhu Lian, the three of them combined into one. Each with their own strengths, Ding Ying was still so weak. Just as he was about to smash Ding Ying's head with his sleeve, the old Taoist hesitated and looked up at the sky. The old Taoist stood in the lotus flower-blessed land and looked at the lotus cave. There were only two places in the four worlds where the blessed land and the blessed land were connected. The old Taoist, standing beside the well, exchanged a glance with the Taoist who was overlooking the blessed land. After that, the border between the paradise of lotus flowers and the blessed land was pulled apart, and in just a blink of an eye, a 10 million feet wide trench was formed. The old Taoist snorted. The pearl in his sleeve burned a hole in the sleeve of his Taoist robe. However, there were many withered lotus leaves within He Tiantian's paradise as well. The old Taoist by the well retracted his gaze, and his sleeve returned to normal. He believed that the lotus pond was no exception. The skinny little girl by the old Taoist feet was still crying on the ground. The feeling of staring at the sun at such a close distance had gone far into the depths of her spirit. If she had not been lucky enough to hide in the old Taoist shade, her previous and future lives would have decayed and turned into nothingness in an instant. The old Taoist was a little resentful. "Old Shotsai, aren't you annoying?" (321). For the first time, the old Taoist took a good look at the skinny little girl. A tall Taoist and a skinny little girl. They were worlds apart. Under the Taoist's gaze, the little girl, who had been banging her head against the wall of the well, suddenly felt as if she had just drunk a bowl of herbal tea in the middle of summer. Moreover, it was the white porcelain plum soup from a rich family. Suddenly, the pain disappeared. She gasped for breath and leaned against the edge of the well. She looked at the old Taoist timidly. Instinctively, her eyes wandered quickly, trying to find where the bead was hidden by the old Taoist. This was called not remembering what was eaten or beaten. Fortunately, the Taoist's attitude towards the human world, especially good and evil, was different from ordinary people. The old Taoist did not care about the little girl's reckless search. However, the old Taoist already had an idea of the little girl's identity. Therefore, he was even more annoyed with the old scholar, who kept saying, "Scholars only borrow things." In the early years, the two of them made a bet. The old Shuyuan, who was full of jealousy, relied on his shameless and unreasonable behavior to win a token from him. He asked the old Taoist to protect the person who had the token if he ever met him. The old Taoist was willing to accept his loss and agreed. However, the resentment he had for the old Shuyuan was not small. Later, they met again and exchanged views on Taoism. The two of them sat down and discussed Taoism, the kind that was reasonable. It was at the border of the Lotus Flower Paradise and the Lotus Cave, otherwise, a small piece of Lotus Flower Paradise. Even if the spiritual energy was thin and it was difficult for the Taoism to manifest, would not be able to withstand the competition between the two of them. In the end, it was the old Shuyuan who wanted to take advantage of the old Taoist. However, he did not know when, but in addition to this, the old Shuyuan, this shameless thing, had secretly set up such a chess piece in the Lotus Flower Paradise. It was really dark under the light. The old Taoist stared at the little girl under his eyes. His eyes were clear and cold, like the sun hanging high in the sky. He never cared about the warmth and coldness of the world, let alone the praise of the world. In a few blinks of an eye, the old Taoist had seen through the little girl's life experience. As expected, the old Taoist glanced at the mansion and gave a cold hum. His anger subsided a little. He thought for a while and understood what the old elementary scholar was trying to do. He then made a mental calculation and felt that it was feasible. The old Taoist looked hesitant for the first time. He then turned his head to look at the south side of the city and exclaimed in surprise. The old Taoist flicked his finger lightly and hit the little girl's forehead. She froze and did not move. He waved his sleeve again, and ripples appeared around the mouth of the well. The old Taoist took a step forward and disappeared. The river of time began to flow in reverse in the abbot's land. Everything else, including the little girl, that was invisible to the naked eye. And the rules of the world began to reverse. The little girl picked up the books, and in the end, the scene was fixed on her action of wanting to spit into the well. She was somewhat at a loss, and for no reason, she felt a little fearful. Shaking her head, she did not dare to behave atrociously in the end. Holding the stack of books that she had stolen, she ran away quickly. Black Ox Mountain was more than 20 miles south of the capital city, on the desolated city wall. There were grandmasters who came from the city to admire the ruins of the battlefield. Eugenie and Zhong Qiu stopped fighting for their lives. At this moment, Eugenie was silently feeling the flow of aura on the city wall, as well as the pure sword will that remained between heaven and earth. Zhong Qiu, on the other hand, did not have such thoughts. His hands were on a broken arrow stand, and he looked into the distance. The azure glass flying sword came to Eugenie's side. The closer it was to the city wall, the slower the flying sword broke through the air. When it reached the city wall, it trembled slightly, as if it was afraid. The sharpener, Lu Zong, followed the azure glass flying sword to the horse path. He jumped onto a broken wall and sat cross-legged. The boning knife in his hand was badly damaged. The old man stretched out his thumb and carefully stroked the blade that was as bright as a mirror. He had been arrogant his whole life, but in the end, he was beaten so badly by a sword. It was Karma. The great general of the northern Jin kingdom, Tang Tie, wore the refiner on his waist. He slowly climbed onto the city wall, picked an empty space, and stood still. He held the hilt of his sword and had a majestic aura. In contrast, the armed sage, Cheng Yuanshan, who had been hiding under the bridge to enjoy the cool air, was a disgrace to his status as a grandmaster. Zhou Fei and Lu Feng also came to the southern city wall, followed by Zhou Shi and Ye, who was wearing wooden clogs. Fan Wan from the Mirror Heart House also carefully climbed onto the city wall. She did not dare to openly switch from the two city paths to the horse path. Instead, she used lightness skill to step on the inner wall to reach the top. She chose a position between the imperial tutor of the Nanyuan kingdom and the great general of the northern Jin kingdom, Longwu. The battle between the two on the city wall had evolved into a battle outside the city. From the city wall, where everyone stood to the line of Black Ox Mountain, dust flew up as if a turtle fish flipped its back and lifted the earth. The merchants on the official road outside the southern city had already dispersed. Not only did Dinging go against the flow, he moved forward step by step and punched out, forcefully dispersing Chen Pingan's long river of sword aura. He also ignored the injuries on his body and closed in on Chen Pingan, forcing Chen Pingan to use a sword to meet the enemy. Ding Ying turned something rotten into something magical. He was no longer restricted to the martial arts sects and branches of the world. Everything was used by him. Ding Ying. All of his moves were similar to the moves of great grandmasters like Eugenie. They were all different. He slapped his palm directly towards Chen Pingan. The man and the sword, the squall would start from Chen Pingan's back and explode with a bang. In the blink of an eye, strands of sword aura spun like a whirlpool with unpredictable trajectories. After knocking Chen Pingan to the ground, Ding Ying's clothes were ragged, and her hair was disheveled. Without any hesitation, she rushed down the city wall, almost at the same time. She kept the distance between the two of them within 2 arms and did not give Chen Pingan a chance to unleash his swordsmanship and sword will to the pinnacle. Ding Ying could be sure that every strike of the white-robed deity before her was comparable to the all-out strike of the female sword immortal, Sui Yuyu. Of course, this did not include Sui Yuyu's 3 swords of soaring. At that time, the female sword immortal's luck had changed. It was very likely that she had occupied almost half of the martial arts fate in the world and could not be simply regarded as Sui Yuyu. Therefore, Ding Ying knew very well that the heavenly axiom did not exclude martial artists from ascending with pure physical strength. It even allowed Sui Yuyu to absorb the martial arts fate. Therefore, when Sui Yuyu failed to ascend back then, she was as thin as a skeleton. On the way back to the human world, her bones had turned into dust and her soul had disappeared. It was because she was not strong enough that she could not blame anyone else. Ding Ying's fist landed on the center of Chen Pingan's sword, causing the sword to bend in a large arc. The tip of the long sword almost pierced Chen Pingan's shoulder. Chen Pingan had no choice but to stretch out 2 fingers and press them against the tip of the sword, reversing the arc caused by Ding Ying's fist. Taking advantage of the momentum, Chen Pingan retreated, like a dragonfly skimming the surface of the water. Seeing that Ding Ying did not pursue him, Chen Pingan did not feel lucky at all. He immediately used the God-suppressing head style from the sword art classics to emit sword aura to protect the surroundings. The fist aura was like a rainbow. 7 or 8 rainbows condensed to the point of materialization surged and collided with the sword aura. Chen Pingan moved again and again with small steps and thunderous roars. The sword aura and fist aura were destroyed almost at the same time, emitting balls of dazzling light. It was like 2 elite cavalry units on the border of 2 countries had perished together. Ding Ying punched continuously from afar. There was no fist stance at all. It was the simplest of punches, and he did as he pleased. At the same time he punched, he took a light step and closed the distance between them by 20 meters. By the time Chen Pingan had neutralized all the fist aura with great difficulty, Ding Ying was already in close combat. He beat Chen Pingan so hard that he could not catch his breath. Chen Pingan had been fighting and retreating while Ding Ying's momentum was overbearing. Both sides' momentum was at its peak. Chen Pingan's first sword on the city wall. In the face of that sword, even Ding Ying, who was so arrogant that he only saw the heavens, could only retreat in dejection. Even his temperament began to change. Ding Ying's momentum peaked when he was at a disadvantage, going against the flow of the sword aura. After that, Chen Pingan began to go downhill. But strangely, Ding Ying was also unable to maintain his momentum and mentality. No matter how aggressive the scattered sword aura looked, Ding Ying was confident that he could block it. At most, he could buy Chen Pingan some time to catch his breath after the sword attack, causing Ding Ying to lose the initiative. But Ding Ying could only avoid the sword aura that had condensed into a tide. 3 li outside the city, there was a small hill near the official road. Ding Ying flicked away the sword tip with 2 fingers and suddenly exerted force with his palm, pushing Chen Pingan's chest. Chen Pingan crashed into the hill like a kite with its string cut. Ding Ying had actually punched Chen Pingan through the hill like an arrow piercing the enemy's chest. Dust rose to the sky. The power of Ding Ying's palm strike could be seen from Chen Pingan's release of the sword aura. After the sword aura reached its peak in the air, it began to fall. If nothing unexpected happened, it would land near the hill near Ding Ying. Ding Ying narrowed his eyes. He could not see Chen Pingan's miserable state. While not delaying his advance, Ding Ying was actually hesitant about what to do with the sword in front of him. Should he take his life while he was down? Should he drive the sword back to the city wall and throw it as far away from the battle as possible so that this young banished immortal would not have a sword to hold? Or should he use it as bait to ambush Chen Pingan? But the opponent made Ding Ying give up all his thoughts. Ding Ying's heart suddenly became alert, and his hair stood on end. He immediately stopped and stomped heavily on the ground, drawing out a large fist stance with a magnificent aura. The fist force was like a storm, hurriedly smashing the area between the sword and the top of the hill. However, even though Ding Ying reacted so quickly, there was still a touch of Snow White that allowed the fist force to smash on his body. From the top of the hill, he leaped up high and reached out his hand to grab the long breath that had fallen under his feet by a few feet. It was just right in the palm of his hand. In order to rush through Ding Ying's fist aura storm as quickly as possible, Chen Pingan was clearly an arrow at the end of its flight. But with a sword in hand, he still wanted to use the sword. As for whether the power of the sword would be greatly reduced, it might only be able to scratch an itch for Ding Ying, who was full of vigor, or cause a negligible injury. Chen Pingan did not even think about it. In this incredible world, on that street, everyone inexplicably wanted to fight and kill. It seemed that no one cared about who Chen Pingan really was, whether he was good or bad, or why he appeared in the capital of the Nanyuan Kingdom. This was an extremely terrible feeling. At that time, Chen Pingan saw Lu Xianyang on the sickbed and walked alone to the covered bridge. He swore that he would never be like this again in his life. He could only be like a dog, wagging his tail to God and begging for mercy, hoping to seek justice. Chun Pingan had learned the sword art for a long time, but it was not this sword art that Chun Pingan really grasped the divine will, but the other three swords. In the dilapidated ancient temple, Mr. Qi easily split the pink-robed Lu Qiqing's tactical array with one sword. When he fought side by side with the old sword sage Song Yuzan of the Brushed Water Kingdom, Chun Pingan once killed Jin Jia with this sword. In the landscape painting of the old scholar Wen Sheng, there were two swords. Chun Pingan had learned a little about the sword spirit's sword on the city wall of the Nanyuan Kingdom. Then he directly attacked Ding Ying, who almost thought he was the second in the world. Chun Pingan attacked the big mountain of the central region, Sui Mountain, with another sword. It was these three swords. Other than that, there were two other swords, but Chun Pingan was still in a daze. Because he was not familiar enough with the person who had unleashed the swords, and because he was too far away, Chun Pingan had not comprehended enough divine intent for him to unleash the swords. The first sword was the Wind Snow Temple's Wei Jin who broke the sky curtain. Before the person arrived, the sword arrived. The second sword was the Mo family's hero Su Ruo, who pushed the sword out of the scabbard. When the sword was just an inch out of the scabbard, there was a mountain in front of him. Chun Pingan held the long qi in his hand. The next sword was Qi Jingchuan's random locust wood sword, which easily broke Lu Qiqing's Hunyuan tactical array of White Emperor City. A trace of hesitation appeared in Ding Ying's heart again. It was such a familiar sword, wrapped in the mighty power of heaven. The world just had to bear it. On the city wall, he retreated. Should he retreat this time? In the sky in front of Ding Ying, one person and one sword. Chun Pingan chopped down with his sword. A golden line appeared between heaven and earth. After learning the fist, he had to use the fist. After learning the sword, he had to use the sword. Anyway, he had to let others hear what he said. In an instant, Ding Ying's mind was clear, and his heart was calm. He retreated with one sword, two swords, and each sword had to retreat. Where should he retreat to? How could he arm wrestle with God? He thought that this banished immortal named Chun Pingan in front of him was God. If he killed the person in front of him, and then killed the bigger one, heaven and earth would be clear, and there would be a new pattern of heaven and earth. Why don't I, Ding Ying, be God? Ding Ying laughed heartily. His hands made gestures, and his spirit traveled. It turned out that the Yin spirit traveled the world in broad daylight. The Yin spirit put one hand behind his back, and the other hand stretched out, covering the top of his head with his palm. His voice was not loud, but in Ding Ying's heart, he said, "If I disappear from the world, can Ding Ying become stronger?" Of course, he was talking to himself. Ding Ying did not say anything, but there was a thought in his heart. He sneered, "I can't decide the cultivation level. I still have to follow the rules. But the mind is more important. There is no need to talk nonsense. Even if my soul is gone, I, Ding Ying, only have my body. So what? I will still do what I should do." After a while, Chun Pingan held the long qi and floated to the ground, looking a little embarrassed. As it turned out, Chun Pingan's Persian qi was already at the end of its tether. He tried his best, but the meaning of this sword was too great. Chun Pingan's current strength was too weak, so he wasn't able to lift it up. He only ended up with a result that was all bark and no bite. Even Chun Pingan, who did not care about heaven or earth when he fought, felt a little embarrassed. As for the Yin spirit who had made up his mind to be destroyed by the sword, only his palm and arm disappeared. He looked at Ding Ying in confusion and silently took a few steps back, returning to Ding Ying's body. Both sides had a tacit understanding to stop fighting for a moment. Chun Pingan took a breath of fresh air. Ding Ying needed to calm his spirit. It was at this moment that Chun Pingan and Ding Ying's temperament calmed down like a boat dropping anchor into the water. The old Taoist beside the well came to the top of the city wall. He smiled and made a decision. The Grand Masters on the city wall, even the banished immortals like Zhou Fei, did not notice the old Taoist's existence. Only Fan Wanner glanced in that direction, but she didn't find anything. So she quickly withdrew her gaze. Eugenie looked around and said helplessly, "Cultivating immortal spells is always cautious. I thought I could at least fight with Ding-Ying, but I didn't expect that I was still far behind. In this world, Ding-Ying is the favored one. Is it true that cultivators can't make a name for themselves?" Zhou Fei clicked his tongue in wonder. "Old Demon Ding, this means that you want to monopolize the martial arts fate. Did Ding-Ying suddenly think of something and gain the recognition of the rules of this world? It can't be, right? We are all still alive and kicking. How could Ding-Ying be so lucky? It's not like the Liu dynasty in the Aquarius continent. The emperor lost his mind and saw that the country was doomed. So he secretly gave half of the country's martial arts fate to his son." Zhou Fei talked endlessly, secretly laughing. After all, he was just a bystander. Lu Feng asked, "How do you know about the small Aquarius continent in the north?" Zhou Fei smiled. "I'm the head of the Jiang family after all. How can I not care about the world's affairs? People often come to me in my dreams." Lu Feng was confused. "That works too. Spend money." Zhou Fei was a bit pained. He said angrily, "A moment is worth 1,000 gold. My dreams for a year are the ones that make people spend mountains of gold and silver." In the distance, Eugenie frowned. The silver lotus crown in his hand trembled. The petals suddenly opened, and a dark green light broke free. It flashed and flew towards the south of the city. Heaven and earth worked together. Illusory light surged towards Ding-Ying from all directions. Ding-Ying closed his eyes and focused, accepting the vast martial arts fate of heaven and earth. Chun Pingan's magic treasure, golden wine, suddenly floated. It was no longer a snow-white robe, but a golden one. Not only that, flying sword Chu rushed out from the sword's strengthening gourd at his waist, and in the distance, flying sword 15 flew over. Chun Pingan stood at the top of the hill, holding a long chi in his hand. Sword chi flowed through his arm. Chuyi and Shiwu hovered around him. These two little ancestors, who had never been on good terms with each other, had never been so happy to reunite with their old friends. His golden wine fluttered. Chun Pingan suddenly clenched his golden wine, causing his sleeves to flutter. It was just a small hill, but there were people who were fluttering their robes. Chun Pingan and Ding-Ying, up and down the hill. Both of them had reached a new peak. Regardless of cultivation or mental state, both of them were at the same level. Ding-Ying opened his eyes and glanced at the wine bottle at Chun Pingan's waist. He laughed. After the battle, "I'll drink this wine for you." Chun Pingan patted the sword strengthening gourd at his waist, indicating that if he had the ability, he could drink it himself. The battle started again. This time, it was no longer about the distance between two arms. Within a 1-mile radius, there was abundant sword chi and thick gang chi. Both of them fought all the way to Yunia Mountain. Sand and stones flew from the foot of the mountain to the top. Ding-Ying was slashed from the top to the foot of the mountain by Chun Pingan. Chun Pingan's second attack was lifted from the ground by Ding-Ying, who punched him back to the top of the mountain. Ding-Ying slowly climbed higher. His fist aura was like the arm of a god, which was hundreds of feet tall. He smashed his arm on Yunia Mountain again and again. Chun Pingan destroyed it with one strike. Ding-Ying, who had obtained the martial arts fate of heaven and earth, even went out of his body with his Yin spirit again. He turned into a golden body Dharma form that was as tall as Yunia Mountain. He clenched his fists and punched Yunia Mountain again and again. Chun Pingan should have switched to the tit-for-tat steaming cloud swamp style, but after grasping the long chi in his hand, he no longer had the thought of switching to a fist technique. Even if he and his sword were both smashed down by the golden body Yin spirit, he still insisted on using his sword to fight the enemy. The dust on the Wild Ox Mountain had already covered the sky and the sun. Huge rocks kept rolling down. and Ding Ying's forceful strikes created landslides that looked like avalanches, as well as mudslides that swept away countless plants and trees. The towering Yunia mountain was gradually lowered by the punches. The golden robe on the top of the mountain was still standing. Ding Ying's real body walked to the newest so-called mountain peak. Dust flew everywhere, and it was dark, taking advantage of Chun Pingan's sword to block the Dharma form's palm. He smashed the Dharma form's entire palm. The golden light shattered and scattered everywhere. Yunia Mountain looked like it was raining gold. Ding Ying ran forward in a straight line and punched Chun Pingan's forehead. A speck of golden light was thrown out of Yunia Mountain in an arc and landed heavily on the ground a few hundred feet away from Yunia Mountain. The slender golden trajectory looked like a golden arch bridge. Ding Ying's perfect divine will punched out quickly. It was also a scene of thousands of white rainbows hanging in the sky. The scenery was magnificent. Coincidentally, the spot where the white rainbows landed was the speck of golden light. Chun Pingan was knocked back another few hundred feet. Ding Ying was also furious. Chun Pingan's tough body had even flattened the Yunia mountain under his feet by a few hundred feet. Yet that guy was still able to attack without stopping. Ding Ying shouted angrily, "You won't die from this punch?" The giant Dharma form behind him leaped over Yunia mountain. After one of its feet touched the ground, its body leaned forward, and the other foot stepped on Chun Pingan's head. Compared to being able to hold a long breath as the two fought crazily, they became more and more satisfied. Sword chi kept exploding around their palms and arms. The Dharma robe's golden goblet that withstood Ding Ying's Dharma form's attacks almost shattered the top of Chun Pingan's head. Chun Pingan's mind was completely immersed in the fight with Ding Ying. He did not even have time to adapt to the changes in the spiritual chi. It was natural, as if their existence was justified. Chun Pingan did not care about the pain of the spiritual chi being hammered into his body. He treated it as the same pain as when he practiced martial arts. As for the chaotic spiritual chi that seeped into his skin, blood, flesh, and bones, then into his acupoints, chi palace, and soul, Chun Pingan did not have time to care about it. The mountains were high, and the rivers were dangerous. The road was long and obstructive. Chun Pingan looked into the distance wholeheartedly. Some of the obstacles on the road under his feet seemed to have naturally bypassed them. The road was still the same, and there was no other way. Therefore, those obstacles became a part of Chun Pingan's life. The Dharma form of the golden body stomped down, and a large pit appeared on the ground. Ding Ying made a take-it-for-granted fist stance. The true meaning of Tao was close to what one's mind can become the truth. One hand was facing the sky, and the other hand was clenched into a fist and heavily hammered on the palm of his hand. The fist came down. The wind rose, and the clouds surged. The sky was gloomy. A bolt of lightning that was as thick as a tree struck down from the sky. The Dharma form had already retreated. It crossed its arms and looked on coldly. Bolts of lightning smashed into the large pit. An endless stream of lightning poured down on Chun Pingan, who was standing at the bottom of the pit with his back bent. It was as if a flood had overflowed the robe and rapidly flowed down. Ding Ying's eyes glowed with a golden radiance as he slammed his fist against his palm for the last time. The sea of clouds in the sky resembled a pool of lightning. A thick bolt of snow-white lightning struck down from the sky, but it did not strike towards the pit. Instead, it descended slowly and was held in the hands of the Eem's soul Dharma form as if it was wielding a long sword. Then he began to run forward, gently tossing the sword in his hand forward. Finally, he held the long sword with both hands and stood at the edge of the large pit. The tip of the sword was pointed downwards, and he slashed down heavily towards the head of the person at the bottom of the pit. One had to know that apart from the power of lightning contained within the sword, it also contained Ding Ying's comprehension of the sword Tao. Ding Ying pursed her lips and clasped her hands behind her back. "I know you're here. Will you only show up after Chun Pingan dies? You are indeed generous. This banished deity called Chun Pingan is really the best whetstone. What? Are you afraid that I am too weak and not worthy of your help? On top of the city wall, Eugenia's face darkened. Zhong Qiu chuckled and said, "How about it? Do you still think that you are an accomplished deity?" Zhou Fei held his forehead and sighed bitterly. Damn it. We are in the lotus flower-blessed land, not the vast world where you can squander the spiritual qi. You two are two. All right, after I go back, I must find this Chun Pingan. No matter what his current state is, I must get to know him. It would be best if he could become a consecrator of the Jiang family. So what if his state is low? Lu Feng interrupted his good friend's nagging and sneered. That is, if that guy is not dead. Zhou Fei sighed and removed the palm on his forehead. He looked towards the direction of the Wild Ox Mountain. It's difficult. Apart from the flashes of lightning, Ding Ying's roaming Yin-Soul Dharma form held a sword and stabbed towards Chun Pingan's head. There was no suspense. Even though Chun Pingan was wearing a golden Taoist robe, and even though Chu Yi and 15 tried their best to block it, the sword still penetrated deep into the ground. After Chun Pingan disappeared, the sword in the Yin-Soul's hand shattered. The sword intent and lightning scattered in the crater. The crater resonated with the sea of clouds in the sky, and it also looked like a lightning pool. The outcome was set. Ding Ying's heart tightened as he prepared to face his true opponent. Indeed, on the peak of the Wild Ox Mountain, not far from Ding Ying, there was an unusually tall old Taoist. He said calmly, "You are just each other's whetstones." Ding Ying was about to speak. The old Taoist sneered. "You are courting death. However, it doesn't matter. You, Ding Ying, are quite interesting in this life." In the vast world, he was a pure martial artist. He was at the 4th realm of soul tempering and the 5th realm of soul tempering. Chun Pingan, who had been struck into the ground by his physical body, did not get up to fight again. However, in the lightning pool in the crater, a young sword immortal in a fluttering golden robe appeared. He was in high spirits as he held 2 fingers together and swiped them in front of him. Then, a sword hovered in front of him. It was the same as Chun Pingan on the city wall. However, the difference was that after the golden-robed exiled immortal, a youth wearing straw sandals and linen clothes appeared. He looked younger than the exiled immortal. A sword appeared. In front of him, the exiled immortal Chun Pingan smiled and said, "I have a sword." Chun Pingan, who was wearing straw sandals behind him, charged forward and grabbed the sword. He leaped high into the air, just like how he slashed the great Yusui Mountain back then. He said loudly, "It can move mountains." The sword was gone. There was no longer the number 1 person in the world, Ding Ying. There was no old fiend Ding in the world. This was because the entire Wild Ox Mountain was gone. It had been flattened by the sword. In the crater, Chun Pingan used the golden wine that was no longer suppressed by the lightning to shake his robe and break through the restraints of the earth. He pulled himself out of the mud. The 2 Chun Pingan's soul and spirit returned to their bodies. They walked along the slope and slowly walked out of the crater. An aged voice sounded with a hint of laughter. It was unknown if it was sarcastic or mischievous. "This sword is not bad." Chun Pingan took off the wine flask by his waist and drank a mouthful of wine happily. He asked, "Are you the Taoist Donghai that old sword immortal Chun mentioned? Is this the Taoist temple?" The old Taoist who appeared beside Chun Pingan smiled and shook his head. "There's no Taoist temple? Wherever I am, the Taoist temple will be there." Chun Pingan raised his sleeve and wiped the blood on his face. However, just as he wiped it clean, his face turned red again. He asked, "Can I curse a little?" The old Taoist smiled and said, "Do as you see fit." Chun Pingan's expression did not change as he continued wiping the blood. "Senior, your Taoist techniques are impressive." "Impressive." The old Taoist nodded and said, "You are teachable." 3:22. The old Taoist came suddenly and left suddenly. He left Qin Pingan alone at the edge of the big pit. He didn't tell Qin Pingan how to leave this blessed land of lotus flowers, nor did he tell him when the Taoist temple would end. As for the fortune of ascension and the 10 people in the world, the old Taoist didn't even mention it. However, the old Taoist had left without any warning. Although he had left behind a huge mess for Qin Pingan felt as if a heavy burden had been lifted off his shoulders. His heartstrings that were about to break were loosened. He staggered and swayed a few times. In the end, he could not hold on any longer and simply fell backwards. Without a breath of pure Jinqi, Qin Pingan held on with all his might. The injuries he had sustained when he was struck into the ground by Ding Ying's Yin spirit had completely erupted. It was as if Qin Pingan was lying in a pool of blood, with fresh blood flowing out continuously. But the smile in Qin Pingan's eyes was very happy. With Chuyi and Shiwu beside him, Ding Ying was dead, and there was no one around. Qin Pingan extravagantly used the last bit of strength to take off the blade, nourishing gourd. Trembling, he put it to his mouth and forced himself to swallow a mouthful of wine. Too much debt didn't weigh down one's body. This bit of pain was just like scratching an itch. Qin Pingan just felt that it was a pity that he didn't drink now. Qin Pingan didn't notice that on the golden wine robe on his body, between the claws of the golden dragon in the middle of his chest, the huge snow-white pearl was filled with thick thunder plasma, and under the claws and jaws of the 2 smaller golden dragons on his shoulders, there were also a few wisps of lightning lingering around the 2 smaller pearls. However, the changes of the golden wine were not worth mentioning compared to the earth-shaking vision of Qin Pingan's body. The most thorough rebirth, previously soaking in the thunder pool, made the bones under Qin Pingan's skin and flesh have a bit of golden luster. This was the sign of the so-called golden branches and jade leaves of cultivators, deep roots with a way to live a long life. Qin Pingan was muddle-headed and confused. It was as if he had a dream. In his dream, someone pointed at a raging river and asked Qin Pingan if he wanted to cross the river. That person asked and answered his own question. He said that if Qin Pingan wanted to cross the river without being restrained by the great Tao, he would need a bridge. When the time came, he would naturally be able to cross the river. Qin Pingan did not know how to answer. He just squatted by the river and scratched his head. His heart was here, and he couldn't fake it. That person then said, "There is no story without coincidences." He also said, "Didn't you, Qin Pingan, learn some sage's principles? Could it be that the principles that you, Qin Pingan, had been holding in your stomach were just empty words?" Qin Pingan complained. He did not know how to hide his emotions. What does learning the principles have to do with the bridge? That person did not say why, only how to do it. Visualize the appearance of a bridge in your heart. Any bridge will do. You are young, but you have been to many places. Don't worry, as long as it's a bridge, it's fine. You don't have to pay too much attention to it. Even those in the capital of Nanyuan Kingdom are fine. When you visualize, don't restrain your thoughts. Don't be afraid of them. Just relax your mind. The more the better. What you need is to reach the 8 extremes and wander 10,000 miles. Qin Pingan, who did not know where he was, closed his eyes by the river. For some reason, he thought of the golden arch bridge in the sea of clouds. It was so long that it seemed to have no end. Qin Pingan could not see the old Taoist. No matter how hard he searched, he was destined to not find any trace of the old Taoist. Therefore, Qin Pingan did not see the old Taoist glancing at the clouds above the river with a strange expression. He also did not hear the old Taoist scolding Qin Qing for causing trouble for him and the old Xiaocai for not being easy to deal with. In the end, he praised a junior's foresight and courage, as well as reminiscing about an old friend who could not be considered a person. Qin Pingan opened his eyes wide. He saw that at his feet, on the other side of the long river, the outline of a golden arch bridge vaguely appeared. However, it was swaying and not stable. A book appeared in his hand. On it was a moral essay written by an old man. It recorded the teachings of a Confucian sage that had never appeared in the world. Every word left the book one after another, shining with golden light. They floated toward the golden arch bridge that Chun Pingan visualized. Every word was like a brick. Unfortunately, there was still a small part of the book that was lifeless, especially in the pages of the middle part of the book. Every word was motionless. In any case, the golden bridge above the river was as if it had the support of a person's spirit. It finally became solid. However, it was still a little short of being able to finally complete it and allow Chun Pingan to walk across the river. It lacked flesh and blood. It lacked a lot. It was like a person. If he only had a soul without a body, he would be a skeleton, a lonely ghost that could not see the sun and could not enter the world of the living. Furthermore, the length of the bridge, as well as its grandeur, exceeded everyone's expectations. That was why the words in the book were insufficient. The old Taoist instructed, "Go forward and see if it will collapse." Chun Pingan shook his head and replied based on his intuition, "It will definitely collapse." The old Taoist did not question Chun Pingan. After thinking for a while, he walked out of the small world that he had created. Then there was no then. At the edge of the big pit, Chun Pingan suddenly sat up. There was no river or the old Taoist. Heaven and earth were vast. There were two flying swords beside him, Chuyi and Shiwu. Although they were not Chun Pingan's natal flying swords, they had followed Chun Pingan all the way. They had been together day and night and depended on each other. Their minds were already connected. One was silent and the other was guilty. Chun Pingan tied the blade-strengthening gourd and stretched out his hands to pat the two flying swords. He comforted them. "It's good that the three of us are still alive. Besides, we won't be so aggrieved next time. Besides, if it weren't for you guys, I wouldn't have been able to hold on until my soul left my body." Chun Pingan stopped talking because he found that Chuyi and Shiwu were getting more and more silent and guilty. Chun Pingan stood up and patted the blade-strengthening gourd. As he walked, he muttered, "You guys go back here first. We have to hurry into the city and find the little lotus man. It might not be a smooth journey. Without you guys, I don't have the confidence to fight with others. If I don't rest well for 10 days or half a month, let alone this old devil, even the child who can ride the sword won't be able to relax. Later, I might need you two to open the way for me." The two flying swords returned to the blade-strengthening gourd. Chun Pingan walked to the capital of the Nanyuan kingdom alone. As he got closer and closer to the city wall, his robe gradually changed from golden to a snow-white robe. Chun Pingan understood in his heart and glanced back. Behind him, the battlefield with Yunia Mountain as the center was full of spiritual chi. In this world, it should be the biggest blessed place. Of course, it was also full of martial arts fate. If he was not in a hurry to return to the city to find the little lotus man, he would have benefited the most if he stayed where he was. However, Chun Pingan looked up at the city wall in the distance. If he took all the benefits, he could easily become the enemy of the whole world. As for whether it would be dangerous to enter the city under the watchful eyes of the public, Chun Pingan walked on the quiet and empty official road. With one step, he could glide more than 100 feet. The words he said earlier were mainly to comfort the disappointed Chuyi and Shiwu. In fact, if anyone dared to stop him and pester him, Chun Pingan would be in the right. He had seen how invincible the old man surnamed Chui was in the bamboo house. It was a different realm from defeating a person who was invincible in the world. Yunia Mountain had been destroyed. How could there be a second sound of the heavenly drum? How could there be a place of ascension? On the other side of the city wall, even Zhou Fei, who was fooling around in the human world, felt a little heavy. It could not be that everyone had worked hard for 60 years for nothing, right? As the thunder pool in the sky dissipated, the clouds and mist were pushed aside to see the sun shining brightly. Fan Wan raised the mirror. It was shining brightly. On the mirror, her beautiful face was reflected. Just as Fan Wan was about to put away the bronze mirror, she suddenly realized that her reflection in the mirror was smiling. However, she clearly did not have any smile. Fan Wan in the mirror smiled and sighed. Fan Wan thought in her heart, "Silly girl." It was as if she was struck by lightning. Fan Wan threw the bronze mirror away, as if it was scalding her hand. She hugged her aching head with both hands. Her face was full of bitterness and tears. Far away from the city wall, Ye cautiously called out to Palace Lord Zhou. Zhou Fei turned his head and realized that the green dress on her body had fallen off by itself. It swayed like a dancer dancing leisurely. She only cared about herself, as if there was no one else around. Zhou Fei sneered, "You're already in my hands. You still want to leave?" Zhou Fei reached out and grabbed. A handprint appeared on the shoulder of her dress. The blue dress continued to flutter to the right, constantly being torn apart, until finally there was the sound of silk being torn apart. A tattered piece of brocade appeared in Zhou Fei's hand. He furrowed his eyebrows and said, "Stop trying to play tricks on me. I want to see just how long this old woman's divine soul can hide. What are you scheming?" More and more tattered dresses appeared in Zhou Fei's hand. He and Lu Fang both knew about Tong Qingqing's roots in the vast world, Taiping Mountain's grand ancestor. In order to turn back her fragile nature, did not want her to press forward and gamble everywhere. Before throwing her into the lotus flower-blessed land, he used a true immortal's ability to temporarily turn her Dao heart upside down, making her seem like she was born afraid of death. He hoped that she could comprehend the great Dao between the two extremes and finally break through the barrier of life and death, successfully ascending to the upper 5 realms. As a banished immortal in this life, Tong Qingqing was extremely afraid of death. It was reasonable for her to hide here and there. However, if she was such a person who was afraid of death, it would not make sense for her to not cherish her martial arts talent at all. Then what was Tong Qingqing's killing move? It must be very interesting. The elders of the Mirror Heart Chamber were of the same generation as Tong Qingqing's teacher, or even a generation older. They all had high hopes for Tong Qingqing. She had a photographic memory, and in terms of erudition, she was probably second only to Ding Ying. Her martial arts talent was even more amazing. If not for her overly soft and timid personality, Tong Qingqing could very well be the #1 grandmaster in Jianghu, second only to Ding Ying. With the death of Ding Ying, who seemed to be opposing the good and evil but was in fact secretly allied with him, Eugenie's desire to kill Zhong Qiu would definitely fade. Moreover, he had already obtained old Demon Ding's silver lotus crown and was firmly in the top 3. Eugenie was not willing to ascend, so he would not do anything unnecessary to avoid becoming a target. After all, he had joined hands with Ding Ying to set up such a big trap against all the gurus. Eugenie had already committed a huge taboo. At present, Eugenie's combat strength was not damaged at all, so people did not dare to fall out with him and talk about the righteousness of Jianghu. At the very least, Zhong Qiu, the sharpener Lu Zong, and the hiding Tong Qingqing must have a bad impression of him. Therefore, Zhou Fei did not want to fall out with Tong Qingqing at this time. However, this green dress and the golden arhut that Monk Cloud Clay asked for from the Nanyuan Kingdom's emperor were fortunes that must be obtained. The former was to take away the demonic sex, to train his son Zhou Shi's temperament. The latter was to exchange for a magic weapon to give to Lu Fang. After 60 years, Spring Tide Palace would no longer have Zhou Fei, but the Sword Immortal of Bird's Eye Peak would still be with Spring Tide Palace. Zhou Shi's path of martial arts would then be free of worries. In the end, it was too difficult for a great cultivator like him to have children. This was especially true for the Jiang clan of Jade Gui sect, which had only one descendant for many years. A bald old man carrying a large bag climbed up the city wall. He was Monk Cloud Clay, who had taken off his kasaya and left the Diamond Temple. Passing by Fan Wan-er, who was squatting on the ground with her hands covering her head, the old man glanced at her curiously. He didn't know why this young fairy from Jing Exai Zhai was in so much pain. However, when the old man saw Zhou Fei tear the azure-colored dress apart, the old man, who was no longer a monk, shouted angrily, "Zhou Fei!" Zhou Fei sneered, "Old bald donkey, do you really think this dress came to you out of kindness? It's just one of Tong Qingqing's schemes. She's been fooled for most of her life, yet you're still so stubborn? It's true that the dress is one of the four fortunes, but there's nothing inside. Tong Qingqing's soul has been hidden there for a long time." The old man was unmoved. He glared at Zhou Fei like a Vajra in a temple. "It's none of your business. We agreed that you would take Miss Qingqing away from this world, and I would bring you this golden arhut. If you dare to go back on your words, I'll kill you." Zhou Fei was amused. "Old bald donkey, aren't you embarrassed to call a dress Miss Qingqing?" The old man was at a loss for words, feeling a bit guilty. Zhou Fei pointed at Fan Wan-er in the distance with admiration in his eyes. "This is Tong Qingqing's direct disciple, the future master of Mirror Heart Pavilion. I'm afraid she's Tong Qingqing's mortal body. At that time, she first regained her youth and looked exactly the same as Eugenie. Then she gave up her realm and cultivation and grew up with the flow of time. She became a young woman like Fan Wan-er. With the help of Jingyang Lu, everyone in the world, including Ding Ying, were all fooled by her." Zhou Fei laughed. "You even lied to yourself. Tong Qingqing, you win. Forget it. They're all external objects." Zhou Fei waved his sleeve, allowing the dress to float away. Without the azure dress, the only way to get the golden arhut was to snatch it from monk duality. However, after weighing the pros and cons, Zhou Fei decided to give up both fortunes for the third grandmaster spot. He could still take away the demonic sex in this blessed land of lotus blossoms. To the chi cultivators in the vast world, one was doing Dao field in a snail's shell with their hands and feet tied, while the other was like a clever housewife who could not cook without rice, unable to start. Chun Pingan's appearance had disrupted their plans. Even Ding Ying could die. So, who in the world dared say they wouldn't? Zhou Fei was worried that he would fail miserably and be killed as well. Although it wouldn't stop him from leaving the blessed land, it would be a great loss. Currently, the biggest problem was that only 2 of the 10 people in the world had died. One was the head and one was the tail, Ding Ying and Feng Qingbai. 8 remained, which meant that 5 more had to die for the promise in the secret letter to come into effect. Lu Feng was indeed a long-time friend of the Jiang clan head. He quickly figured out the crux of the matter. "Don't worry, I'll keep an eye on Zhou Shi for the next 60 years. For the first time, Zhou Fei chose to take a step back. Monk Cloud Clay was unwilling and didn't dare to be overbearing. He followed Miss Qingqing to Fan Wan-er's side. She rubbed her eyebrows with both hands. Then this young and stunning beauty straightened her back and slapped her cheeks with both hands, making paw-paw sounds. Fan Wan-er stretched out 2 fingers and pinched the collar of the green dress in front of her. She shook it a few times and put it on herself. Then she tore it off and threw it to the old monk, who was confused. She smiled and said, "Don't worry, your so-called Miss Qingqing is still here. You just have to go to the Black Ox Mountain and wait there. She will recover very soon. She's the real owner of this dress. My soul only stayed here for a few decades. After that, I sealed it, and it's no different from a dead object. That's why Ding Ying can't find it easily. So, what did you say to this dress all these years? Was it Buddhist or romantic words? Anyway, I didn't hear a single word." The old monk held the dress in his arms and blushed. Fan Wan-er narrowed her eyes and fell into deep thought. She didn't pay attention to this monk, whose heart had been moved long ago. Her memories came back little by little like a clear spring flowing into her heart. However, she deliberately put it aside and didn't care about it. Instead, she started to review with the pure Fan Weiner of the Mirror Heart sect. Senior Sister Zhou Shuzhen accepted her as a disciple on behalf of her master and took her back when she was young. In the Mirror Heart Pavilion, the sect's forbidden area, Fan Weiner only bowed 3 times to the painting. She was the person who wanted to see Tong Qingqing the most in the world. Therefore, Zhou Shuzhen finally gave her a bronze mirror. She learned the white ape's back swordsmanship and was known in Jianghu as with the back swordsmanship, there are 2 Fan Weiners. However, Fan Weiner found that no one in the world could use the last sword of this lost art. There was neither such a sword nor such a warrior's physique. However, Zhou Shuzhen still insisted that she study the white ape's back swordsmanship. This was the reason why Qin Pingan, the banished immortal, felt strange when he was at the White River Temple. Fan Wan was clearly close to the great Tao, but she seemed to be walking with a heavy burden on her back. She walked very sluggishly. This was because half of her soul was missing. She was like a walking corpse. Fan Weiner also asked Crown Prince Wei Yan on the bridge if she often saw people and things that seemed familiar. After that, at the Crown Prince's residence, Old Chef, who was originally the 3rd in the world, also noticed Fan Weiner's strangeness. However, at that time, the old man mistakenly thought that she was the reincarnation of a banished immortal. Therefore, it was relatively easy for her to be possessed. She thought of the 2 times she took the initiative to look for Qin Pingan. Fan Weiner grinned. Well, what kind of background did he have to have the ability to make Grand Martial Uncle agree to let him possess her? She took the risk to come to the Lotus Flower Blessed Land just to warn Qin Pingan. Unfortunately, the rules of this world were too strict. It was not easy to find a loophole. Therefore, during those 2 times, Fan Weiner could only stare and couldn't say anything. As for Qin Pingan, he probably just thought of her as a crazy woman. Fan Weiner stepped on the ruins of the wall and leaned forward. One of her arms rested on her leg. She looked into the distance and smiled. At that time in the night market, at a table near her and Qin Pingan, it seemed like ordinary people were cursing. Both sides slammed the table and glared at each other. They were cursing about how they were old brothels and prostitutes. Otherwise, they would directly open a brothel in the other party's house. The real meaning was, of course, don't do things more than 3 times. However, those cursing words were really not particular. She could tell that it was the words of that arrogant little Taoist. This time, when she returned to the world, even if Grand Martial Uncle stopped her, she would have a good talk with that little brat who she had long disliked. In the past 90 years, Ding Ying had met her several times by chance. It should not be the little Taoist's idea. However, when she was taken away by the leader of the Army SEAL sect, she dared to say that it was definitely that most vengeful little bastard who played tricks on her. Although it was scary, but not dangerous when she thought about it, it was very disgusting. Moreover, it was because of the possession. The most important thing was that Grand Martial Uncle broke the rules of the Lotus Flower Blessed Land and caused all the plans of Jing Exa Zhai Tong Qingqing to go down the drain. Before Tong Qingqing got the bronze mirror and the soul in the green dress, the little Taoist quickly determined the final 10 people on the list. Or was it that Grand Martial Uncle, who had been stingy all his life, met a rich man and did not care about the money anymore? Did he plan to throw money directly to get her out of the Lotus Flower Blessed Land? In Fan Weiner's or Tong Qingqing's sight, that white robe was already near the city. No, to be precise, she should be the Taoist nun of Taiping Mountain Huangting now. She was no longer the sticky puppet Fan Weiner, nor the timid Tong Qingqing. She said hello, raised her arm high, and gave a thumbs up to the guy outside the city. This was the first time in her life that the famous Taiping Mountain Taoist nun admired a man younger than her. Chun Pingon raised his head and looked at the strange and unfamiliar Fan Wainer. He frowned. He just looked at Zhong Qiu. They looked at each other and smiled. In Chun Pingon's mind, no matter where the Jianghu was, there should be Jianghu people like Song Yulai and Zhong Qiu. Huang Ting raised his eyebrows and smiled even more. You have personality. I like it. Chun Pingon stopped outside the city. On the city wall, the top 10 people on the list were the leader of the Lake Mountain sect, Eugenie. He had already put on the silver lotus crown, and a glass flying sword hovered beside him. He took out a jade bamboo folding fan. On the ribs of each fan was a record of a supreme martial art in small words. Zhong Qiu looked relieved. He lay on the ruined city wall with his shoulders drooping. He did not look like the usual imperial tutor of the Nanyuan kingdom, Zhou Fei of the Chunqiao Palace. Tang Tie, the general of the northern Jin kingdom, looked solemn. He kept stroking the handle of his saber with his thumb. Lu Zong, the sharpener, monk of Cloud Earth, holding a soft green dress. Cheng Yuanshan was hiding somewhere in the capital. Feng Qingbai, the 10th wanderer, had died under the saber of Tang Tie. Old Demon Ding, the first, had died in the hands of the banished immortal called Chun Pingon. Apart from the 10 people, there was also Huang Ting on the city wall. Although she was not in the top 10, she was afraid that even Zhou Fei would not dare to provoke her now. After her soul merged with her physical body, her appearance began to change. Her already beautiful face became even more radiant, making her even more alluring. The Bird's Eye Peak land boat was ready to stay in the lotus flower-blessed land for another 60 years. It was not only for her Taoist heart, but also for her good friend's son. She was going to be his guardian. Zhou Shi, the hairpin boy, was not only thinking about the sadness of the impending departure, but also about the beautiful vision of 60 years later. Crow of the Devil sect was about to be taken out of this world by Zhou Fei. Ding Ying's death made her the most disheartened. At this moment, everyone saw the young banished immortal stop on the official road outside the city gate. Eugenie's eyes were dark, and no emotion could be seen on his face. Zhong Qiu smiled knowingly. The person who killed old Demon Ding should be so domineering. It was as if he was saying, "You all saw that Chun Pingon, was injured in the battle with Ding Ying. Whoever wants to take advantage of the situation, come at me. We'll fight to the death after we get off the city wall." The grinder, Lu Zong, sighed as he leaned against the wall. He was worried. After witnessing the earth-shattering battle at monstrous Ox Mountain, he really didn't have the energy to wade into the muddy waters. He felt that it was meaningless. If he had the chance to get off the city wall and safely return to Kajia Xiao's shop, he would just be a rich man in the future. At most, he would pick 1 or 2 direct disciples that were pleasing to the eye and stop thinking about other things. Anger flashed across the eyes of the Dragon Marshal General Tang Tie. He hesitated for a moment and closed his eyes to rest. Out of sight, out of mind. In the end, Chun Pingon walked straight through the city gate and gradually disappeared. Eugenie floated up and stepped on the glazed flying sword. He was about to head to Yunia Mountain. The abundant spiritual qi that had gathered from all over the world had begun to disperse. Eugenie was a cultivator. How could he miss such a rare opportunity? Spiritual qi was different from the illusory martial fate of the world. It was not picky. As long as one had the ability, anyone could take it. Tang Tie stared at the dispirited Lu Zong and walked slowly along the horse path. Lu Zong was frightened. He jumped up and cursed, "Tang Tie, you dare to treat me like a soft persimmon?" Huang Ting stared at Zhou Fei, who she disliked. Qing Qing of Jingxianzhai could tolerate the actions of the Spring Tide Palace Lord in this blessed land, but Huang Ting of Taiping Mountain could not. In Fan Waner's eyes, it was an ordinary bronze mirror. However, in Huang Ting's hands, it was very mysterious. She used qi to control the object and grabbed the bronze mirror on the ground. She knocked on the surface of the mirror with her fingers, and it shattered with a bang. After the mirror shattered, a strange scene like a dark green pond was revealed. Huang Ting stretched out 2 fingers and seemed to be pinching something. She pulled it out and actually pulled out a sheathed long sword. She was the pride of Taiping Mountain, the 3rd largest sect in Tongya Continent. She was the future sect master. As long as she reached the upper 5 realms, she would definitely become a 12th realm immortal. It would be ridiculous if she did not have any background. Zhou Shi and Ye looked at each other in dismay. Both of them felt uneasy. They turned their heads abruptly. They happened to meet the eyes of the white-robed immortal who was looking at the city wall. Zhou Fei laughed and scolded. "Old Demon Ding, this arrogant guy, can't do anything right. He's ruined me." Zhou Fei turned to look at Lu Fang. The latter was also helpless. "Unless this person ascends with you, Zhou Shi will definitely be in danger if he stays in Lotus Flower-blessed land." Zhou Fei pinched his chin. If good karma was hard to form, then he would have to make other plans. However, at this moment, everyone could not help but look up at the sky. A golden hole broke open in the sea of clouds, and a beam of light landed on the city wall. In the blink of an eye, other than the immortals and grandmasters on the city wall, no one in the capital would notice this scene. In everyone's vision, a short Taoist child appeared. He held a small and exquisite 5-colored rattledrum in his hand, but carried a huge golden gourd on his back. He was almost as tall as a person and looked extremely comical. When Huang Ting saw this little guy, she snorted and no longer cared about Zhou Fei. She strode toward the Taoist child, under someone who was very annoying in the vast world. After the little Taoist child caught a glimpse of the murderous Huang Ting, he rolled his eyes and said, "I'm not here to fight this time. If you go too far and annoy my master, aren't you afraid that your grandmaster will protect you for so many years in vain?" If Huang Ting was still the Taiping Mountain Taoist nun before she came to Lotus Flower-blessed land, she would only say that it was her grandmaster's business and then attack. However, at this moment, she grinned with an expression that said, "Let's wait and see when we reach the vast world." The little Taoist child also grinned disapprovingly. "You want to compete with me in terms of backing? Taiping Mountain is still a little small, isn't it? It's not like Mount Longhu of the Central Divine Continent." The little Taoist child moistened his throat and puffed out his chest. He strode on the horse path on the city wall. His voice was not loud, but everyone heard him clearly. "The rules have changed. It's great news for all of you. The last 10 people on the list, those who survive, can ascend. Those who don't want to leave this world can leave by themselves after I beat the 2nd drum and before the 3rd. Of course, even if you don't ascend, those who walk down the city wall can still get a magic treasure. Remember, those who ascend from the city wall will leave their physical bodies in this world. Only their souls will go to other places and retain all their memories. Don't think that starting all over again is a bad thing. You'll have to experience it yourself in the future." The little Taoist child held his head high and swaggered. The top 3 on the list are even more fortunate. If the 2nd, Yu Zhini, chooses to ascend, he can take 3 people with him. The 3rd, Zhou Fei, can take 1 person with him. My master has spoken, except for Ding Ying. Those who are taken away can leave together with their physical bodies. It seems like many people are confused. Don't be surprised. Your strength is too weak, and you don't have the right to participate. If you think you're lucky, you'll end up like Feng Qingbai. At this point, the little Taoist child chuckled at Huang Ting. "Don't you think it's infuriating? Your strength could have made it to the top 3. Sigh, man proposes, God disposes. It's your fault for seducing those 2 outsiders and breaking the rules first. My master was very angry at that time." Huang Ting's mouth twitched. The little Taoist child tilted his head and stared at her face. He added fuel to the fire. Huang Ting, why are you so shameless? You didn't look half as good in this world. The little Taoist child seemed to have been hit on the back of his head and suddenly fell flat on his face. He didn't feel embarrassed at all. He stood up and patted his Taoist robe. When he brushed past Huang Ting, he made a face and continued, "Finally, I'll say an old rule passed down from generation to generation. Don't tell anyone about what happened today. Just keep it in your heart. Of course, if you can't hold it in, just mention it to a few people. It's okay." After saying all this in one breath, the little Taoist child raised the rattle drum and shook it gently. There was no vision of heaven and earth. It was just a soft sound. Was this the second sound of the heavenly drum? Eugenie stepped on the glass flying sword and bowed to the little Taoist child. "Farewell, immortal master." The little Taoist child's attitude towards this peer was different. He was more serious and said like an old man, "Go. Everyone has their own ambitions. My master isn't disappointed in you, so please cherish the next 60 years. For the first time, Eugenie looked excited. He flew away on his sword and went to the ruins of the Zhanyo mountain battlefield to absorb the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. He had hopes of breaking through again after coming out of seclusion. He might even be able to fight against Chinpingan. Zhong Qiu smiled and asked, "Lu Zong, what do you think?" Lu Zong thought for a while and smiled. "I'll have to trouble Imperial Tutor to help me sell the shop in the future. I believe that with Imperial Tutors means he already knows about the few young people I've chosen. When the time comes, I'll split the money and give it to them." Zhong Qiu nodded. "It's not difficult. Then, shall we part here?" Lu Zong sighed. Zhong Qiu cupped his fists. Lu Zong quickly returned the gesture. He couldn't help but ask, "Imperial Tutor, aren't you leaving together? After you leave, you might have a chance to come back. But if you don't leave this time, you won't have another chance to ascend." Zhong Qiu shook his head. "Where my heart is at ease is my home." Lu Zong cupped his fists and didn't put them down. Zhong Qiu smiled warmly. After gently pressing down on Lu Zong's hand, he turned and walked down the city wall. The little Taoist boy glanced at Zhong Qiu's back and shook his head. Tang Tie quickly followed Zhong Qiu. The cloud clay monk stepped out of the city wall and floated outside the city. With the green dress in his arms, he quickly ran in the direction of monstrous Ox Mountain. There weren't many people left on the city wall. Zhou Fei said to Lu Fang, "Take Zhou Shi to hide first. It's best to leave Nanyuan Kingdom as far as possible. Once I leave Lotus Flower Blessed Land, no one can stop Chinpingan." Lu Fang and Zhou Shi didn't hesitate. They rushed down the city wall and went around monstrous Ox Mountain to the border of Nanyuan Kingdom. In the end, there were only 4 people left. The little Taoist boy with a huge gourd, Huang Ting of Taiping Mountain, Zhou Fei of Jade Medallion Sect, and Lu Zong, a native of Lotus Flower Blessed Land. The little Taoist boy glanced at a stone bridge in the city where armed Saint Chung Yuanshan was hiding. He was full of sarcasm. He yawned and casually shook the rattle drum. The 3rd beat of the drum sounded. If he didn't appear on the city wall, Chung Yuanshan's efforts would be in vain. He wouldn't be able to ascend, and he wouldn't have any other opportunities. A bright light pillar surged and descended, enveloping Lu Zong within. He disappeared in an instant, leaving nothing behind. The little Taoist boy obviously had a whole new level of respect for Zhou Fei. He revealed a little more of the heavenly secret and said softly, "That Chinpingan, don't worry about him running amok here. He still has to suffer." Zhou Fei was enlightened. He smiled and said, "Thank you." The 2nd light pillar fell on the human world. Zhou Fei stayed longer than Lu Zong. His figure was blurry, but he still had the mood to wave goodbye to Huang Ting. The little Taoist boy smiled and looked at the Taoist nun of Mount Taiping who was frowning in silence. "Are you worried about your situation?" Huang Ting sneered and said, Go back and tell my grandmaster that I don't need to spend any money. It'll take at most 10 years. I can do what Sui you couldn't do. When that time comes, it'll be the time for me to break through the realm. I want to ascend with my physical body and return to the vast world." The little Taoist boy smiled playfully. He tiptoed, and with the huge golden gourd on his back, he began to ascend in the air. Without the light pillar around him, he was crooked like a dog paddling as he slowly swam towards the sky. Huang Ting took a glance and didn't want to look at the scene anymore. Only this little bastard could do such a childish thing. In the capital of Nanyuan Kingdom, there was a skinny little girl who sold her books and bought 2 sets of clothes. She used the rest of the copper coins to order a table full of delicacies that would only appear in her dreams. She wolfed down the food, as she was afraid that she would suffer a great loss if she ate slowly. She sat on the chair and had to stand on her tiptoes to be able to pick up the delicious food on the opposite side of the table. Her face was greasy, and she felt that she had never been so happy before. A child named Chao Qinglang was brought to the yamen by a group of soldiers. There were 4 straw mats outside the hall, and 4 pieces of white cloth covering them. The child squatted there in a daze and didn't say a word. Under a bridge, armed Saint Cheng Yuanshan was still waiting bitterly for the second earth-shattering drumbeat. There was a scholar from the Frigid clan who heard that someone had died not far away and was dragged by his good friend to join in the fun. He had long been surrounded by the commoners. The scholar only heard that it was a beautiful woman. He thought that when she returned, he must tell her about this tragedy. Most importantly, he wanted her to go out less. Now that the 2 of them were a little short on money, it didn't matter. She didn't need to visit her relatives and borrow money to buy books for him. He flew all the way back to the main street. After turning into an alley, Chun Pingan's footsteps were heavy. When he entered the city, there were so many grandmasters standing on the city wall. Chun Pingan still had an invincible posture that he had never had before. He wore a white robe, hung a wine pot, and held a long sword. He walked confidently and at ease. However, at this moment, when he was faced with a house in the marketplace that was only pasted with cheap spring festival couplets, Chun Pingan raised his hand several times and put it down again. He didn't knock on the door. Chun Pingan didn't know. The old Taoist stood behind him and looked at him. The old Taoist wanted to know 2 things. How did Chun Pingan know himself? How would he view the human world? You're tuning in to the Mystic Fist YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.